Reincarnated as Gotham's useless beauty. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. The sun rises and sets. This is a scene that has not changed for thousands of years. When the sunset ends, the night is over, and the morning light shines on the ground. A new day is about to come. At this time, Wayne Manor is still very quiet. The children are all asleep. Whether they are big children or small children, whether they are simple-minded or emotionally awkward, they can get the maximum sense of security in this manner. In a few hours, when the bright sunlight illuminates the entire land and the street lights flicker and turn off, Wayne Manor will be lively again, full of active popularity. At this time, the important person who brings a sense of security to the entire manor is still staying in the lighted Batcave, looking down at the dense data flow on the computer screen. His super high intelligence and detective ability allow him to quickly understand the connotation of each cluster in the data flow and make quick judgments. He is thinking and modifying plans all the time in his mind to make his thoughts perfect. Standing in front of the computer in the Batcave, Bruce was no longer the so-called richest man in Gotham, but the invincible Gotham Batman wearing black armor. I always thought people should sleep. The aroma of coffee slowly drifted in from behind the door, accompanied by two footsteps. Alfred and Dr. Strange came in one after the other, Alfred carrying a tray of coffee, and Dr. Strange holding a cookie, chewing it expressionlessly. Batman retracted his gaze and turned to look at Alfred. Alfred smiled and handed the coffee cup to Batman, but obviously, there will always be people who like to challenge people's work and rest schedule. I doubt whether you will never have a break. Batman took a sip of coffee and pretended not to hear Alfred's question, regarding the data. It is all sorted here, Dr. Strange. This is Stark's job. When he said this, he just stuffed the whole cookie into his mouth, chewed it calmly for several times, and then maintained his identity as the Supreme Master, and continued, I must declare that I only have a doctorate in medicine, not physics, let alone computers. Alfred looked at him with a smile, and Batman said nothing and continued to drink his coffee. Without the support of Peter and Stark, Dr. Strange actually felt that he was a little lonely when he spoke. Maybe this is the subtle difference between the Justice League and the Avengers. No, wait, his thoughts seemed to be led astray by Peter. He glanced at the computer calmly. Before becoming Dr. Strange, he was also a top surgeon with outstanding intelligence and skills. So although he couldn't see the rough data display now, he could also see that this data was part of the test data of the Lizard Man, or the atavistic Killer Croc. Dr. Strange said, it seems that you got what you wanted. Batman did not respond. The influence of the bracelet weakened. Batman had never ignored this matter. After noticing and confirming the reliability of this conclusion, he started his own plan and action. And last night's action was included in the plan. Since he wanted to investigate the failure of the bracelet and the reasons for its failure, he needed extremely conclusive experiments from all aspects. He invited the Supreme Sorcerer and his former partner Tony Stark in New York, one to judge from the magic side, and the other to review the effectiveness of the bracelet from the combination of technology and magic. Finally, he formulated the entire plan. Arkham is ready to move. This is news that has long been known. Arkham Asylum, as the place where various supervillains in Gotham are imprisoned, has imprisoned many criminals who are extremely harmful to society, such as the Joker, Poison Ivy, etc., who are all permanent residents. Therefore, no matter what his intention is, Batman will pay close attention to the movements inside, and naturally he will get first-hand information about what is happening inside. In addition, they also got new news. The Scarecrow, who escaped from Arkham some time ago, secretly contacted the Joker inside again. Two-Face seems to have intervened in this operation. Their target is Hazel. When reading this name, Batman frowned. His eyes were cold, but his tone was subtly gentle. It is normal for this familiar name to appear in his mouth, but it should be in Bruce's mouth, not in the Batcave intelligence. with that group of supervillains. Alfred. He stood behind Batman. Tim and Damian were intentionally or unintentionally sent away, including Hazel. At this time, there were only Batman and the butler Alfred in the Batcave. The butler Alfred, who took care of the entire Wayne family when they grew up, was usually kind and gentle, but he was not an ordinary old man. Before Dick became Robin and worked with Batman to guard Gotham, Alfred is the backing of Batman, silently providing Batman with a lot of data and brain support, and doing a nearly perfect logistical work. This is due to his experience in the British intelligence organization before he came to Wayne Manor. When facing the danger of the children, whether it is a playboy or a kind housekeeper, they will show their sharp side without hesitation, and vigilantly hope to block all the upcoming storms. Alfred's British accent also cooled slightly. I made sure that the young master's intelligence was not leaked to them. Sir, I'm afraid they have contacted something extraordinary. Batman, I think so too. His deep blue eyes, containing countless subtle emotions, projected his gaze on a group of familiar names on the computer screen, as if looking at a more distant history or future. He said, as early as the Joker stayed in Arkham for such a long time, I should have guessed that he must be brewing some plans again. Joker. If other supervillains are Batman's mortal enemies, the Joker is a fighter among mortal enemies, and can be included in the category of lifelong enemies. The Joker was also born in the extreme darkness of Gotham's early days. He was once an ordinary resident struggling to survive in Gotham. He worked as a comedian for a living and also worked as the Gotham codename Kidnapper Red Hood. But after his wife died in poverty and countless oppression, the Joker fell into a chemical pool full of strong acid, and his ordinary appearance was completely destroyed. A new supervillain appeared in Gotham, the Joker. After years of baptism, the Joker has a very high brain and bad action ability. He is no longer just an ordinary villain, but the most eye-catching concentration of Gotham's darkness. He is the darkness. If you want to guard Gotham, you have to be the enemy of the Joker. Batman has fought with the Joker many times and has imprisoned him in Arkham countless times, but the other party is extremely smart and can use the power of the law or other undercurrents to prevent him from getting the death penalty. On the contrary, in the contest, Batman was injured several times to protect the masses, and all generations of Robin were severely injured. The second generation of Robin was even broken all over his body by the Joker and buried in the Sea of Fire. And now, he set his sights on his hidden and tightly protected child, Heather. Batman curled his lips coldly. Let them try. He said the same thing. Batman moved quickly generating a plan in his mind, typing out counter-plans on multiple computers, his blue eyes full of Batman's calmness. Let them try. Will they be more persistent, or will my plan take the lead? Alfred said, of course. So, a new plan emerged. He arranged for Jason to accompany Heather, Damian to be responsible for alerting special events, and the other two to capture the Scarecrow after welcoming the guests. A short plan requires a full understanding of various plans. He had to acquiesce to let Heather face the risk, because he knew that the collection of bracelet data required feedback from various influences, including blood data of people who faced Heather's face. He would never attack ordinary people, and the Wayne family had developed resistance. Then naturally he had to turn the tables and let the villain who planned the conspiracy fall into the trap. After everything was over, he and Dr. Strange reappeared. He showed Scarecrow a photo of Heath, and took blood samples from him and Croc when Scarecrow was in a frenzy. Croc was very cooperative and even agreed to do a psychological investigation report, adding useful data again. Is this your response, Bat? But I didn't do this for you. Batman was too lazy to respond. Have you finished writing? And took the paper away. Wait. Before leaving the Arkham interrogation room, Croc shouted at his back, since you know everything, why do you continue to let the Joker go? Batman left directly at that time. He didn't answer the question at all, because there was no need to tell the other party. The answer to this question had already been in everyone's mind at the moment in the Batcave. Dr. Strange helped to pass the data to Stark. Okay. He looked at the Joker and the data, whose photo was particularly abstract, and suddenly felt that his eyes were polluted. But what needs to be done cannot be put aside. Is this the guy we want to lure out of the hole? Batman. Yes. The surging emotions and strategies are churning in his heart. Batman drags along Black Ape, and the outer armor shows the beauty of muscles and machinery working together. The light of the day flows on his tall figure, but it is not as fast as the surging emotions in his eyes looking towards Arkham. It should have been solved long ago, Batman said. I'll wait and see. People who bring people a sense of security always need to move forward with heavy burdens. Staying up all night, just to let the children under your protection have a good night's sleep, without having to think about too many complicated and dark things. When Hazel woke up, he didn't know how terrifying and subtle last night was. He just looked at the sun and felt in a very good mood. He greeted the figurines and plaster dolls on the cabinet with good morning. Then he picked up his mobile phone and checked the current time. Obviously, he got up early today. It's not time for others to wake up yet. However, there are several messages quietly piled up in the mobile phone. Heather flipped through the message curiously and found that it was a private message sent by Clark very early this morning. Clark, good morning. Then the message record was separated for a while. Clark, crying.jpg. Clark, I am also good at esports. Really? Clark, alas. Clark, I am good at, for example, esports air combat. Clark, I think you are not awake yet. Alas, wish you a good dream. Heather looked at the message. He didn't know what twists and turns Clark had experienced this morning, which led to such a weird message from the other party. Heather almost didn't understand it, but the mood of friends is the most important. So Heather held the phone and sent a message while pushing open the door and walking downstairs. Heather, now I am awake. Heather, it's a good thing to be good at esports. But I'm not very good at esports air combat, and I'm terrible at playing esports motorcycles. Heather, did you encounter anything? Heather, I think you are not in a good mood when you talk. Can I do something to help you? Heather, I'm very happy. Heather, duckduckhug.jpg. Would you like some bread? Tim sat on the sofa and waved to him. Tim and Damien sat on different sofas in the living room, holding sweet bread in their hands. There were several glasses of milk that were almost untouched on the table. Obviously, they were having breakfast. Dick also sat on the sofa, and happily put his arm around Hazel and asked him to sit next to him. Jason was nowhere to be seen. He came back last night and said hello to Hazel, and then he didn't know where he went to do in Gotham. He only occasionally accompanied Hazel in Wayne Manor. Peter also got up early in the morning, sent a message to Hazel, and then followed Doctor Strange, who brought him here to do something else. Alfred has something to do. Dick stuffed a piece of bread into Hazel's hand. So my hot bread and milk, they taste good, right? Hazel took a bite, but didn't comment yet. Damien said first, it's terrible. Tim looked at the news. I agree, the two brats. Dick gritted his teeth and laughed. If you have the guts, don't eat it. In the end, only Hazel said obediently, it's delicious. He is worthy of being the child he raised. Dick looked at Hazel and was very pleased. He quickly stuffed the hot milk into Hazel's hand, like a touched bird mother. Damien mocked loudly. Almost made Dick angry again. Tim didn't joke this time. He pushed the milk away silently and watched the news on TV intently. It seemed that this news attracted him more than any other. On the large TV screen, yesterday's news summary was playing. The female anchor excitedly reported, at midnight yesterday, all the records of Metropolis Arcade were broken by one person. This is historic news. Let's take a look at the interview record at that time. In the video, the reporter who rushed to the scene grabbed the man who was about to leave. Excuse me, what made you want to come here to challenge all the records of Metropolis Arcade players? The man was wearing glasses. The man said, because my bed is broken and I have insomnia. Then he refused the interview, got into the crowd, and disappeared immediately. Reporter, this is really shocking news. It seems that the number of night visits to Metropolis Arcade will reach a peak because of this incident. Outside the TV, Tim and others finished watching the entire report. At some point, Dick and Damien also watched the video attentively, with subtle expressions. Damien, is this Superman? Tim, this is Superman. Due to the establishment of the Justice League, Robin and Superman are quite close, so they can naturally recognize each other's disguises during the day. What has inspired him? Dick was shocked and confused. He stuffed another glass of milk that Damien refused to drink into Hazel's mouth. I haven't heard that he is interested in games. Chapter 77, Superman. While the bad boys were discussing, Heiss also felt strangely familiar with this word. He held the milk cup and focused on the picture on the TV for a while, and he figured out the reason why it sounded familiar. It seemed that he had heard this word before he crossed into the game. It was 2 or 3 years ago. It was probably not long after Tim moved into Wayne Manor. Tim took over Robin's job and began to learn how to become an invincible vigilante in Wayne Manor from an ordinary Gotham student. Although he was only a child 1 year younger than Heiss, he wanted to protect his brother well. Heiss thought so. Of course, he couldn't be Robin, nor could he be a vigilante who fought and bled all day long, but as a player, he could still try to use other methods to do what he could. Archive. After confirming the partial feasibility of this function with customer service SO2, he resolutely decided to use this skill well. Change all unsatisfactory endings. I'm a player, Hesset said to himself. Even if I can't change the main storyline, I will change all the endings that I don't like, that are not perfect, or that are a little wrong. This is not an easy road. The night of Gotham is dark and boundless. Although the crime rate has declined year after year, the huge class gap like a chasm still separates the upper and lower classes of Gotham. This is an invisible bomb that can easily breed dissatisfaction. The average education index is not high, and many lower-class people cannot receive normal education step by step. Although the most famous Gotham University ranks high in the world, it has produced several supervillains every year. Scarecrow was once a professor there. In such a city where people's hearts are unstable, even if Hesset wraps his clothes tightly, he will inevitably attract various sights and encounter various villains, such as Two-Face. In order to make his family less injured, he almost has to read the file countless times to perfectly achieve a small thing. For example, it took dozens of reloads to paste glue on the Joker's path so that he could be caught by Batman. This kind of thing, if you try it many times, you can barely do it. But sometimes, some things are more difficult. For example, when Tim was busy dealing with cyber criminals in Wayne Manor, his biological parents, Mr. and Mrs. Drake, were caught while traveling. Batman went abroad to rescue them, but he was always one step late. Mrs. Drake died tragically here, and Mr. Drake's legs were almost gone and he was unconscious. It happened abroad. After the incident, Tim did not blindly immerse himself in grief, but quickly cheered up and followed Batman to deal with the subsequent participants. But facing his unconscious father and his mother's light ashes, Hazel could still see Tim's sad eyes. Mr. Drake's bedside, the child seemed to have grown up completely and calmly took over the official job of Robin. Go to class. Tim touched Heath's head. He grew very fast and was taller than Heath now. I'll stay with my father for a while longer. Heath was brought out of the ward by Tim and handed to Alfred, but he returned to the bedside, staring at his father's severely injured legs, sitting alone. Heath, he still wanted to change this ending. This was an ending that he was not satisfied with at all. Tim could grow up in many ways, and he was already trying hard to transform. Without the accidental sacrifice of his parents, he would sooner or later become a competent Robin. This was obvious. If possible, he wanted to protect his younger brother to grow up, even if this happened in a foreign country that he could not reach. So, it started again. Read file. He began to think of ways to prevent the occurrence of cybercrime, or to inform Batman of the occurrence of this incident in advance, so that Batman could save the couple in time when the crisis occurred. In that read file, after listening to his information, Batman did not ask him how he got the information and whether it was reliable. He just looked at him soothingly with his heavy eyes and promised that he would set out immediately to rescue the couple. But even so, facing this naked conspiracy, Batman had to deal with many emergencies in advance, and after going through risks, he successfully broke through the defenses of the supervillains and arrived in front of the Drakes. Even if he rescued people, in the strange environment of a foreign country with a mysterious situation, he might not be able to safely protect this ordinary couple and bring them back intact. After all, he was fighting alone, and the couple was so frightened that they were no different from a burden. Although Drake's parents came back alive, They were more or less disabled and could not move in bed. Batman looked into Hazel's eyes. "I'm sorry." "No." Hazel pulled Batman's cape. "Dad, you've worked hard." Tim also said, "It's good to be back alive. I don't even know where you got the information from. You've tried your best." Batman. He stood up, still tall, dragging a long cape, and the lower half of his face was expressionless and cold-faced vigilante, but the eyes that could not be covered by the mask quietly contained many complex and uncomfortable emotions. Before Hazel noticed the complex and difficult emotions in his eyes, Batman leaned over and gently embraced the two of them in his arms, like comforting. Tim's emotions were slightly relieved in his arms, gritted his teeth and his eyes were red, and he looked in the direction of his parents' ward a few more times. Hazel and Tim squeezed together in the arms of Father, feeling very warm, but looking at the indelible depression in Tim's eyes, he also felt uncomfortable with empathy. He couldn't help but think about it. When he broke his leg to stop Jason from leaving Wayne Manor during a certain reload, Jason had the same look in his eyes. Hazel, he was still not satisfied with this ending, since it was not the main plot. There must be a better ending, right? Hazel thought so, so he nuzzled his father's embrace and Bruce's chin with some stubble, blinked, and went to find the reload button again. But before pressing the reload button, he seemed to see Bruce's eyes full of helplessness and self-blame, leaning close to his ear again and whispering, "Sorry." Reload. When he reacted, his finger had already pressed the button before his head. The scene changed. The warm embrace and Tim beside him were no longer there. He stood in the corridor of Wayne Manor again, staring at the retro wall decorations. It was quiet all around. Tim and Bruce both went on night patrol, or to be more precise, Tim took the initiative to follow. Alfred was in the Batcave to ensure information communication. Only Hazel stood there, facing the wall, a little confused. Did I hear it wrong? He was not sure whether the apology was real. After all, in his opinion, Bruce had no reason to apologize. It must be an illusion. Before reloading the file, since it is impossible to simply let Batman rescue in advance, then we can only try other routes. Hazel briefly had an idea, such as finding the supervillains who planned this conspiracy in advance and intercepting them. I heard that there seemed to be a supervillain with weak physical skills who was indirectly involved in this kidnapping case. His code name was Riddler. Maybe he could beat him with a gun. He quickly gave up this idea. At the same time, he felt inexplicably sad. After all, once this physical condition appeared, no matter what he said, those supervillains would listen to it in a hurry, and then stab him to death with a knife. Even if Riddler's physical skills were rubbish, if he was shot accurately, the new organism, born from his blood would probably cause more serious consequences. No. Heist sighed. Let's think of other ways. He thought about it and decided to start from the source. The Drakes, who often traveled abroad, were kidnapped shortly after arriving in Haiti. It is probably too late to notify the couple to stop going now, as the plane has already taken off. So why not find a way to let the Haitian police improve their supervision, or contact the locals to let the Drakes leave as soon as they get off the plane. Heist immediately turned on the computer and tried to find contact information through various online methods. Although according to various rumors, the security in Haiti seems to be in chaos to a certain extent, the police are also very relaxed and don't seem to worry about the occurrence of crimes. After Heist made his request to the other end of the phone, the guy who answered the call was unreliable, as if he was on duty temporarily. He was hesitant when he spoke. This kind of thing, you know. We have a lot of people who pretend to have committed crimes. When this happens, we will definitely go there, you know. After that, he shouted to his colleague next to him. "Hey, have you heard of the Scarecrow? It seems to be from Gotham." The colleague shouted, What Scarecrow?" "I have to tell you, we should be busy with those damn guys. They are planning to assassinate the president. Don't you think this is more important than the Scarecrow in the field?" The guy who answered the call went down the stairs. "Hey, that's it." Then there was only a beep on the phone. Heath held up the phone. Heath looked at the call record angrily, and began to lie on the table and hammer it angrily, like an incompetent cat scratching the wall. Woo woo woo. The force of hammering the table should not be too strong, or you should be careful not to break your hand. Thinking of this, he felt even more discouraged. The computer flickered subtly at this moment. Heath barely raised his eyes and saw the chat room logo flickering at the bottom right of the computer. Clark's private message popped up from the bottom. Heather took a look and clicked on the other party's private chat box. "Clark, haven't you slept yet? Clark, didn't you say you still have classes tomorrow? If you're busy, you'll oversleep tomorrow, right? Clark, didn't you know how to do the questions again? Send them to me, please." Heather remembered, before this stage, he seemed to have asked Clark a few questions, and said goodnight to each other after the end. No wonder Clark continued to ask hurriedly when he saw him suddenly online again in the middle of the night. But this kind of family topic of reading the file is difficult to talk to the other party anyway. But Heather didn't want to perfunctorily Clark. "Heather, it's not a question, Heather, I'm just troubled by some problems," Clark said in a very gentle manner. "What problem?" "Heather, telling you will only make you feel bad. After all, I don't have any idea to solve it." "Clark, but friends should listen to each other's complaints, right? You said the same thing to me last time." Clark even joked with him. "Don't you regard me as a friend? That's too bad." Heather's eyes widened, thinking that the topic was a bit off, but the other party's attitude was too natural. Heather didn't want any of his friends who cared about him to misunderstand. After all, the other party gave him his heart. Heather. Finally, he briefly talked about the brothers and elders who were about to get off the plane and encounter kidnappers. He consciously omitted a lot of information that would be exposed, and then roughly expressed the matter. Heather remembered that Clark worked at the Daily Planet. He wanted to know if the Daily Planet had a reporter sent to Haiti, and whether he could contact him through Clark. "Clark, it's really a serious matter." "Colleagues going to Haiti? Let me see." The other party paused for a few seconds. "Clark, yes, I found it. I found a colleague named Carl who happened to be going to Haiti. Let him help you find the couple." Heather. He didn't expect that it would be solved so easily in the end. In the end, he almost didn't need to reload the file several times, and successfully saw Tim's parents return safely. Batman and another Metropolis vigilante, Superman, worked together to successfully send the frightened couple back to Gotham. The Drakes held Tim's hand. They thought they would never see each other again, but now that they did, they burst into tears. "That's great." "If Superman and Batman hadn't suddenly appeared, Tim, we would have fully supported you in whatever you want to do in the future." Hazel sat in the Wayne family's car, wearing a mask, watching this touching scene from a distance, and felt happy. "Although I don't know if the reporter named Carl has conveyed the news. How could Mr. Superman suddenly arrive there? But it's great to have such an ending." He couldn't help but sigh, that Superman is such a good person. How could he be there? In the front driver's seat of the car, Bruce, dressed as a playboy, looked a little cold, and suddenly said disdainfully, Hazel heard, Dad is also great. Not this, Bruce denied, and then vaguely, forget it. Chapter 78. Inside the Planet Daily building. Clark is working at his computer. It is now normal working hours. People are constantly moving around in the office of the Planet Daily. Reporters, photographers and newspaper planners are constantly arguing fiercely beside their desks. The clerks are occasionally typing on their computer keyboards, or discussing the topic of the article with their colleagues, and going to the printer to get a sample board for inspection. The office building is a busy scene. As a clerk who has been working for the Planet Daily for several years, working diligently for the newspaper, and even has achieved some success and won the Nobel Prize in the journalism industry, the Pulitzer Prize, Clark has a cubicle for his work. This allows him to get a little free space to relax in his busy life. At least he doesn't have to worry about the coffee cup on his desk being knocked over by the people moving around in the narrow space. It's a good thing, but no matter how superior the space is, how easy the work is, as an ordinary adult earthling, he still has to work diligently at his desk until he can receive his pension. However, Clark was typing away on the manuscript, Thinking about it, the reason why he had such an idea was because Clark was a Kryptonian. Kryptonian. This was a new word. It was not until Superman gradually appeared in the eyes of the public that this word and its meaning gradually entered people's sight and became the word that everyone knew, because Superman is the Kryptonian that everyone knows. In fact, he is also an alien. Krypton is a planet similar to the Earth with human survival, but their technology is far more advanced than that of the Earth, and the rules of survival are also different. According to legend, they have a treasure book, which stipulates the responsibilities and future direction of each Kryptonian when each Kryptonian is born. This also makes their family business passed down from generation to generation, which is extremely difficult to change, and the social status quo has always remained the same, with few major changes. If Krypton continues to develop, there may be new changes, or it may continue to be passed down like this. But there is no if in this world. Krypton suffered an irreversible and complete destruction long after Clark was born. This planet full of advanced technology and species disappeared in the universe. At such a critical moment for the planet, Clark's parents put him in a Kryptonian spaceship, allowing the spaceship to escape the fate of being destroyed with baby Clark and some of Krypton's last heritage. The Kryptonian spaceship fell on Earth, a farm in Kansas. Kryptonian baby Carl was found and carefully taught by a kind farmer and his wife, and became the ordinary social animal Clark Kent today. But even so, Clark's identity as a Kryptonian still shines brightly on Earth. The sun of Krypton is a red sun in its twilight years, and its radiation makes all Kryptonians as fragile as Earthlings, but the sun of Earth is indeed a yellow sun in its prime. The radiation from the yellow sun can make the body cells of Kryptonians full of activity and gain power comparable to that of gods. Therefore, Clark, a Kryptonian who grew up on Earth, has a physical fitness like steel, the ability to fly quickly off the ground, a thermal vision that can see through everything, and a frozen breath exhaled from his mouth. Similarly, his lifespan is also extended, including the slowing down of aging. This is also the reason why he thinks about whether he can get a pension. With these godlike abilities, Clark still has a simple character like a farm boy. He follows the teachings of the farm couple and usually acts as a normal social animal. When in danger, he takes off his glasses and puts on his uniform, becoming the patron saint of Metropolis, Superman. However, in addition to this identity, he is also the good son of the farm couple, an ordinary person who lives seriously, and a friend in the chat room. Ding. A chat room exclusive prompt sounded. Under the Kryptonian glasses, the blue eyes that were thinking about working circles lit up, and Clark quickly threw down the bound documents, held the mouse, and clicked into the private chat window of the chat room. Listening to this voice, it was obviously one of the friends in the chat room, Hazel, who sent him a message. This made him very excited. Of course, he did not forget the strength of his action, and was very careful not to throw the document 10 meters high, or crush the mouse with one hand. Otherwise, he would have to experience the sadness of the broken bedboard last night, and maybe he would be taught a lesson by the newspaper planner for an afternoon. Clark happily opened the private chat window and checked the other party's reply. In his reply, Heise comforted him in a very friendly way and asked why he was unhappy so early in the morning. He also wanted to lend a hand. His words were very gentle, revealing warm concern. This little friend of his is like this. Although many times, he is a bit straightforward and silly, but in most cases, he is very sensitive to the emotions of the people he cares about, and will sincerely take care of everyone's emotions. Even if there are cold network cables and words composed of letters, it can give people a warm and relaxing feeling, just like being close to a small sun emitting light. Heise is a person who can give people this feeling. Clark grinned happily, his eyes slightly curved, and the original early morning frustration was swept away. He originally felt a little aggrieved and felt that they were good friends who had known each other for many years, so why did Peter always refuse to meet him when he asked to meet? But he could get there first. Even if he thought it through quickly, it was probably due to some coincidences. These two little friends are definitely not the kind of people who would exclude him. However, it is inevitable to feel lost. He even blasted the Metropolitan Arcade in the middle of the night, imagining that he was one of the meet-up group. But his anger came and went quickly, as long as Heather comforted him and asked him what was wrong. Clark was like a big golden retriever that had its fur stroked, fluttering up to bask in the sun, running freely on the grass, and all his awkward emotions disappeared. Clark smiled and typed. Actually, he hadn't typed out what he wanted to say yet. Suddenly, a few words popped up in the private chat window. Heather. Ah, Heather. Clark. Did you go to the arcade yesterday? Heather. Photo.jpg. Heather. He looks like you. Look. Clark paused while still considering his words. He frowned, and a little doubt came up again, so he leaned in to look at the photo that was sent to him. The photo that Heather sent was a casual photo of a TV, and the face that appeared on the TV seemed to be Clark himself. It was an interview with him when he went out to play video games last night. Heather. Is this you? Because he and Peter had taken some selfies in the chat room before and posted them as a way to share their lives with Heather. Clark often took some photos of himself wearing glasses while working, so Heather could easily recognize that the person on TV seemed to be Clark, an online friend he had never met. Clark. Yes. Clark. It's me. Clark. I went to try out the machines in the arcade last night. Haha. Clark was so scared that he couldn't type a complete sentence when his friends saw his embarrassing deeds last night. However, after sorting out his emotions, he became subtly happy again, and even wanted to ask Heather's opinion, such as playing video games with him. But it felt like today, it seemed that all the developments were one step ahead of Clark. He hadn't completely calmed down from the surprise and joy, and new excitement came again. With a ding sound, the other side sent another message. Heather. So Clark is Superman, right? Is that right? Clark suddenly felt that time was passing extremely slowly, so that it seemed that he spent more than half a year to barely see the sentence clearly and go through the meaning of the sentence in his mind. Is Clark Superman? Of course. There is no doubt about it. But, wait. Clark's face was instantly horrified, and he stood up with the mouse in his hand. His sudden movement was too large, and soon there was a violent twisting sound of creaking in the small office. When he lowered his head in a daze again, he could only see that the mouse in his hand was completely scrapped. He was excitedly twisted into a twisted ball like a piece of waste paper, and it was obviously completely unusable. Clark, the chief planner outside, scolded him loudly through the door. Work hard and don't yell. Clark's eyes were straight, and he ignored the chief planner outside the door. His brain was completely down now. He was obviously a super brain of Kryptonians, but at this time he could only think about some simple problems that could not be simpler. For example, how did Heather get it, or how he was exposed, and how to continue to respond after the vest fell off. After all, he had used the vest of netizens before, and he used Superman to tell many lies to help. It's not that he doesn't want to reveal the vest to his friends. It's just that everything happened too suddenly, as if he was still competing in a dress contest in the morning, and his friends dragged him to the striptease in the afternoon. It's outrageous. Clark, no, why is it like this? His head was dizzy, and he threw the discarded mouse into the trash can in confusion, almost smashing the trash can. But his blue eyes only had time to stare at the computer, and his eyebrows were wrinkled together in a pitiful knot. Clark put his hands heavily on the keyboard again, thinking again and again. Yes, Clark, but how did you know? After asking the question, the other party didn't say anything for a long time. It was like waiting for a response, and when Clark admitted it, the other party immediately gave a new reply. Heather. Really? Great. Clark looked at his response and breathed a sigh of relief. The small curls on his head relaxed slightly and lay down. I really didn't hide it from you on purpose. Heather seemed happier than him. The ding-ding sound rang repeatedly in the office. Heather. No wonder Superman appears so coincidentally in many things. Heather. So it's my super good friend who is helping me? Heather. You also helped Tim save his parents. You are so nice. Clark took his hands off the keyboard and covered his eyes silently. He now suspected that this friend was the incarnation of a compliment machine, because if Heather continued to compliment like this, Clark suspected that he would happily and shyly shoot out heat vision, and then take the entire planet building into the sky. He didn't want to appear on social news in a strange posture again, and be swept by Batman's cold and disapproving eyes. Chapter 79, Clark. Clark, Duck covers its face and cries. JPG Duck has a confused and cute expression on its face. Its warm yellow fur is lying listlessly on the ground, and two wide noodles of tears are flowing from its black round eyes. The harmless little animal makes people feel extremely pitiful and cute when it looks like this. However, when you think of the hard-working social animal reporter Clark who sent out such an emoticon package, it adds a bit of humor. It's like a large golden retriever, wearing a duck feather headgear, whining and acting cute to acquaintances, pretending that it is not a large sharp-toothed aggressive creature, but a harmless and cute duck. Heather pursed his lips, raised his mouth corners, and his eyes were so happy that they seemed to sparkle. He was in a good mood and quickly clicked on the phone screen to respond to the cute big dog. Heather, Duck hug. JPG Heather. Just after sending the emoticon package, Batman's voice calling him came to his ears. Heather immediately took down the blanket in front of him and covered his head with it. The blanket was very soft, a brand that the family often bought. It didn't feel itchy when it rubbed against the skin on his face, but it was warm. The blanket was very large. After covering his head, it looked like a ghost costume for Halloween, covering his head from head to knees. But because the blanket was in warm colors, it didn't look like a ghost at all, but rather like Heather was trapped in a yellow badminton. Rummaged under the blanket for a while and handed the bracelet straight out. Batman took the bracelet and put it in the detection container next to him. The bracelet was added to the container, and the sound of electricity began to buzz. The screen that covered almost the entire wall quickly scrolled character data. Batman looked at the scrolling data stream, but his hands didn't stop working. From time to time, he pressed the keyboard to adjust the detection direction. There was a thoughtful look in his blue and white eyes under the mask. They were in the Batcave. After breakfast, Heather was called down to the Batcave to cooperate with their bracelet research. However, the main contributors were the elders, and there was also Peter who was concentrating on the data on the side. Heather was a mascot who provided data. When the time came, he wore a blanket and gave out the bracelet, and then curled up under the blanket and stared blankly in boredom. But fortunately, this is the era of technology. He took his mobile phone into the blanket and continued to chat happily with his big dog Gooey-oo. Clark, don't praise me like that. Clark, it's my duty to help. You are my friends. If there is anything I can do to help, I will certainly do something. That's what I said. Heather, but your help is very important to me. Heather, I really want to thank you. Clark, Heather, what can I do for you? Let me think about it. What can I do for you? Clark put his hands on the computer keyboard and focused on chatting and responding to messages. The broken mouse was lying in the trash can. It was normal for Clark to break such a small electronic thing due to the loss of control of power. He had prepared it in advance. He found a new mouse and connected it to the computer. The busy work materials were sorted out and neatly placed on the side of the desk. In order to communicate seriously with friends, sparks flew from the keyboard and computer almost instantly, and large paragraphs of letters popped out one by one. Finally, they were printed into a book and prepared to be handed over to the main planner when the deadline came. After being surprised and shy, Clark used the Kryptonian super brain. With extremely fast thinking speed and hand speed, he finished the current full work. Then he fell into deep thought again at the message on the display. Heiss wanted to do something for him. Generally speaking, according to the previous way of communication, it is likely that Heiss would make some cookies for him or buy some things he needs and send them to him. They usually communicate in this way and give gifts to each other. Gifts contain the thoughts of friends, and are the best medium to express feelings across distance, allowing two friends who have never met to maintain a beautiful friendship. Moreover, sending gifts and greeting cards is very romantic in today's internet era. As a reporter and clerk, Clark actually likes this way of communication with the flavor of the last century, but now, he feels unsatisfied with such words and meanings, because he has begun to desire something else. Clark swallowed. I don't want a gift, Heather. Huh? The other party was a little surprised. Clark said with some anticipation, shall I treat you to a meal? or let's go play video games together." After typing this sentence and pressing the send button, Clark squeezed the mouse and found that his palms were sweating a little, just like his mood at the moment. Wet with nervousness, he quickly read the words he sent several times, and always felt that he could say it better, so he reluctantly added, "You can also bring Peter, Heather, meet?" Heather blinked. He was a little surprised by the suggestion, so he began to scratch his head. The scratching of the blanket occasionally caused small bumps, which bulged up and down, much like a mushroom squatting up and down. Then, someone's hand gently knocked on it from the outside, and Heather stopped. After being knocked on the head, Heather naturally wanted to see who did it, so he quietly lifted a small corner of the blanket and wanted to take a quick look. A hand stopped his little movement in time, and the idea of peeping was stopped. The hand showed its general appearance under the blanket, and it was obviously Batman's big hand. It has the noble and slenderness of a rich son, but also the breadth of a mature man, and the thick gun calluses and scratches left by working at night through the gloves. This hand was often used to touch Heather's head and coax him to sleep when he was a child. Heather was naturally very familiar with it. "Batman, it will be fine soon," he comforted him like this and knocked on his head again. Heath blinked and took his hand back obediently. There was not only Batman in the Batcave, but also an unknown handsome long-faced guy and Peter, who were busy doing something on the other side. With the bracelet off, it was better to be cautious. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone again. Clark was still waiting for his reply. Generally speaking, his partners would not take the initiative to make such a request. Heath refused to meet for many years and said that it was a routine for him to be inconvenient to show his face. His friends would naturally pay attention to not causing trouble for him. Peter and Clark were very considerate friends. So, what made Clark, such a considerate guy, suddenly have the idea of making a request? Heath remembered. It seemed that not long ago, when he arrived at the Batcave after breakfast, Peter was originally adjusting the data very seriously, but his ears moved and he looked at him with a frustrated expression. At that time, Heath didn't know what happened and simply thought that the work was too difficult. Now think about it, it seems that something is wrong. In connection with Clark's vague explanation of last night's video game behavior, Heath felt that he seemed to know something. "Clark, if it's inconvenient." "Clark, it's okay, Hazel. I just had this idea." Clark, duck scratching his head. JPG, but this tone is a bit lost. Hazel thought for a while. "Dad, can I meet another friend after a while?" Through the blanket, he couldn't see Batman's expression and actions. He could only hear the voice coming in, calmly. "Peter Parker is here. The data will be measured soon. Don't worry." "It's not Peter," Hazel said. "It's another friend of mine. I can meet him wearing a mask. I think he has a good character." The sound of keyboard typing outside paused. Batman repeated, "Another one." Hazel nodded and shook the blanket. "Yes, his name is Clark Kent. He's a good man." After connecting Superman and Clark, Hazel searched a lot of news about Superman and knew him quite well. "Didn't you work together, Dad?" said Hazel. "He's very good and helped us." Batman, the guardian of Gotham, not only fights with all kinds of monsters in Gotham on a daily basis, but also forms an alliance with other vigilantes from different places. The Justice League, the Earth of this world, occasionally encounters extremely powerful enemies. Whenever this happens, it is no longer something that the vigilantes can handle alone. They need to cooperate and face the enemy together. This is also one of the reasons why the Avengers in New York next door were formed. Batman and Superman, as the two most core leaders in the Justice League, naturally cannot do without cooperation. After all, even Robin knows Clark's identity more or less, which shows that the cooperation is not fake. "Batman." Heath heard Batman snort coldly, and then he repeated slowly, "Good man." Heath didn't understand. Isn't he a good man? No, he is of course a good man in a conventional sense. He is full of justice, has great power, but knows how to restrain and control. In this sense, he is undoubtedly a good man. "I don't deny that he helped us with Tim's matter," Batman said slowly, "but before that, there is a premise." Although he said all compliments, Heath knew his father too well, so he could always hear a little bit of vigilance. suspicion and subtle sarcasm. Heath, could it be that although they are teammates who have worked together, their relationship is not good? But it's hard to say. It's not particularly similar. Heath couldn't figure it out. Prerequisite? What premise? The computer made a subtle prompt sound, indicating that the work was over. Batman took the bracelet out of the detection instrument, put it back on Heath's hand, helped take down the blanket, and also combed his silly son's messy hair. Batman was very close to Heath when he was cutting his hair. Heath could see Bruce's sneer and raised eyebrows almost as soon as he looked up. On the premise, Bruce put away the blanket and straightened the last strand of Heath's hair, and said in a somewhat cold voice, "When will this Boy Scout be able to improve his mental defense and not completely lose his pitiful thinking ability after meeting you?" Chapter 80. The request to meet was rejected. The moment he saw the word reject, Clark sighed, still feeling very disappointed because he was really looking forward to meeting his friend. He and Heather have been friends for so many years, and seen that he and Peter have met, but he can't. It's hard not to feel jealous. But he didn't want to continue to embarrass Heather. Heather must have a reason for rejecting him. He comforted himself like this, trying to be tolerant as an adult, not wanting to pass his frustration to the friend on the other side of the network. Is that so? It's okay. He also changed the topic very considerately, not letting the atmosphere become depressed and awkward. As a big friend who is older than the other person, Clark always knows how to take care of the other person's emotions. If the bad mood can be hidden, it is better not to worry about it. "Clark, I think the special figurines that have been popular in Gotham recently are very good. Why don't you help me buy them?" "Sorry for the trouble, Heather." Heather felt a little guilty. He really cherished these two friends. In the real world, he was a social person who would be called to the hospital by the game customer service 02. He basically had no close friends. So when Peter and Clark were NPCs in the game, Heist really tried hard to talk and socialize with them. The idea of a love line at the beginning was gradually transformed into a friendship line between good brothers by the simplicity of the high school boys. And when he traveled into the game, the NPCs were transformed into real people who could meet and hug, and who really existed in the world. This made them occupy a considerable position in Heist's heart as friends in a deeper sense. After all, he really didn't have many friends. So, it was hard for Heist not to really care about the other person's emotions. "You must be very sad, Clark. After all, I met Peter, but not Clark, and I clearly didn't agree to meet before. It's hard not to feel a little bit of being excluded when I put myself in his shoes." Heath held the phone, frowning in worry. He typed many sentences with his fingers, but he didn't know how to send them, so he deleted them one by one. He wanted to comfort Clark. Besides, Heath was actually very sad that he couldn't meet Clark. He hesitated and typed several paragraphs, and deleted them all with the delete key. Heath looked up, hugged the yellow blanket and the phone that he had covered before, and looked forward. After Batman finished his words and reasons for his refusal, he returned to the big screen and worked on the data. Probably because the long-faced handsome guy and Peter were helping with the work in the Batcave. Even during the day when he was not out for social events or night patrols, the economic daddy was in the Batcave wearing a bat uniform and a mask helmet, just like the Guardian of Gotham, with no intention of slacking off. His daddy is like this, a person who demands a lot of himself. When facing allies or teammates, even close Robins, they like to keep themselves in a serious state of handing over tasks, so as to be strict in form. Most importantly, this can make allies or Robins feel very reliable. The one who appears in front of them is the Dark Knight Batman. Batman's omnipotent image is probably established in this way. Although Heath didn't go out to work with Batman very often, but Bruce, as Heath's father, has almost never failed in his duties. He is tall and steady, giving the child a full sense of security. Sometimes he even acts as a mother, touching his head and letting him sleep well and not stay up late. Batman is the patron saint of Gotham, and Bruce, as a father, is also the patron saint in Heath's heart. Father is omnipotent. Heath stared at Batman. Batman stood still and stared at him. His chin was tight, his eyes were focused, and his body was straight, as if he didn't notice the straight gaze at all, and would never be moved by this gaze. Heath, 0.0, Batman. This subtle scene continued until Dick brought down the cookies that Alfred had just made and tried to feed Heath. Hazel took the cookie and stared at Batman while chewing it. Batman was unmoved. Dick looked around. Are they playing some little game he doesn't understand? Hazel. 0.0. Batman stopped typing and sighed very softly. It was like a fur ball stuck to his leg and couldn't get rid of it. So he signed helplessly and tolerantly, and subtly bent down to the fur ball, indicating that he didn't need to stick to it anymore. Hazel's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the sigh with a smile, and he looked at Batman with a smile and blinked happily. Today's homework will be doubled, Batman said. Hazel nodded. Okay. So, he squinted his eyes, and felt the warm touch on the top of his head again. Batman put his big hand on his head and touched it soothingly. Maybe it won't be too long, Batman said. After a while, when I have arranged it, maybe I can arrange a meeting safely. This was a big concession. Although he was not particularly clear about Clark's mental defense, it was not a simple matter to make Batman so cautious. Heath also keenly heard some hints of impending storms from Batman's words. Soon, arrangement. Heath was a little worried. Don't work too hard, and don't get hurt. Batman chuckled, accepted the child's good wishes, and said, I will. But, according to the plan, he added, you will also have a hard time, and you need to learn something and experience something. At this time, he was Bruce, the father of the Bat Cubs. Can you do it? Heath sat on the chair and said sincerely, I can. Clark, I like the Gotham action figure very much. As if trying to cover up, Clark nervously typed out the sentence and sent it to Heath. After being rejected by Heath and changing the topic to action figures, there was no message in the private chat window for a while. Heath was not a person with a bad temper. Clark waited for a long time, but did not see the other party speak, but was a little worried about the other party's condition. Could it be that he is feeling uncomfortable, Clark thought, or something has happened? These thoughts made him feel a little anxious. However, he had all the power, but he was not allowed to get close, even if the other party was really secretly uncomfortable or something unexpected happened. He could not help, which made him very upset. Clark, what's the matter? Several minutes passed. Clark, are you busy? Finally, he saw the other party's activeness. Heather, I'm fine. Don't be sad, Tilda. Heather, my father agreed. But you have to wait. Maybe we can meet in a while. Heather, don't worry. Clark, the clouds will clear and the moon will appear. No, these don't seem to be appropriate. Clark's super brain started working again, and his intuition told him that everything seemed to be wrong. It seemed that all the doubts started from the vest being stripped. Now thinking about it, it seems a bit strange. Why can Heathers be sure that it is Superman through the TV interview footage? He did not share his secret identity with Peter. Could it be that someone in Heather's family knows his true identity? That must be someone from the Justice League. Think about it again. Who in the Justice League lives in Gotham? Clark choked. He had a pretty bad guess. In fact, there are quite a few people who live in Gotham, or occasionally stay in that city, but the most famous one, the one that best fits the description of Hazel's previous chats, and the one closest to the delivery point seems to be Bang. The phone lit up briefly. Clark's super brain could predict that it would be bad news, but he still looked at it for a long time, picked up the phone heavily, and checked the message. It was a private message from Batman, another spiritual leader of the Justice League. Although they are both leaders, they have different personalities and completely different experiences, which leads to Batman having a certain degree of trust in him, while being particularly vigilant and guarding against him as an alien. So their last conversation record was still several months ago, when the Justice League communicated about some tasks. At this time, a new message record was added. Batman, you seem to be very free. Clark, Superman, do you mind if I ask you a question? Batman, say, Superman, are you Hazy's father? The other party replied to him almost without any pause. Batman, do you have any objection? Clark took a breath. He felt that the past 2 days were not very friendly to him. After all, his brain crashed almost countless times in just 2 days. This was really amazing. But what was even more amazing was that the Batman of Gotham was actually the father of Sweet Hazy, who was both majestic and safe, and would try to cook for him, cover him with a quilt, and read him cute little fairy tales. Clark recalled the other party's image, the majestic helmet and long cape, the disapproving eyes that always looked at him, and the tall image that threatened him not to handle Gotham affairs without authorization. He was like a demon in a children's bedtime story, at least to him. It was outrageous, outrageous. Superman, do you mind if I ask you another question? Superman, so when Heath was a kid, he really called you Mom? The Batcave was silent for a moment. Batman, it seems like you really have a lot of free time. Clark, the chief planner suddenly called out from outside the door. He was holding a large stack of documents, panting as he turned the door of Clark's office open, pushing his glasses. Hey, these jobs are for you. Clark, is this today's job? The chief planner was also a little confused. A big money bag just made an appointment with you, and he specifically asked you to write these manuscripts. Hey, it's a little too much, but think about it on the bright side. After you finish writing these, you will basically get a promotion and a raise. The chief planner patted Clark on the shoulder. It just so happens that the boss wants to give you a raise, but he has been suffering from the lack of performance recently. Look, isn't it here? Young man, work hard. Clark, I just want to confirm, is this boss's last name Wayne? Chief planner, hey, how did you know? Of course he knew. Heath and the Big Bat. Chapter 81. It was an unpeaceful night. Arkham Asylum, a modern detention facility with iron and white walls. This building was not originally gloomy, but a luxurious and beautiful hospital. Unfortunately, after experiencing too many unexpected things, it became the place where Gotham supervillains were detained before being sentenced to death. So it became very scary to ordinary people. Ha 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 ha. Crazy and piercing laughter spread in this corridor. Killer Moth blocked his ears in disgust and began to curse the soundproofing effect of this cage. However, this action did not completely keep him away from the source of noise. On the contrary, the fingers inserted into the ear sockets increased the heaviness of the laughter, making it sound even more disgusting. Killer Moth, it's terrible. Before he was locked up, he was trying to commit a big crime to lure out Batman. Unfortunately, he was knocked unconscious by Batman with a dart just after he captured a few innocent citizens. When he woke up, he sat in the Arkham compartment with empty hands. It was still a relatively low-level cell, with no door but only modified iron bars and walls, so that the inmates on the opposite side could face each other. The more solid cells with cell doors were used to lock up the Joker and his fellows. To be honest, this was quite a shame for Killer Moth, an idealistic supervillain. God knows why he has been patrolling so frequently recently, and he is hundreds of times more informed. Killer Moth felt that he was an opponent of the same level as Batman, and of course he felt embarrassed at this moment. Give me some more time, and the big move I can make will not be worse than the Joker. Humphrey, the person next door, snorted coldly, looking very disdainful. This obviously angered Killer Moth. He could tell that the owner of the laughter next door was the hateful and disgusting sewer throwback, Killer Croc. Although their nicknames were very similar, and if translated into a certain language, the code names even sounded very similar, Killer Moth and Killer Croc were not related at all. On the contrary, Killer Moth looked down on Killer Croc. That was a throwback from the bottom of the poor alley, but he was born with some brutal strength. While he was a high-class person comparable to Bruce Wayne, but his way of using high-tech moth-like behavior to commit crimes and replace Batman for fun went wrong, which led to his fall. Therefore, he thought he was different from Killer Croc. He thought he was more noble, and looked down on Killer Croc. Then naturally, he didn't have a good face towards Killer Croc, and was even angry at the other's ridicule. What are you laughing at, you garbage from the sewer? You came in with Scarecrow, and Scarecrow can still be in the cell with a door over there with a silly smile. But you are here. Don't you think you should be ashamed? You are such a waste. Killer Croc, I don't think I'm very smart, because I can't get into school, but rich garbage like you are actually stupid. I don't know who whistled next to him. You are all garbage. But Killer Croc, your parallelism has improved. Have you signed up for classes outside? Ha! The supervillains in this corridor suddenly laughed together. It was obvious that they all liked to laugh at people, especially the jokes of their peers, if supervillains can be considered a profession. Killer Moth was so angry that he started to curse, but no one cared about him. Instead, some people asked Killer Croc, "What did you do outside? Did you beat up a Batman, or Robin? Did you rob a bank?" Scarecrow just went out and came back, and his madness has increased so much. What happened? He is so crazy. Is he still in the Joker's plan? Killer Croc was rarely so popular, although he didn't need these welcomes. Compared with these nagging trash, he wanted to think about it for a while. Facing the bright moon, he still remembered the wonderful experience before coming in clearly, and even thought about it. "I have not been forgiven, because I have committed countless murders. The light will never accommodate me, because the discrimination in the light makes me crazier than bullets." But seeing that face, the result of not losing my mind, does it mean that I still have the possibility of standing at the intersection of black and white? Killer Croc hasn't thought it through completely. Hey, the supervillains in the next few rooms are still asking him. Scarecrow suddenly stopped smiling. "Did you leave any secret code?" "It's none of my business." Killer Croc thought indifferently. He turned over with handcuffs on, trying to use his huge scaly body to block out the noisy words outside, but he soon failed. Sharp gunshots, electric drills, and sparks quickly spread to the ears of every supervillain. These are not ordinary sound effects. Once these sounds related to steel, cages, and even life appear, each supervillain knows that there must be something unusual happening. So at this moment, no matter who it is, they all look out with vigilance or expectation, and are very alert. The Scarecrow's laughter stopped at some point and appeared again, and it was even sharper and more piercing. They tried to look out through the gap in the railing. As a result of their ugly posture, the scene of the sound outside finally appeared in their sight. The clown is out. The clown led his men and blew up the Scarecrow's cage in the distance. Thick smoke filled the air, and the white walls, blood stains, and the smell of gunpowder filled the building. This was the smell of conspiracy and trickery, and the brewing of future storms. "Take me with you." Killer Moth's eyes lit up, and he threw himself on the railing and shouted, "Take me with you. I want to get out too. I can help deal with Batman." In the distance, the leader, the Joker, whose face looked like a white paint made of mud and water, with green hair, blood-red lips, and the curvature of his mouth corners almost level with his ears, seemed to turn his head with interest. The curvature of his mouth corners looked like a smile carved by an axe, and it was almost impossible to tell whether he was really amused by it, or whether the corners of his mouth stopped at this position most comfortably and naturally. But obviously, it felt eerie to people. The Joker nodded in the direction of Killer Moth. Many of the Joker's followers immediately agreed with him and came over to blow up the door. After a few loud noises, the supervillains here were covered in dust, but they all regained their freedom. The boss asked you if anyone went to play games with him. The followers repeated to them. This was obviously said to Killer Moth and others. The Joker is very famous among Gotham supervillains. He is cunning and cruel. The cost of offending him is very high, but following him will increase the possibility of Batman being defeated. Killer Moth hesitated for a moment, and just as he said before, he followed those followers. However, there are still some supervillains left, who are either disdainful or uninterested and scattered. "Why don't you go?" someone asked Poison Ivy. "Harley told me not to go." Poison Ivy responded with a rare good temper, looking at the backs of the group of people thoughtfully. The Harley she was talking about was Harley Quinn, the Joker's fanatical follower and a good friend of Poison Ivy herself. "She's not going?" Everyone was a little surprised. As the Joker's #1 follower, Harley Quinn is not only outstanding in her ability and quick in mind, but also has great enthusiasm for almost everything the Joker does. She is also one of the subordinates that the Joker values very much. After all, no one can figure out the Joker's thoughts, just as no one knows Batman's thoughts. Although they are all considered lunatics in the secular world, they cannot determine the relationship between Harley Quinn and the Joker. Is it a boyfriend and girlfriend in the ordinary sense, or a believer in God in the religious sense? Poison Ivy disdained to chat with them anymore and turned away. She was gorgeous, with red and green colors on her body, and vines wrapped around her soft skin. looking like fragrant and beautiful flowers. But everyone present knew that this was not a simple person, but an aggressive lunatic. Without stopping, they scattered after getting some answers and went to their own nests. Killer Croc was also on his way to the sewer kingdom. He did not join the Joker's team, but he was not necessarily willing to help Batman. However, for the upcoming events, he might be the one who knows more deeply than the marginal figures of the incident, such as Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. After opening the iron cover of the sewer pipe under the bridge, he jumped again and followed the water flow to find the people of the sewer kingdom. They were at the base hoping for Killer Croc's safety and successful return. Before jumping in, Killer Croc looked up at the sky. It seemed that every major event in Gotham was accompanied by the moon. When leaving the asylum, it was still the red glow of the sunset, but when standing at the bridge, you could see the faint, white moonlight. The moonlight was just right. Killer Croc stared for a few seconds, and he seemed to smell the smell of gravel and flint that was about to attack, although it was just an association and illusion. I hope you can protect God, Killer Croc said to himself. Whatever your plan is, Batman. He retracted his gaze and looked into the dark pipe. The scales relaxed comfortably in the water, and Killer Croc entered the intersection of Gotham's underground and the water flow. I'm preparing a plan. Batman stood in the Batcave and thought clearly. He stood in front of the blue data flow computer, and the cold light shone on his face, making the outline of his mask more three-dimensional and the dark color under his eyes more profound, as if countless things in the world were presented in his eyes and heart. However, this was not the case. Batman is very clear about this, and he is very clear about himself, about the fact that he is immortal. As long as he is immortal, there will be insurmountable peaks, rich emotions, and he will be more aware of the gap between himself and supernatural forces. He is a fighting master who guards Gotham, and a spiritual leader with both wisdom and strategy. But underneath these, he is indeed an ordinary human being who is troubled by selfish desires and private affairs. If he is not an ordinary human, he will not be troubled and distressed by the affairs of the Robins of all generations, especially Jason, nor will he transform from the world's richest man into a warrior in the dark night of the city on the night after his parents' death, enduring all kinds of physical pain, nor will he be anxious for his children at this moment, trying to make everything better. I am making a plan for Heath. The timeliness of the bracelet has been gradually and irreversibly weakened by the interference of external unknown forces. If he indulges himself, Heath will sooner or later be stared at by more eyes, and then be killed in the world in a delicate period of time when no one can do anything. After being injured, he will indeed regenerate. Perhaps this killing will fill the world with more hastes, and the unlimited splitting ability makes hastes almost difficult to be eliminated. But are those hastes, or rather, are those his children? The turbulent waves outside no longer allow them to hesitate. Solving hastes' physical characteristics is what the unknown external forces want to do, and it is also what Batman wants to do. In addition, the things that the Joker contacted this time are unusual, and it takes the power of hastes to completely solve them without affecting the citizens of Gotham. I am in my prime. I will fulfill the responsibilities of Batman and the responsibilities of a father. Let hastes grow up normally and healthily. This is his unspoken wish, and it is also the father's sincere wish for his child. Through the computer screen, the monitor passed through the layers of dense leaves and obstructions, and saw the site of Arkham being blown up. The walls collapsed, and the dust filled the air. Everything was just as he expected. Batman. Outside the Batcave, you can see the faint moonlight, as if it has consciousness, calmly watching this city that is gradually covered with gray. I still say the same thing, Batman said. Let them try. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. A brand new day. People were busy with work, school, or various things. Today was a very peaceful day. The escape from Arkham Asylum had not reached the ears of the public. They did not dare to go to such a place, so they felt that they were fine and were busy with their livelihoods. After all, Although there were many supervillains in Gotham, the money they could earn was much higher than in other states. When the sun was about to set, the clerk finally had time to let a new employee who had received a day of training join the superhero peripheral store as agreed. "Mill," the clerk said to him, "you are responsible for the area before that guy left. If there are customers, treat them carefully." When he said this, he smiled and shrugged. "After all, you know that most people who come to this store to buy superhero figures are willing to spend money." Mir nodded quickly. Okay. He really cherished this job, so no matter what the clerk told him, he would do it to keep this hard-earned job. After all, his family has always been in a bad situation, and it has been getting worse recently. The family atmosphere is heavy and gloomy, and there is no smile as usual. The source of all this bad life, Mir thought, might be because his parents are criminals. His mother Patty's crime was not serious and she behaved well in prison, so she was given a partial sentence reduction. After she came out, she adopted Mir and worked hard to give him money, so that Mir could live outside the prison and receive the stumbling teachings of community teachers. After several years, Father Brown was released from prison and returned home, allowing Mother Patty to relieve the pressure of raising children alone. But two guys who were born as criminals, others avoided them, fearing that they were still involved with various supervillains, so how could they be willing to lend a hand? Fortunately, various suggestions for expanding careers advocated by Wayne Enterprises were passed, so they could barely do various jobs to survive. Life seems to be getting better, but recently, it seems that there are some changes again, and the atmosphere at home has become low again. After returning home late one time, my parents were unwilling to go out again. They trembled all day long, as if they would see monsters outside. Tears and broken stools filled the not-so-small house. As a result, the family became extremely tight on money. Fortunately, after dropping out of high school, Mir's application was accepted by the superhero peripheral store. More than a month later, he was able to find a job as an employee in the figure store, earning a decent salary and possible commissions to support his family. Do you know? While Mir was familiar with the configuration of each part of the peripheral store, he quietly pricked up his ears and heard the other employees chatting. The male clerk said, the new clerk was fired by the owner because he was detained for committing a crime not long ago. The female clerk was surprised. Is it true? I also think that his resignation was a bit too sudden. After all, for people like us who have no education and no experience, how can we find such an easy and well-paid job in Gotham? The male clerk nodded. It's true. My mother was there that day and saw Robin throw that guy to the door of the police station. She heard a little bit of what Robin said to the police. It seems that he was detained for attempted assault. The female clerk. It's terrible. He is such a person. I can't tell at all. Although he was released, it means that the case is not serious, but I still hope not to meet him in the future. Criminals are terrible, aren't they? Mill didn't dare to say anything. His parents are the terrible criminals they are talking about. Although he didn't know what his parents did, he heard that it was illegal religious behavior and laboratory. But anyway, it was a very bad crime, but they were not the main culprits. And he suspected that the reason why his parents were worried recently was probably because the shadow of the case many years ago had come again. A few nights ago, he heard his parents crying to each other, wondering whether they should flee from this city. Pardes said, why did the emblem of that church appear again? Didn't the police say it was probably a fictitious church? Brown was also terrified. What should I do? I don't want to get involved anymore. I've been in jail for so many years. I've had enough. Pardes, why did you come back after so many years? It never happened before. Should we leave Gotham, even if we have to sleep on the street? Brown, it's too dangerous. We don't even have the fare. Mir didn't hear anything more. His parents sighed to each other, and went to bed again with melancholy, covering the windows of their home tightly. It wouldn't affect his work, Mir just thought so. There was no more source of livelihood at home, and he didn't want to move after finally finding a job. But more important than all this was his current job. After a day of getting familiar with the shop, he only needed to serve the last few customers well, and he could prove his ability in this shop and settled down. So he took a deep breath, threw away these messy thoughts, looked at the customers who were about to step into this area, put on a cheerful smile that young people are best at, and greeted them eagerly. This lady, however, before he finished speaking, there was a shrill sound of insects and alarms outside. People screamed one after another, and the sound of running seemed to make the ground shake. This was really unexpected. Mir didn't have time to think too much. He watched the old lady in front of him slowly leaning against the wall and bending over. She seemed to be so frightened that she couldn't bear it. He immediately greeted her anxiously, worried that something had happened to her. "Madam, are you okay?" "Madam?" The lady was panting violently. The sound of her breathing was like pulling a leaky bellows. The sound of the air was loud, and it was a bit hoarse like tuberculosis, and the frequency was also very rapid. In addition, her white hair drooped slightly with her stiff movements. It was really hard not to worry whether she would die here. "What's going on?" The shop owner ran over. He wanted to see what was going on outside, but he saw the current condition of Mir and the lady. "Is it asthma? But it doesn't look like it." "Come on, check if she has any medicine." Mir searched in time, but the result was even more disturbing. The lady's medicine bottle was empty. Obviously she had finished it, and judging from the description on the medicine bottle, it seemed to be a mental illness. Cough cough. The lady's coughing and wheezing were still getting worse. The violent noise outside did not stop, and these harsh sounds seemed to stimulate her condition. "We can't wait. We have to send her to the hospital." The shop owner gritted his teeth and supported the lady's other shoulder. Under his instructions, Mir also supported one shoulder and almost half lifted the lady up. However, they were stunned by the scene in front of them as soon as they stepped half a step out of the store. The noise outside the store was not just empty talk, but there was indeed an emergency. The streets were in chaos. The trash can holders were smashed, the street light bulbs were broken, and broken glass fell all over the ground, mixed with the rolling trash cans. The crowd was flowing in a chaotic manner, but I saw several people running from one end to the other, but they couldn't get out of this area, and could only find stores to hide in tears. However, the glass and doors of many stores were also broken, and it was not safe. The dusk with a red light gradually covered the land, and in the sky, the initiator of all this was floating, the supervillain who was arrested in the bank kidnapping case some time ago, Killer Moth. He was wearing a somewhat funny moth uniform, which mechanically simulated the flapping and buzzing of moth wings, allowing him to stay in the air. Killer Moth took his moth gun and sprayed large clumps of cocoon liquid, smashing objects on the street and solidifying panicked people in cocoons. Some Gotham citizens found that they were strangely trapped here and could not escape to other streets. They began to take out their guns in despair and shoot at Killer Moth in the sky. However, Killer Moth is indeed a wealthy criminal. He cherishes his life very much. He immediately puts on his moth helmet and uses the advantage of high-altitude evasion and bulletproof equipment on his body. He instead gets the focus of attack and traps these people in disgusting mucus. A few elderly people and children did not expect to encounter such an unexpected disaster while shopping, and they sadly look for a place to hide. The crying is deafening, and Killer Moth is happy because of this. "What? I am not worse than Batman. Batman can't save you now." He is an antisocial person who likes to compare himself to Batman, but his purpose is not to rescue, but to commit crimes. He has a large family fortune, but he makes a moth suit for fun and crushes ordinary residents everywhere. Once he reaches a situation where he is about to commit a crime, he will be extremely arrogant, thinking that fear will convince people, but the residents are all human beings, with their own eyes and judgment. One resident trembled, but still loudly retorted, "You can't compare to him. Batman will definitely come to save us." "Him?" Killer Moth sneered. "Then let's see if you can endure the strong acid and stay alive until he comes back." The sprayed cocoon liquid contains strong acid, and the design concept is similar to that of moths. Killer Moth shot it casually, and the resident did not move in the cocoon liquid. His shot was to declare his absolute hegemony in this area. Killer Moth, and I forgot to tell you that Batman may not be busy enough. There are so many places. Where can he go to save people? Ha 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 ha. The shopkeeper and Mir supported the lady, and walked to the periphery tremblingly with the cover of objects on the roadside. They couldn't beat Killer Moth, and they had to send the lady to the hospital, so they naturally dared to go out. Even if they saw in direct news that they couldn't get out of this area, walk to the edge of this area. Even when the shopkeeper saw the street in the distance, he stretched out his hand, but was separated by an invisible object, as if an air wall had been erected here out of thin air. This made him panic. What should I do? The shop owner almost cried. Yesterday the police notified me to close the business early. I didn't take it seriously. I was really wrong. What if this lady dies here? Mir was still supporting the lady. He was carrying half of the lady's arm and could clearly sense her gradually weaker and more hoarse breathing. This seemed to be the embodiment of the breath of death, which frightened the child who had just entered society and made his heart beat fast. He was very worried that a life would die in the next second, and this chaotic situation also made Mir's head buzzing and messy. He couldn't listen to the shop owner's words. After all, he was powerless. He could only turn his head and look around to find some other way out. However, what he saw were all sad scenes and killer moths flying wildly everywhere, with various events superimposed. At first glance, there was no way to go. What was that? Mir noticed a person. He thought that he noticed this person not because he was so sharp, but because the other party was too conspicuous. He was wearing ordinary outerwear and trousers, a hood and a mask, and holding something in his hand. But none of this mattered, because as long as you saw him, you would be extremely sure that no matter where he stood or what kind of clothes he wore, he was flashing an attractive light, like a blazing flame in the dark night, attracting moths to fall into the trap. And Mir was that moth. Cough, cough. The trembling sound of the lady's cough woke Mir from his dull gaze. He immediately turned his head to look at the lady's condition, and then he couldn't help but look at the figure again. The figure was originally passing by the edge of the field, and it was supposed to be unable to get out now, but now, the figure disappeared. Could it be out? How did he do this? Mir's mind was in a mess, and he was faced with new doubts. But before he could figure it out, a huge force came from his hand. Go there, the lady suddenly said, and the cough seemed to be swallowed into her stomach. She suddenly regained her strength, shook off the shopkeeper, and held Mir with her hands like a pair of pliers, dragging him quickly towards the place where the figure disappeared. Mir, wait, there's no way out there either. But the amazing thing was, rushing out in the direction that the figure left, they actually avoided the sight of the killer moth, passed through the air wall, and completely came to a new street, leaving the center of chaos just now. No, wait, Mir was incredible. Are you okay? Don't you need to go to the hospital? Why don't we call the police? But the lady suddenly became energetic and smiled at him lovingly. Child, come with me to a place. She saw that Mir meant to refuse, and continued, that's where your parents Brown and Patty hide their sins. Are you sure you don't want to go? This caught Mir's heartstrings. He hesitated for no more than half a second, touched the dagger in his trouser pocket for self-defense, nodded slowly, and followed the lady's pace. When he took this step, he looked up. He saw the bright moon gradually appearing in the darkening sky, and the killer moth area was still in the same place. The supermarket's big screen showed a chaotic scene, which seemed to be a picture of an amusement park being attacked. Scarecrow stood on the side of the screen, laughing. Mir couldn't understand all this. He just looked at the time and thought, is it almost the night when Batman will appear? Chapter 83. Almost at the same time, amusement park. Scarecrow stood under the Ferris wheel, looking at everything in front of him. His unique fear gas was finally released completely. This time there was no interference from Robin or even Batman. The people in the amusement park inhaled the gas, and immediately lost their minds and fell into fear. They screamed and roared in the park in a daze, losing their reason. The lively entertainment venue turned into a purgatory on Earth in an instant, and there was no laughter anymore. Scarecrow likes such places. He likes these fearful breaths. After forcing that person out, Scarecrow thought that the next place to release the fear gas would be the sewer. He wanted to poison those weak trash under Killer Croc, and this imagination made him feel very happy in the fear of the crowd. After all, he had not forgotten Killer Croc's betrayal, and he was thinking about it in his heart and ready to retaliate at any time. That person, when Scarecrow thought about this topic a little, he felt very sweet. The love he had never felt before surged in his heart. making him feel extremely happy. Apart from fear and hatred, he had never felt so happy, nostalgic, and possessive for a certain emotion. That person, he didn't know the name of that person. Everything seemed like an accident, but also like a coincidence in the plan. Killer Croc believed in him, Batman knew him, the Joker was looking for him, and Scarecrow himself was also looking for that person lovingly. "Where are you, my lover?" It was rare for him to be so poetic. You have to know that the last time he was in this state was a long time ago, when he was in another identity. At that time, he was still called Jonathan Crane. He was handsome, and although he was too focused on academics, he was indeed proficient in psychology and chemistry, and was a well-known professor at Gotham University. Familiar police sometimes went to visit him, and when they saw him like this, they would sigh at his tenacity of life. They praised him as a hard worker who struggled out of the mud and the best learning object for countless victims of family cases. After all, few people can grow up to this level after going through so much like Jonathan. "I hope your future academic career will be better and better." The police stood outside the door and wished him well. Jonathan smiled, with the humility of an elegant scholar. "You're welcome." The door slowly closed, and the face of the person outside disappeared. Jonathan's residence returned to a closed state. He still smiled and put on the gas mask, although this thing was no longer useful to him, but he still wore the gas mask well, uncovered a piece of the floor, and went down the stairs to the secret room. Seeing the victim who was tied up and unable to move, he seemed to see himself as a child in a trance, which made him even happier. So he closed the door, pressed the spray, and continued to release the fear gas. "Come on, let's continue and try its new effect. Good boy." The victim inhaled the gas again and fell into endless fear again. Just like when Jonathan was a child, his mother passed away, and his father continued to study a biochemical gas, fear gas, for the war. He wanted to develop such a gas that would make the enemy hallucinate and lose their fighting power, thus helping the war to advance rapidly. Even though the nearby war had already ended, he was still convinced that this research would make him rich. To this end, his father repeatedly threw Jonathan into a secret room filled with corpses, bones and various terrifying objects, so that he could only come out when he was sweating all over, because his father needed the liquid of fear to help him with research and development. In such a terrible life, only the Scarecrow in the field behind the house could calm him down. However, his father's wish was not fulfilled. His father died halfway due to the hard work of research and development. Jonathan was locked in the terrible secret room for almost several days before he was rescued by the police and smelled the stench of his father's corpse. After being rescued, he used the remaining funds of his family to study diligently, and eventually became a well-known professor at Gotham University, embarking on the right path that everyone thought. However, that was only on the surface. He continued to study his father's fear gas in secret, and finally formed it into a shape, which became the best prop for his antisocial behavior. He thus broke free from his human form, abandoned the name Jonathan, and transformed into the supervillain Scarecrow of Gotham, who enjoyed using fear gas to scare people, kill people, and create chaos. Scarecrow was sure that he had put on the skins of a beast, and had a beast-like heart to match. It was just that the sudden special emotion reminded him of his rich knowledge when he was a human for a long time, and he temporarily transformed from a beast into a poetic and picturesque writer. My love, who I only met once, although he only saw the photo briefly on the way to be escorted by Batman. But Scarecrow was sure that he had fallen in love with the smiling person in the photo, even if he didn't know the other person's name at all. And just after he finished looking at it and wanted to go crazy, he was knocked unconscious by Batman's punch. Scarecrow smiled expectantly. He was sure that as long as he continued to do it, he would most likely meet that person. Even if he couldn't meet him, he could always see Batman and get some more words from him. It would be best if he could get the photo of his lover. More bad ideas popped up in his mind. Beep. The drone camera with the Joker logo on it flew in front of him. Scarecrow glanced outside and saw his face and the scene behind him appear on the big screen in the square not far away. He knew that this was a reminder. He then said to the camera, "I'm looking for my lover." Although he was only saying it to himself, He knew that his image would appear on the police station in the distance and every big screen that could project the film. This was said to those who were still sober and trying to turn the tide. Scarecrow, I'm looking for my lover. Even if I don't know his name, I know that Batman must know. When he said this, he heard a violent explosion. Black smoke floated on the distant buildings. Obviously, on the other side, the Joker's henchmen had already held a bank hostage and showed the power of the bomb to the public, indicating that they should not act rashly and proceed to the next step according to their requirements. Scarecrow then said his request as he wished, "Give him to me, Batman." Then, he would kill him and completely monopolize him. This was his only requirement for cooperating with the Joker, and it was also the highest requirement. But, while he was talking to the camera, he didn't notice that a hooded man was quietly walking behind him. He passed by quickly and left the area. After all, if Scarecrow saw it, he wouldn't turn around and cooperate with the camera, because that was the person he was looking for. Gotham was in crisis again. Residents who were not in those areas were not necessarily at ease. People have empathy and have relatives and friends. When they look at their computers, the TVs in the electronics stores and the big screens in the square and see the residents suffering in those three places, they can't help but have the idea of salvation, even if it is difficult for them to do it themselves. But they are willing to believe that the Gotham police, especially the vigilantes such as Batman, will definitely save them. But how long will it take? Those residents are in danger, and the next place of suffering in Gotham City is unknown, and people are panicking. Batman. The suffering scenes of the commercial street, the amusement park and the bank appeared on the screen at the same time, but were cut off, and replaced by a face that Gotham citizens are very familiar with. The Joker. The facial muscles seemed to be painted with white paint, and the dazzling red color stretched to his ears in an inhuman way. The green hair was originally a gentle color, but because it was almost black, it brought a sense of danger. He was wearing a purple suit. So many highly saturated colors were mixed on him alone, but it didn't make people feel out of place, because he represented the danger itself, and the black aura he brought could not be covered up by any funny color. Good evening. He held his chin and sat on the leather sofa with his legs apart, looking at the camera with interest as if he was a big boss inspecting his employees. His eyes were crazy and clear, as if he could stab into everyone's heart with a knife through the camera. Many people frowned and slightly looked away, but they also wanted to hear what this notorious supervillain wanted to say. The circus is about to begin, guys. The clown's mouth was always grinning, but the tone of his sentence was high, making people feel that he really said these words with a smile. Obviously, we saw the performances in the three venues. How did my employees perform? Killer Moth was a little unhappy. Employees, we are partners. He angrily shot at an innocent passerby. The clown couldn't hear it at all, and if he heard it, he would probably just shoot Killer Moth. But the employees enjoyed themselves, but the audience didn't. Look at their aggrieved expressions, as if to say, who will save them? The picture was promptly given to the people in the three venues, trembling, stiff, and crying crazily. Although they are not dead yet and have left completely, I think they will not stay for long. Who will save them? Batman. The Joker trembled his shoulders. My old rival. Only he can keep these people alive. But the premise is that he needs to answer an old-fashioned multiple-choice question. This is a tacit understanding between him and me, and it has been like this for a long time. Haha. It's very simple and old-fashioned. Choose one of two. I heard that Batman has a magical boy. The Joker narrated slowly, with a playful tone. Your patron saint protected him tightly, so I couldn't get any photos, except for Scarecrow who saw the photos. Because the magic of this boy is that he can make people lose their minds, can judge whether people are black or white, and the intensity of desires. He will never die. No wonder he hides so well. Then the question is, hand over the magical boy under his command and save these poor audiences, or give up these audiences and pretend that you don't know that there is a magical boy living in Gotham. The people watching held their breath. The Joker narrowed his eyes. I am looking forward to your choice, old rival. Chapter 84. In the eyes of everyone, Gotham's supervillain Joker is undoubtedly a madman. He created countless chaos, often forced Batman to be in a puzzle, caused Batgirl's limbs to be injured, caused Jason to die in a foreign warehouse, and caused countless citizens to lose their families and lives. He acts strangely and his thinking is unpredictable. Even when other supervillains stand with him, they are quite afraid that he will set a trap in the dark and shoot them. His followers are updated and replaced at the fastest speed. After all, once the Joker feels unhappy, he will do something big. At this time, the closer you are to him, the more dangerous it is. Even the followers will be ruthlessly killed. So it seems, whether you stand on his side or stand on the opposite side of him, this guy is a complete madman. But the Joker is not a madman who has lost his mind. On the contrary, he is sober and very clear and satisfied with what he has done. Since waking up from the chemical pool, he has lost his normal face and skin, and doesn't care about the so-called emotions and hope of life before. His inner self is no longer the poor man named Jack, but has been replaced by a new devil, becoming a heartless person who pursues all the evil in the world. His life goal has never been as clear as it was after he woke up. I want to drag this city into the mud. This is his purpose. He wants to use his raging anger, resentment, and the evil of the world to completely engulf this evil city. Since he can't change the city, he might as well use darkness to take the city for himself. This is his pleasure. However, life goals are not something that can be achieved just by saying it. Although this city is hanging on the edge of a cliff, there are countless vigilantes born here carrying ropes and trying to pull it up. If the Joker wants this city to fall completely into the abyss, he needs to get rid of those annoying vigilantes. Among them, Batman, who is the most difficult to deal with and has the highest degree of protection for Gotham, has also become his mortal enemy. After dealing with him many times, the Joker is very interested and adds his life goal: let Batman also enter the mud. This is his new goal, because the Joker found that he could not push Gotham into the abyss completely before destroying Batman. He also found that Batman, who regarded himself as a guardian, was precisely a certain will of the city of Gotham. He was righteous and powerful, pitying the weak, resorting to violence but adhering to the law, and he tried to make Gotham tend to balance rather than disorder, and for this he would do everything in his human body. In that case, didn't making Batman crazy just mean, I made Gotham crazy? What a shortcut! Because of this, he fought with Batman for several years, was arrested and sent to Arkham countless times, escaped the death penalty outside, and lived until now. He made a deal with the boundless darkness. Boundless darkness. When he met the other party, it was when the Joker was on the verge of death. Although he was at the peak in all aspects and his mind surpassed everyone, the Joker might still be threatened with death after being targeted by a terrible person. The terrorists who had been popular for a while were dealt with by the Red Hood, and the Joker was targeted together. The Red Hood who suddenly appeared used the title he used when he was still Jack, and hated him so much that he attacked him crazily. Even though he was stopped by Batman before, and the Joker also watched the famous scene of a father and son fighting each other, he still did not give up and chased him to the end. What he had seen must be returned. The Red Hood's desire for revenge has not diminished, and he will never follow the no-killing principle when he takes action. If he can kill the Joker, he will definitely not hesitate. It's really scary. The Joker was covered in blood and avoided the pursuit of the Red Hood, but there was a playful smile on his face. The bird that he had killed is now here to take revenge. It's so funny, but he hasn't achieved his life goal yet, so he doesn't plan to die now. However, the feeling of dying is rare. He felt it for a long time, and it was almost a short time before he died that he started looking for something to stop the bleeding. Let's make an exchange. It was at this time he felt the familiar breath and words from the darkness, coming from his mind. I don't think this is an illusion, the clown said to himself. It's so interesting. Magic side? Dark wizard? He slumped on the ground, lowered his head, and tried to open his eyes. He could see clearly that he had a large pool of blood. It did not flow naturally, but followed the strange lines on the ground, gradually extending outward in an orderly manner, as if he had accidentally entered a summoning ceremony of a certain month. The clown squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while. Excessive bleeding and the near-death state made his eyes go black unconsciously, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had come to a new place. He stood in the darkness. His body was clean, without a single blood stain, not even a wound. But this did not seem like reality, but rather like a virtual scene. A somewhat illusory figure stood in front of him. It was a female figure, with black hair and black eyes, a mole under her eye, and a fake smile. "Let's make a deal." The moment he saw her, the Joker thought he saw his own reflection, so he had the illusion of love. But this was too disgusting. Maybe some people would fall in love with their own reflection in the swamp, but the Joker would not. It would be better to continue to plot against Batman than to fall in love with the reflection. But the same aura made the Joker very willing to cooperate with her. He learned from the other party that there was a special existence in Gotham, which was very similar to the description of Two-Face. This reminded him of many things in the past, and his general understanding of that person was instantly improved. But the difference was that Two-Face's description of that person included love and murderous intent, while the same kind in front of him contained hatred and jealousy, as well as inexplicable emotions. "Bring him here and give him to me, then call me as I say," the other party said. "I will help you restore your limbs, or help you kill the person you want to kill." The Joker: "Killing him is too boring." The other party looked at him, probably thinking that this partner was crazy, but she still reluctantly responded, "What do you say? Lend me your energy. I will help you bring that person here." The Joker laughed. "As for the guy I want to deal with, I don't need him to die, I just need him to break the commandments, give up his own ideas with his own hands, and degenerate with this city." The other party was silent for a while, and then laughed. "Good idea. You are very insidious. As long as you can bring the person here, I will give you all the help I can. Bringing him here, and those materials, it will be easy for you, right?" So, the Joker gained power from outside the world. He did not implement the plan immediately, because the person he needed was too homely. Even the witness who sneaked out during the rebellious period and was caught had forgotten everything when the Joker's henchmen found him, and squatted in prison thinking about what happened that day. The Joker himself was surrounded by Red Hood and Batman and entered Arkham again. He did not use the power of reflection to escape from the encirclement. He just smiled, as if he had chosen to go to prison, and was locked up in the most secure place in Arkham by Batman. After all, he had already contacted the top leaders and he would never be sentenced to death. When he needs to be patient, the Joker will naturally be patient. He is like a poisonous snake, hiding and not speaking, just to bite the most painful part of his mortal enemy and completely solve the opponent. He waited until recently, when the number of people who needed to be found increased, and the Scarecrow who was deceived to go out came back madly, muttering non-stop. Even under the guidance of Two-Face, Killer Croc had a face-to-face exchange with him. He reappeared and launched his plan. How to make a person completely corrupt. It is very simple to make ordinary people corrupt. You only need to force them into a difficult situation, and then use money or desire to lure them a little, and they will completely abandon the rules and morals and reach out their hands without choosing food. But for ordinary people with perseverance, especially for righteous people with strong perseverance like Batman, this method is not applicable. Being pushed into a desperate situation will only make his willpower stronger and his beliefs more firm. Using those worldly things to tempt him will not change his mind at all. But there is a way to deal with everything. Multiple choice question. This is a common method used by the Joker because it is very useful. It is difficult for noble people to be moved by interests, but there is still a way to deal with them. That is to set up multiple choice questions. Let the so-called noble people stand at both ends of the balance, and let them choose whether to choose the justice in their own ideas or the emotions under the uniform. Let their uniforms be vague and put them at the two ends of morality. In this way, no matter which side they choose, they will fail. I always think this method is very useful, the Joker said. The police station released the bad light, and Batman appeared silently on the rooftop of the police station. He was filmed by a small clown camera and transmitted to the audience watching the screen. The figure of the Joker holding his chin, the figure of Batman standing, and the tortured appearance of the people in the three places formed a whole strange picture. Under the wave of the Joker, Killer Moth, Scarecrow and his henchmen all pulled out their lethal guns and pointed them at the heads of the civilians. "Make your choice, right now," the Joker asked him expectantly. Will you choose these poor audiences or your little boy? If you give up your audience, they will shoot bullets in the next second. If you hand over the child, we will wipe it out. Come on, they don't have much patience. Killer Moth added, the strong acid in my cocoon fluid will also corrode people. If it takes longer, they will die without my shooting. He was eager to destroy Batman's image and immediately added fuel to the fire. What will he choose? On the screen, Batman's figure has never been so clear. Gotham people stared at their patron saint intently, feeling safe, confused, and more worried. They didn't know what the Wonder Boy was, but they were also worried that innocent people would be hurt, so they held their breath and waited for Batman's response. Batman stood on the rooftop. This is where he often appears. It's not surprising that the Joker would put a camera here. The Joker's camera is not completely reliable. Their technicians were not as good as Alfred and Tim, so the Batcave could blur Batman's chin, head shape, height and other specific images in public, to avoid leaving disadvantages for the future. Sometimes, Batman really hates doing multiple-choice questions. Is this why you always give Master Hazel subjective questions as homework? Alfred asked him on the other side of the headset. Master Hazel said fill-in-the-blank questions are also fine. Batman didn't say anything. He didn't intend to discuss his child's homework problems on the big screen. The Joker issued a final warning. Now, immediately, choose one of the two. Batman turned and looked at the camera. This action made his big cape flutter slowly in the wind, as if he had made a choice and was about to go into action in the next second. So, the people in front of the screen held their breath again, waiting for Batman to utter the first word. Batman was silent for a moment. His clear blue and white eyes revealed a calm and cold atmosphere, which made everything he did next full of legitimacy. Joker, come on, your choice. In the past, Batman chose not to answer such requests. Compared with communicating with a madman verbally, his batarang was faster. But today, facing everyone on the rooftop, he listened to the reports of various plans, and suddenly some interest belonging to Bruce emerged. This made him mercifully move his lips and tongue and spit out some words. Obviously, many people repeated his words. The Joker waited for the answer intently. He felt a sense of accomplishment for Batman's rare cooperation, so he was 100% interested. The Joker couldn't wait. Obviously what? Batman calmly : I'm rich. He said this very naturally. It was like an old man who was drinking coffee at a table on the streets of Britain and suddenly told you a political story as a cold joke, which made many people confused. Is this a cold joke, or a sarcastic answer that is irrelevant to the question? At this time, facing those cold and mocking eyes, you will feel that even if it is a real cold joke, it is very consistent with the character setting. Joker, ha 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 ha. Obviously the Joker has no such experience. He thought he was facing the nervous Gotham Batman, but he was actually the relaxed half-British soul Bruce. Killer Moth almost fell from the sky. I'm rich too. Seriously, he's obviously rich with this uniform. Why do you say that? Can he be richer than me and Bruce Wayne? This is his focus. The Joker is not interested in cold jokes. He hopes to use multiple-choice questions to break the mask of the Knight of Justice and let the other party be put on the high pole of morality uncontrollably. Telling cold jokes to the Joker who has such expectations will undoubtedly turn the Joker himself into a joke. The Joker's defeated face darkened, and he said in a low voice: Ha, you're kidding me. I'm doing multiple-choice questions. The other party denied it. I'm rich, which means, Batman said calmly, I want it all. The next second, all screens were forced to cut off the live broadcast source. Whether it was the Joker or Killer Moth, they disappeared from the screen, and people could only stare at the dark screen in a daze. After Alfred finished his work in the Batcave, he continued to watch. Master, your ability to tell cold jokes is better than mine. British cold jokes are perfect at times like this. Really? Batman left the rooftop at some point and replied calmly, but what I said is the truth. Alfred, oh, that's true, but they can't tell the difference. Chapter 85. Joker. Originally, this should have gone according to plan, making him feel happy, but all of this was interrupted by a damned cold joke. The justice trial turned into a public feast, and the atmosphere was not good at all. Maybe the Joker didn't have any feelings for the British before, but from the moment the big screen went black, he decided to find time to blow every British head off. The hacker henchman in the technical department couldn't see his distorted expression and stared at the black screen in amazement. "Boss, Batman chose to take all, and hack the video. This is not going according to plan. What should we do?" "Stupid," said a henchman. "He didn't choose to take all. He was releasing the damn British cold humor." Another henchman. "Wrong. This should be an American cold joke." The most senior henchman with 3 months of experience taught the group of arguing people. "All wrong. This is a cold joke of that big Eastern country." They argued for a while, trying to show their knowledge and be valued by the Joker to solve problems. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not hear the clown's conclusion, so they turned their heads to see what their boss would do. They just turned their heads halfway and stopped stiffly. The whites of their eyes gradually occupied their entire eye sockets. The computer was still in a black screen, and from time to time, a data stream showing a bug flashed, and in an instant, it reflected the figures of several followers who fell stiffly in front of it. Then, it quietly reflected the gloomy face. The black screen TV could not show 2 bright colors, but it could also show the sound of the clown holding the iron rod and beating hard. When the followers were noisy, the clown picked up the iron rod beside him and beat the iron tool on the back of these people's heads or necks fiercely, manually shutting these people up and completely fainting. Then, as if venting his anger, he hit the followers on the ground with a few sticks. The few people trapped in the corner trembled, and they dared not look at the bloody beating scene in front of them. Gradually, they closed their eyes and barely brewed some courage. The clown hit the henchman for about 10 times before he retracted his raised arms, and the irritation in his eyes slightly dissipated. "You are lucky today," the clown announced. His few hits were extremely clever. He vented his anger, but did not completely kill the henchman, and even did not bleed. This was a very merciful thing for the clown. Although doing such a merciful thing was not what he wanted to do most, but for the sake of the overall situation, he was patient. He glanced at a few people in the corner, stepped on the back of one of the henchmen, and slowly looked at the bottom of the computer screen, where a small corner of the information software was displayed. "DF, it seems that you failed." The clown raised the corner of his mouth, even though his mouth corners were already high and his face was stern. He slowly tapped the keyboard, as if the one who was so angry that he almost killed someone a few minutes ago was not himself. "Devil, if you watch, it's not a failure, Devil. I know you will do something. Two-Face, just like what you said to Killer Croc. You can't escape being attracted by these things." There was a subtle silence on the other side for a moment. "DF, you seem very confident, Devil. When you know that someone has the same goal, you will naturally be very sure, Devil. You know what to do, DF. DF, TSK, Devil, everything is still on track," the Joker announced. He recited this sentence like a host, then grabbed a few followers and threw them outside the back door, leaving them lying unconscious in an alley where no one passed by. "These people are not needed, but they can't stay here to get in the way." The Joker smiled and grabbed the people in the corner one by one, putting them in different places, admiring the frightened expressions of these people and the ugly postures of squirming after their hands and feet were tied. The points where he separated these people were very chaotic, and there was not much logic to see, just like the usual crazy style of the Joker. "What do you want us to do?" the tied-up woman cried. "That incident has long passed. Why now? It's dark." Heath secretly glanced at the big screen on the top of the bank again. However, while looking over there, he still kept walking. This made him overuse his eyes, and he was almost burned by the smoke and dust that filled that direction. The large amount of smoke that almost covered Heath's entire body came from the Gotham bank below the big screen, where a big hole was blown out. The guys in funny clothes were holding guns, guarding and carrying people inside and outside the bank, and from time to time they caught a few people, tied them up and threw them aside as hostages. The residents present were in a panic, and they all ran out in a hurry to avoid being caught by the criminals. But the crowd ran around, and it seemed that the number of people was still the same. Heath was also in the queue of people leaving. He was wearing a hood at this moment, wearing the most ordinary daily clothes, covering his mouth and nose, and hurriedly walked past the Gotham Bank and walked towards the new street. At this time, the moon was high. According to his usual routine, he shouldn't be here. He should have stayed in Wayne Manor, learned something else from Alfred, or played a thrilling game of flying chess with Dick and his brothers. Instead of passing by the most dangerous places in Gotham at this time, he was alone, without anyone familiar to protect him from beginning to end. But in this case, it means that there must be a reason for his appearance here, and he happened to pass by those places for a reason. For example, now he has successfully left the area bound by the bank and came to a new street. Other people who were looking for a way out in the bank area did not find this way out. They were still running on the repetitive bank section like ghosts. Although he arrived at a new area, Heath did not reach his destination. He slowed down his pace slightly, thought about what he was going to do next, and then turned his head and saw the TV set placed in the glass window of a merchant not far away, with a black screen. It was a bit regrettable, although I know it is Batman's usual operation. But Heath rarely sees Batman on the big screen, and he never gets tired of watching it. He just thinks his dad is handsome no matter how he looks at him. "I want to watch it again," Heath said in a very low voice. "Do you have a video when I get back? I want to watch it over and over again." It looks like he is talking to himself. However, it is not the case. A response soon came from the earphones hidden under the hat and hair. "No need." If someone could hear this reply, they would vaguely feel that this voice seems to be quite similar to Batman's voice, but with richer emotions, and there would be a hint of helplessness in the plain words. In fact, it was indeed Batman who was talking to Heath. "Heath, I think it's very handsome," Batman sighed softly. Alfred interrupted their conversation and said with a smile, "I have saved it, young master." "Alfred," Batman said in a low voice, "I don't think it's worth putting in the folder classified as teaching." "Alfred, it's worth it. At least I can use this to try to teach young Master Damien a sense of humor instead of threatening him with a knife. In addition, this is also completely worthy of being used as a leisure video for teaching. Watching it more often will help to relieve your mood." "That's right," Hazel agreed with Alfred's point of view and was about to agree when he heard Batman cough deliberately. He immediately understood the meaning of the cough, held back the words that were about to come out, and nodded silently instead. "Batman, Batman, watch out ahead." Almost at the same time as this reminder appeared, a rather tall figure appeared on the road in front of Hazel. Standing with his back to the light, gloomily blocking a large area of the shining light, the owner of the figure looked even more impressive, as if a villain in a fairy tale had appeared. "Hello," the other party greeted him. "It's the first time we meet, or I don't know how many times we have met, but it's been a long time. We meet again, right?" Hesitz didn't say anything. He was a very polite child, provided that the person he was polite to was not a dangerous person. He stared at the person in front of him vigilantly, and took a half step back with one foot, as if he was ready to escape at any time. The other party looked at him. "Don't be so vigilant." As if to ease Hesitz's nervousness, the other party pulled the corners of his mouth and tried to make a rather gentle facial expression and smiled at the person in front of him. But it had the opposite effect. A few years ago, perhaps the friendly smile of the Attorney General would be an extremely warm and healing picture for all the children in Gotham. They believed that the other party would bring them fairness, justice and security like a smile. However, as time passed, the smile he pretended to make for his own malice at this time could not only not make the half of his face that was still intact harmonious, but also distorted the remaining half of his face that was riddled with holes and corroded by strong acid, making this person's style instantly more terrifying. "I know you," he said, accurately revealing the disguise of the visitor, Two-Face. This sentence seemed to have appeared in a reload long ago. At that time, Damien had not yet arrived at Wayne Manor, and Tim had just moved into Wayne Manor. He met Two-Face under the moon in a reload to paste a bottle of glue. He recognized the other party's identity, and then was hit by bullets, and blood spurted out. So he reloaded again and avoided the route where he existed. So what about this time? Being able to block here at this moment and make such a performance is enough to show that the other party is indeed malicious. What does he want to do to him? He can no longer reload. After entering this game, he is like the natives here, except for his strange physique. He has not seen anything related to the game, including the convenience provided by the game save. The same terrible scene is about to reappear, but he began to wander around and think about it. Why did Two-Face appear here? If he shot himself again, and a large pool of blood flowed out, would Big Dad and the others be able to prevent the birth of a new Hazy in time? Would it lead to turmoil in the world? The danger was imminent. There were many things to worry about. As if the scene of that night was replayed, Two-Face slowly approached him and expressed his love. Although you are very well protected, I still think that you don't need these to become the treasure of your true self. Hazy took 2 steps back. His other free hand had quietly reached into his pocket, holding the handle of the cold firearm, ready to pull it out and shoot Two-Face at any time. Everything seemed to be a replay of that day, but Hazy was not particularly nervous at this time. The sense of security that belonged to Father, even through the headphones and the distance from Gotham, still made Hazy feel that he was always safe. In the distance, on the high-rise building next to this place, the moonlight flickered on the cold steel, and was silently blocked. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the low place, and the head of Two-Face appeared in the shooting range. A pair of big hands that were used to using guns and covered with calluses were on the trigger, which was very powerful and threatening. There was no doubt that he would shoot Two-Face in the head in the next second, but in the end, he was just holding the gun, with his finger on the trigger, and he hesitated to release it many times, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, Two-Face had come in front of Heath. He was so tall and strong that Heath, who was not short, looked very weak in front of him. I don't know when. The gun was hidden back in his pocket. Heath was empty-handed and seemed to have no ability to defend himself. Come with me to a place, Two-Face invited him politely, but he raised the gun bluntly and put it against Heath's waist. Don't you plan to shoot me? Have you given up struggling? Good boy. When Two-Face said this, he also heard a low compliment from the headset. Heath followed Two-Face's gun for a few steps. His waist was cold, but he still felt very safe. Batman was still praising him. Good boy. Go with him. No need to shoot. When we get to the destination, he said, I'll pick you up there. Don't be afraid. These words were spoken lightly. Just like at this moment, Heather was not being held hostage by a dangerous person to a strange place, but was wearing a yellow hat, happily going outside the school, waiting for his family to pick him up and take him home. Chapter 86. Two-Face put his gun against Heath's waist and led him through several alleys. The road was dark. In these poorer areas, the street lamps were broken and could not bring any light to the people passing by. Two-Face whispered, Interesting. I thought you would be scared. At least not now. He followed calmly. Heath didn't say anything. He was still wearing a mask. Two-Face looked at his face several times, and seemed to be ready to make a move, but after walking for a long time, he didn't do what he thought. It seemed that he was attracted by his face, but he was always afraid. But the reason for restraining his thoughts was to take him to a more dangerous place. Passing through the alley and leaving the narrow road, a tall and somewhat dilapidated building immediately appeared in the center of their sight. The building has a special structure. The sharp corners of the roof and the remaining traces of outlines can clearly show that this was once a church related to a certain religion. Two-Face slowed down his pace as he led him. His stature was almost as tall as Bruce. When he stood straight and looked into the distance, it was difficult for Heist to see the emotions in Two-Face's eyes from a normal perspective. If he couldn't see it, then he couldn't see it. Heist only felt disgust towards Two-Face, so of course he didn't care much about his emotions. So he turned his head and chose to look at the church not far away. Generally speaking, the church was already quite dilapidated, with signs of demolition on the top. It should be that after the original church moved away, they took away the iconic items. Although it was old, the remaining patterns and floor space showed that the church had once been glorious, although it was in the past tense. But this was not the deepest impression he had after observing. On the contrary, the impression he had was actually another subtle feeling. It seems to have a very disgusting smell. The nose naturally cannot smell it. But Heist really hated something so much for the first time. The closer he got, the slower Two-Face took him. It was estimated that the ants crawling slowly on the ground were faster than them. Heiss only half understood the plan, but he knew very well that he didn't like this church or the two-faced man around him, so he didn't want to waste time with him like this. Heiss then said directly, "You can say that your legs are broken." His words seemed very aggressive, but for Two-Faced Man, there was no need to compare his experience after becoming Two-Faced Man. Just talking about his past life as a prosecutor, the criminals in the court cursed much more dirty than this. Two-Faced Man smiled. "You should learn more dirty words." But as soon as he said this, his expression froze when he lowered his head to speak, as if he thought of something. In an instant, his face changed, and he stopped and didn't move at all. Then he looked at the church in the distance, and then at Heiss. "Two-Faced Man, we are almost there." Two-Faced Man, "I was wrong, kid. If you want to learn dirty words now, I can teach you." These words sounded like a little pity for the dead before the death. Heiss, "I don't want to. I don't want to learn such things." Two-Faced Man, "Then you will not learn anything after entering this church. After all, you will die soon." These words immediately exposed Two-Faced Man's purpose. Heiss looked at him. "You really want to kill me?" The previous murderous sorrow was not fake. Two-Faced Man looked at him and said straightforwardly, "Yes, I am also preparing to kill you now, my love." The last word was held on the corner of his lips, and it sounded a little sticky. Heiss shuddered. "Don't do this, it's disgusting." "Disgusting?" Two-Faced Man didn't think so. He looked at Heiss seriously, staring at the pair of eyes above Heiss's mask. The corners of his half-handsome face were slightly bent, showing some affectionate gentleman feeling. "I do love you," but the other half of his face was so tragic that his facial features were distorted, and his skin was full of wrinkles and scars from being burned. Under his eyes, there was cold madness, and the corners of his mouth were slightly bent, but he raised his half-open mouth with cracked corners almost to his ears, showing ecstasy. "But I do want to kill you, I'm not lying to you." Two-Faced smiled, and pressed the muzzle of the gun into the skin of his waist again, urging Heiss to move forward, and said in a low voice, "I really love you very much. I have never felt that I feel so loved." They were deadlocked like this, and came to the door of the church. "It is because of love for you," Two-Faced finally said. "I want to kill you. You know it very well, don't you? It's all your own fault." He used his elbow to press Hezekiah's shoulder spine again, and pushed his man's lover into the church. Hezekiah didn't stand firmly and was heavily thrown into the church by the force. Bang! Dash! The floor was terribly hard, and Hezekiah almost fell in. He fell to the ground with a heavy sound, which overlapped with the sound of the church door closing tightly behind him. He was not wearing thin clothes, and he was cushioned by clothes, so he didn't bleed after falling like this, but his bones hurt. He lay on the ground, supporting the floor with his arms, and was about to slowly get up. In front of him, a pair of shiny pointed leather shoes appeared, stained with scarlet liquid, and stopped in front of him. These shoes did not look like those of a normal man, but rather like props used by circus comedians to show off. Hazel was nervous, and did not rush to get up. He looked up along the shoes. A white face with red lips looked at him. "Have you heard of you for a long time?" The Joker stood in front of him and said in an almost teasing tone, "Oh, this amazing boy from the Batman family." When he said this, the folds of his suit were smooth and he did not make any other movements. He looked like a gentleman again, but Hazel knew his nature very well. "This devil of Gotham, the Joker." He got up and looked around calmly. The Joker asked him kindly, "What are you looking at?" Hazel did not expect to be discovered even in this way. He immediately retracted his gaze, stepped back a few steps, and looked at the Joker vigilantly. "Joker, you don't say anything." Joker, "Oh, I know." He stepped on pointed leather shoes, combed his green hair, and a few strands fell crazily in front of his forehead, just like the action he took when he walked in front of Hazel. The Joker stretched his face very close, and the impact of his crazy smile was even stronger. "I know, Batman, right?" the Joker affirmed. "You are looking for Batman. If you want to defeat a stubborn and righteous Dark Knight, you must attack his weak points and break his treasure." The Dark Knight showed that he didn't care about many things. His Batman character is always so cold and powerful, and he seems to be unmoved by everything in the world, except for two things: the lives of ordinary citizens and Robins. Joker, I know this too well. So he took up weapons, killed a large number of civilians, broke the legs of the police daughter, and broke all the bones of the little Robin bird in the warehouse, just to see Batman's angry expression. He succeeded. Batman was indeed very angry, but he also failed, because Batman still sticks to his principles. No killing principle. Speaking of this principle, in the eyes of many villains and even their companions, it is a very ridiculous principle. They can't understand that a tall and strong knight actually let many criminals survive for such a ridiculous reason. So what if he killed people? Can't killing people defend justice? It's really incomprehensible. But for Batman himself and the Joker, this principle is indeed understandable. The Joker knows Batman's identity and he knows the existence of Bruce Wayne, but he almost never makes a fuss about this identity. It's not because of any damn respect, nor any other goodwill. It's just because Gotham's richest man, playboy, Bruce Wayne, is there anything worth being interested in? It's not interesting at all. The Joker thought with amusement. No matter how magnificent the human identity is, how can it compare to the identity of Batman? Think about it. A rich man who can enjoy a good life anywhere, has multiple doctoral degrees, and is the best in the world in fighting skills, is willing to abandon those identities, put on a black ape and tights, transform into a dark bat monster, fight with these people in the mud and break each other's spine. Isn't this the most interesting thing? People who would do this are as crazy as me. The Joker thought maliciously, so he could understand the other party's principle of not killing. For a guy who is also mentally ill, is it strange to have more boundaries and restrictions? The Joker is very happy to see Batman put on a disguise. Let's see how long this psychopath like me can pretend. But until now, he has not seen the other party break the defense. Even the resurrected Red Hood grabbed the Joker's neck and asked Batman to choose one to live. After Batman hesitated in grief, he scratched the neck and shoulder of the Red Hood who was about to attack the Joker. The Joker was not afraid of death at that time. He just felt it was interesting and full of loss. This couldn't break Batman's defense. So what should he do? He pondered. Until I found you, the Joker said. He looked at the person in front of him with satisfaction. Wearing a mask, only a pair of clear eyes were exposed. Although like Tommy, he was a person with a breath of black silt, and he might fall into it if he looked at it for a long time. But the Joker keenly felt that this was not the same as Tommy. The clear breath can make the other party gain the favor of others. Is this why Batman protects him? I thought you were just a little useless thing kept in a brothel and locked up, the Joker said, but I just found out recently that the big bat seems to really treat you as his son. The bat? It's quite funny. Father and son. What? Does an ideal madman like him really have such feelings for monsters? Doesn't he even hate Superman? He didn't dare to look around, for fear that he would drag down Batman and the others, but he hated this place, hated the Joker in front of him, and hated the other party's teasing words even more, so he closed his lips and glared at him fiercely. The Joker laughed. You are very brave. My new hobby recently is to dig out people's eyes. Do you want to try it? Without waiting for Heath to respond, he pointed the gun at Heath's head, forcibly dragged him a few steps away, and pushed him to the center of the church. Heath's hands were forced to be held down, and he couldn't break free even if he gritted his teeth, so he stepped into the middle of a circular formation. Standing in the center of the circle at this time, he looked up and saw that in the corners of the circle connected under his feet, there were people with knives nailed to their hands, lying on the ground. Hazel had some impression of their faces. When Tim was looking through these old documents, he was watching from the side and knew that these people were the murderers who planned the underground laboratory when he was a child. The followers Patties and Brown, and the mastermind Gus. Blood was gushing out from the place where the knife pierced his palm. Hazel looked at them, as if he might faint at any time. He was a little anxious and worried. He didn't like these people, but the place where they died should not be in the Joker's conspiracy. His anxious eyes were caught by the Joker. The Joker said, Batman will never come to save you. He knew Hazel was still waiting for someone. The computer behind him was shining. Although the screen could not be projected to every corner of Gotham at any time, it was also repaired, enough for the Joker to watch the tragedy of Killer Moth. Scarecrow in the bank. His Gotham is in danger. His citizens need him, but he is unwilling to make a choice. But what's the use? Can he abandon his Gotham? So the Joker said firmly, just like every time before, he may not find this place, but he will definitely save those ordinary people first, no doubt. He stopped Heath with his gun and slowly raised the knife. The knife was very similar to the ones nailed on the hands of those people. Under the dim indoor lights, it flashed a dangerous silver light. It was aimed at Heath's eyes. "Can he save your eyeball?" the Joker asked Heath, holding the knife. "He can't." 5 fingers slowly exerted force. The tip of the knife was almost a few millimeters away from Heath's eyeball. Before the knife was cut, before the blood flowed, the Joker whispered to him, "If you can still survive in that woman's world, tell Batman, he can't protect your eyes. You hate him very much. You have been abandoned." Heath's pupils contracted. The knife fell. Pa! It was the sound of blood dripping. In this empty and quiet place, it was particularly loud. The Joker's hands were stained with blood. But it was not Heath's. It was the Joker's own. "Obviously, I can hold it, but you can't." The sarcastic and cold words. Batman stood on the damp and collapsing second floor of the church, looking down from above, covering his eyes and roaring loudly. His batarang rubbed the Joker's eyeballs tightly, carrying a lot of blood, and pierced into the cold floor, like a silent protest against the Joker. Batman really doesn't kill people. He doesn't advocate excessive violence. But facing the most vicious criminals, if you don't act more ruthlessly, how can you become a thorn in the eyes of the criminals and a knight who fears before taking action? Since you want to dig out my child's eyeballs, you have to be careful with your eyes, and your hands. Batman jumped down from the tall building, just like a bat with extremely heavy pressure and sharp wings in the dark, and the slightly blown cape as the wings of the Dark Knight. He stood on the ground and gave Hazel a warm look, which was worthy of his brutal look just now. Then he stretched out his gloved hand slightly. "Come here." After Hazel ran over happily, he used his gloves to wipe the blood off Hazel's face, and touched Hazel's shoulder to make sure there was no bone damage. "Are you scared?" Batman asked him. "Not at all." Hazel's eyes were sparkling and very beautiful. They should not be stained with blood or threatened by people. This pair of eyes was the most beautiful only on Hazel. "I know Dad will come to pick me up." Chapter 87. The warmth between the father and son stayed for a short time. After all, it was not completely safe yet, and the time to solve everything was not yet. The puzzles and matters were still before them. The Joker replaced Heath, and a lot of scarlet blood splashed out of his injured eye, dripping onto the floor, filling the circular array under his feet. The blood did not gather into a small pool, but was quickly absorbed by the circular lines as if it had a spirit, assimilating the lines into the same red lines as those of the nailed people like Brown. It was as if this huge array was finally activated by sufficient blood. It emitted a strange and bright light. All these abnormal phenomena that suddenly occurred seemed to be a big burden for the Joker who activated the central array. Compared with the pain in his eyes, he was more violently panting, as if his chest and lungs were about to be torn apart, which made him very angry. You know everything about my plan?" the Joker said hoarsely. "When?" "From the beginning," Batman said coldly. "I don't need to explain to you." This answer obviously angered the Joker even more. The old enemy who thought he knew him well looked down on him like this, which was really disrespectful to the supervillain Joker. Moreover, his current miserable state was entirely caused by the other party. His other hand was still tightly holding the gun, but he did not raise it to shoot the person in front of him, but kept trembling, so that his expression was ferocious. Hazel saw something. "Can't he move?" Batman nodded at this time. Yes. The Joker had been firmly bound by this formation and became the core of the formation. His whole body strength was greedily absorbed by the formation. How could he vent his anger wantonly? I am afraid that even the posture he was standing at this time was the result of extremely strong willpower. The formation under his feet became more and more colorful. Even if they did not know much about the formation, they could roughly guess that it was on the verge of being fully activated. It must take a while for this formation to fully play its role. Hazel looked at the main and subordinate criminals in the underground laboratory lying down. He was afraid that they would really die in the formation, so he took some medical bandages from his father and wanted to stop their bleeding. He still didn't want them to die because of the Joker. This was not the result he wanted. After all, the mastermind Brown still had decades of imprisonment to serve. But before walking over, Batman pressed his shoulder. Hazel looked up, then he met Batman's eyes. He looked into those blue and white eyes, which were not fierce and cruel at this moment, nor were they cold, but contained many complex emotions. These complex emotions contained many factors of family affection that he was very familiar with, as well as many unspoken gestures and encouragements. There were also worries that were hidden very deeply, but Hazel still read them keenly. Seeing such eyes, Hazel immediately understood the meaning behind these eyes. He needs to follow the plan, to face it alone. Tommy, the bandage on his hand was gently taken away, and Hazel was a little excited and a little nervous. So he stood there uncomfortably and asked, "What should I do?" "The Joker can't move now," Batman said. "Before the formation lights up, stand in the circle at the center. I will treat those people, then, defeat her as you learned. I will wait for you here until you come out." Heath swallowed his saliva. Okay. This immediate answer was like a nervous child facing an exam after a spring outing. Batman couldn't help but slightly curl up his tense mouth corners and watched Heath take steps and stand in the circle waiting. Batman stood aside and watched him quietly. The very steady, fatherly gaze stayed on Heath. Wait until the moment before the light completely lit up. The moment before Heath disappeared in the light. Batman said again, "It doesn't matter if you can't beat her. Be careful, understand?" Time was too hurried, and Heath only had time to respond with a responsive smile. Bright light. Silently, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only the Joker, who couldn't move, watching everything with hatred and mockery. The Joker was too tired to speak now. Otherwise he would have obviously made some mockery. The Joker couldn't speak, but others could. "Failure is okay. That's not how you let me teach people." Along with this voice, it was Doctor Strange who came out of the sparking portal with his cape fluttering. His handsome eyebrows contained some teasing, and he appeared on the side of the church with his arms folded. Batman watched him walk out silently, and threw a bat dart to knock the Joker and his men unconscious, and then bandaged the wounds of the few people lying on the ground. He didn't speak, but Doctor Strange was standing here and was bored, and continued to chat. "You understand what we will encounter after he fails." Batman bandaged himself, stood up from the ground, and looked out through the small hole in the dilapidated high wall. The billowing smoke in the distance had disappeared, and the moonlight appeared clearly in the sky, just like every night when the plan was repeatedly revised. He watched everything as always, watching the dark night of Gotham. This time is not too late, at least compared to the Night Watch. Gotham's crisis is about to be resolved, and the citizens will usher in a beautiful and safe dream. "Are you listening to me?" Doctor Strange said. "The flow rate here is different from that over there. If it really fails, it will be really bad. You should understand this." Batman said, "I know." Of course he knew. Countless times of polishing plans, countless times of speculating consequences and follow-up actions, countless times of listing full tables. No one knows better than Batman the connotation of all this and the consequences of failure. They are very likely to face the evil outside the world. It is very likely that the outer layer of the world will be destroyed. It is very likely that the world will be in chaos again, and they will be busy in terrible disasters. Too many possibilities, and they are all extremely bad. Batman said, "I have a lot of backup plans." "Oh," Doctor Strange nodded. "I see. No wonder you said that to him. You are indeed a strategist who can list thousands of plans. It is much easier to work with you than with some reckless guys." "Of course, I am not referring to anyone in particular." The earphones rang in Doctor Strange's ears, and Tony said, "You are talking about Thor, right?" He was referring to the Thor in the Avengers. Doctor Strange sighed. "You feel good about yourself, Tony. After all, no matter how you think about it, I am not necessarily going to lose to the dark." Batman did not participate in their argument. He concealed something about his answer just now, and he would not tell these two people. It was not a trust issue, but as Batman, even to his allies, he could not help but become a little dull, and it was difficult for him to open his heart to others and talk about his true thoughts. It's okay to fail. He has many many backup plans to ensure that this matter does not develop in the worst direction. But this is not the most important reason why he chose to say so. He chose to tell Hazel so at the end, probably just thinking like that. Hope the child returns safely. It's just a normal thought as a father. Good luck, my child. Tilda. Batman hates monsters. I don't know when this rumor started. It's always hard to find the origin of gossip. It's also hard to confirm whether it's true, but this rumor is indeed related to Batman's subtle attitude. When he meets special guys like magicians and Superman, it's always hard for him to have a smooth and friendly first meeting. The guys in the Dark Justice League are mysterious, and the leaders occasionally like to make trouble. These people belong to the magic side. When they use powers that don't belong to ordinary people, Batman finds it difficult to stop them. What's more, these people are not all innocent good people. It's not surprising that they would enter Batman's vigilance blacklist, but for Superman, who was born and raised on Earth, who can save runaway trains, who can pick up cats from high branches, and who has never lost his temper and killed a criminal on Earth and is nicknamed Boy Scout, Batman still has a certain degree of vigilance against him at the beginning and even now. If being vigilant is annoying, then it is right. Batman will never relax his vigilance against these magical guys. There are not too many complicated reasons. Just because he is an ordinary Earthling, his position naturally leans towards the side of ordinary people on Earth. He must ensure the safety of Earthlings, so he has to be on guard. Those magical powers are too scary for ordinary people. Those magical guys are indeed on the side of humans at this time, and they are indeed doing some good things. But there is a chance that if they have other ideas or are controlled by uncontrollable forces, they will also be a terrible and destructive force for the Earth. It is no exaggeration to say that it is entirely possible that the Earth will be destroyed by them. Should people place their hopes on their personal moral self-discipline and the possibility that there will be no accident in a 10,000th of a million, it is undeniable that no matter whether this rather terrifying and strange charm power comes from external experiments, is forcibly grafted onto Heath, or is forced to be stimulated. But in short, what is presented at the moment is that Heath does have unhuman power. He can no longer be regarded as an ordinary human being. He has inevitably possessed the power of a monster and has entered the realm of a monster. So Batman quickly made a choice. I will adopt him. I will take care of him. I have to restrain his power. I have to control his power. I will be Heath's adopter and his supervisor. I will be the caretaker of this little monster and the person responsible for suppressing his power. When he made these decisions, he did think that he would be with this child for so many years, and many unexpected events would happen. He felt that he was the person who handled the underground laboratory incident and felt that he was capable of handling everything that followed. However, when he was young and energetic, he ignored a factor, whether intentionally or unintentionally, emotion. Whether it is a playboy, a dark knight, or a psychopath in the eyes of supervillains, behind these identities, there is indeed one person. As long as one is a human, he will inevitably have feelings. Otherwise, he would not accept young Dick, who wanted to do something because of his parents' death, to become Robin. Just because he is not completely rational, he is indeed a human with feelings. When he is well aware of supervision, did he ignore it intentionally or unintentionally, he will witness this child grow from a small and thin boy to a tall and thin teenager. He will make it a habit to read stories to this child and touch his head every night. He will pinch the milk fragrance and baby fat on the child's face to turn it into the refreshing and delicate outline of an adult. He will experience everything in the Wayne Manor family with this child, and get comfort and reminders from the child in reverse. He will also find that the child is paying for himself in turn through doubts and coincidences, using his monster ability to rush to death for the family again and again. When he made this decision, he was still a young man in his 20s with great ambitions. Many years later, the child grew up, but he was already a middle-aged man in his 30s. In a few more years, he can even be considered as a middle-aged and elderly person. Maybe it's because of his age. Bruce feels that he has more things to consider and think more than before. For example, one afternoon, Barbara came to visit with Dick. Barbara is a very outstanding woman. She has a strong sense of justice like her father Gordon, the chief of the police station, and she is eager to do something like Batman. After her legs were disabled by the Joker, she did not give up the idea of guarding Gotham. She chose to become the vigilante oracle who is proficient in information processing, and then traveled between Metropolis and Gotham to do more things she wanted to do. The miraculous recovery of her legs was also good news that she got unexpectedly in the busy life. She and Dick had a long-standing friendship, and Batman had also noticed her ability, so she had also met Hazel, and she was one of the few women who had met Hazel. The day she came to visit was a period of time after her legs were restored by chance. "Even if my legs are disabled, I am still very useful," Barbara said to Hazel with a smile. "Not to mention that my legs are healed now, I can do more things." Hazel was really happy for her. "That's great." He was also happy to see Barbara walking freely in the living room. Barbara's legs have recovered well. The TV is on, adding a lot of joy to the scene. At this time, the Duck Duck cartoon is playing a new and beautiful ending song. Animated Duck, come on, sing along. I have an ideal. Animated Duck, my ideal is to be a doctor, a teacher, a judge. I have many ideals. Barbara didn't expect that this childhood cartoon was not only not interrupted, but also had money to change the ending song. She immediately joked, "This song is not complete. Why is there no ideal of vigilante? This is my ideal until now." "It's incomplete," agreed Heath. "My ideal is not sung either." Barbara heard Heath talk about this topic for the first time, so she was very interested. "Your ideal? Can I know what it is?" Her words were indeed out of curiosity and concern. After all, after many times of getting along, she had long become like Heath's sister. "Heath, my ideal is Heath, yes." When he said this, Bruce just came out of the Batcave and saw and heard the scene and the dialogue clearly. Hazel paused for a moment and looked out the window at the garden. "Barbara, did you not learn that word?" She knew that Hazel's learning ability was much worse than other children for various reasons. If it was an idea word that was too obscure, he might not be able to spell it. "Hazel, well, I forgot it for a moment. Actually, I want to be a painter." Barbara saw his painting. "Great. The duck you drew last time was very vivid. It will be very good if it is developed." Unlike Dick, he can't even draw a model. Dick originally went to the kitchen to get cookies. He was suddenly shot when he came back. He said speechlessly, "Hey, I didn't draw seriously at that time, so it was like this." Barbara laughed, then tried to draw one seriously. Hazel also laughed. His eyes curved, the corners of his mouth curved, and he looked very happy. Bruce paused. He stood there for a long time, until Hazel sent Barbara to the door and left, and Dick took Hazel to tinker with things in the garden, and he didn't move. "Master," Alfred stood behind him with a plate in his hand. "Excuse me, how long do you plan to stay here?" "Batman." Alfred looked at him and said, "Obviously, you seem to be troubled. In order not to continue standing like this, I suggest you speak directly." Bruce was silent for a long time for the old butler whom he trusted very much since he was a child, and finally he said, "The conversation just now." "Alfred, Master Hazel's ideal?" "A good painter." He drew a whole set of duck emoticons for his friends, which is very good. This profession is completely suitable for him. Bruce, "No, Alfred." "Master," Bruce said, "he is not this ideal. I can see it." "Alfred, many times I suggest you not to use criminal investigation methods on children." "Master." Bruce's expression was not eased by this cold joke. He still frowned, his eyes complicated. "I can see what he wants to be," Bruce said. "It's not difficult to see, especially for those of us who can easily get clues." There was something behind his words. Alfred heard it, but he just sighed and didn't change the subject. He even said bluntly, "If Master Haishizzy didn't say it, if we can't do it, what's the point of saying it or not, whether it's really an ideal or not, Master?" If he had advised like this in the past, Bruce would have known how difficult and helpless all this was. He would have remained silent with an apologetic look, but Bruce was different that day. He remembered the bracelet data that had shown a slight loosening trend recently, remembered Haishizzy's concealing smile and excuses when he glanced at Barbara, and remembered the teenagers in Gotham who went out to travel carelessly late at night. So he didn't know what was wrong with him. Bruce still said that sentence, "Alfred, His favorite profession is reporter, especially the journalists who were sent abroad and could travel around. This was the most unlikely and distant profession for Hishiz at that time. Chapter 88. That night, Bruce returned from his night patrol and thought for a long time, unable to fall asleep. He is indeed a reporter, his ideal. This was not a difficult ideal, nor was it an unattainable ideal. According to the academic year, Heath was indeed just a high school student. He could enter the journalism department of a university and then work for a newspaper. So one day, he would be very close to his dream. But is this really the case? Heath's special physique will always be the biggest obstacle to his ordinary life. As long as this trait is not eliminated, he will have to stay in Wayne Manor day after day, lose the choice of normal social interaction, and cannot leave Gotham even if he takes the farthest step. This is a cage, Bruce thought, a cage, created by him and Heath together, composed of moral and emotional constraints. As long as Heath still loves them and wants to protect Gotham under the protection of his father and brothers, these morals and emotions will turn into chains, trapping Heath in place and voluntarily accepting the fate of being restricted. He is very obedient. These chains wrapped around him, he neither complained nor got angry, and still cheerfully brought smiles to everyone every day. He even took the initiative to limit the number of times he went out to avoid adding to their workload. Rumors once said that Batman is soft-hearted but not hard-hearted. This sentence may not be correct, but if we change it to, Bruce is soft-hearted but not hard-hearted, maybe it is correct. After all, the more obedient Hazel behaved and the more he worked hard to share for them, the more uncomfortable Bruce felt, and his expression became heavier. He did not tell anyone the reason for his reaction at first, but just said that he was troubled by affairs. Hazel would care about him. You should have a good rest. Bruce smiled. Okay. However, he turned around and went to the Batcave again. This is the secret base of the Wayne family and the office of the Vigilantes. Coming here means that he still wants to deal with some things. Master, Alfred brought down the hot cookies from upstairs and slowly came behind Bruce. Bruce was looking at the long strings of data on the computer at this time, his eyes focused. Alfred disagreed. You just promised Master Hayes that you would take a rest, and it has been 48 hours since your last sleep. He emphasized the time and urged Bruce in front of him meaningfully. Bruce, go to sleep after you finish this. Alfred, you said the same thing last time. Although he was perfunctory, Alfred, as an old butler who watched Bruce grow up, couldn't really let it go. So the old butler sighed and looked at the data streams. Alfred is really good at processing data. When he was young, he was a capable man in the Intelligence Bureau and had been dealing with Batman's affairs in Gotham. Even Tim, who is now the best at computer technology, can be said to have been trained by him. Therefore, Alfred, who is so experienced and skilled, immediately saw the subtleties of the data and Bruce's special attitude under these subtleties. He understood something because of this, but it was really incredible that these thoughts popped up in his head. Alfred, Master, this is Alfred. Bruce interrupted him and stopped the work at hand. He turned half sideways and looked at Alfred quite seriously. This meant that he was going to say something very important. Alfred remembered that the last time Bruce had such a serious and solemn expression was when the Justice League encountered a rare world crisis, although what he said this time was not directly related to the Justice League, nor was it directly related to the great threat that was about to come. To Bruce, it was just as important as those. Alfred. Bruce respected Alfred very much. It was precisely because he had great respect for the only elder that he wanted to open his heart to the elder and reveal some of the ideas that kept him awake all night. I want to make a plan that is quite extraordinary. Alfred was sharp. For Gotham, for the people, or for Master Hazel? All of them, Bruce said, but there is one missing. For the future of Hazel, for these, a plan centered around external unknown creatures, around the clown, the scarecrow, etc., thus appeared in Bruce's imagination. That is the scene now. Future. This word is relatively unfamiliar to Hazel. It's not that he is illiterate or has forgotten how to spell, but this word is like the dream of the Little Mermaid to Heiss himself, a dream bubble that is difficult to touch. Charm physique is a great gift from God for most people, but that is for most people. For Heiss, who cares a lot about his family. It is a negative effect that is like a chicken rib. It will bind him to a life that seems to be the same forever, and he has to be isolated from the world, as if he is voluntarily imprisoned. My life, it is likely to be a flat lake that can be seen at a glance. There is not much future to speak of. As early as halfway through the simulation game, Heiss holding the mouse, he vaguely realized the future life trajectory of the character. After really entering the game world and becoming a real person, he has a clearer understanding of such a future. What will Heiss's future be like? Is it permanent residence in Wayne Manor or other confined places? Is life trapped in Gotham City? For everyone's safety, it is difficult to meet even longtime friends. If nothing unexpected happens, Heath will live away from people until he dies of old age or is murdered and split apart. Life is still long, but if it goes on like this, he will be like an old man who is about to see the end of his road. Heath does not blame anyone, nor does he reject entering such a future game world. He is willing to restrain himself for his family for the rest of his life. But if it is possible, Heath looks at the interview photos Clark sometimes sends him, and he still thinks, this world is so beautiful, I really want to go and see it, and I also want a more free future. It's not wrong to have such a wish, right? But for him, he actually felt a little panic, and began to blame himself for this idea. You have no fault, Bruce said to him some time ago. Don't blame yourself. No one at home likes you because of your physique, and no bad events happen because of you. Heath, you are a good boy. He rarely said these heartfelt words. Hazel lowered his head and scratched his hands. I just think. Do you think it's wrong? There's no need to have such thoughts, because nothing should be borne heavily by an innocent person forever, Bruce said. Responsibility or morality. I won't let you bear these forever. Your future. There will definitely be more things. You are already an adult, right? When he said these words that sounded like great principles, he was very calm, as if what he stated was indeed the facts of the world and should be the origin of the world. Like a father, imparting knowledge to him and teaching him to raise his head. Hazel looked at him. Alfred also patted Hazel's head from behind. Anyway, I think what the master said is right. Of course, if he can have such thoughts about Gotham and let go of more unnecessary responsibilities, I will be more relieved. Don't you think so, Master? Bruce turned his head away, as if he didn't hear it. Hazel, come and see the step of the plan. Alfred looked at the father and son who were nervously looking at the plan with a smile, and went upstairs with the cookies. Hazel said silently, I haven't eaten the cookies yet. Bruce said nonchalantly, neither have I. Just ask Dick to take them down later. Now, after the light faded, he stood in a dark unknown space, but he remembered what Bruce had said to him. Do as planned. Hazel asked him at the time, if the plan succeeds, will I really have a better future? Bruce replied, it is highly likely, but maybe not. But the future needs to be fought for. There are some futures created by hope. If you don't try to fight for them, you will never get them. So for a better future, he is standing here now. The Joker was scratched in the eye at the time, and a large pool of blood splashed on Hazel who was nearby. Although the Dark Knight gently wiped the blood off his hair and face, the mask and the collar of his shirt were inevitably stained with red blood, which smelled a bit fishy. Now that he has passed through the light and come into the darkness, he has no time to change his clothes and comes here with blood stains. It's a bit embarrassing. Hazel thought so too, twisting the corner of his clothes and taking a look. It was pitch black here. There was nothing, let alone any clothes to change into. He had just left Wayne Manor for a while, and he already missed the warm atmosphere at home, the sweet smell of toast, and the harmonious family life. But it was not time to go back yet, and he had not yet finished what he had to do for a possible better future, and to live up to the efforts of his father and brothers. He needed to complete his mission. In the dark space, there was nothing. It was empty, and there was not even the sound of talking. It was like being in the depths of hell, or being locked in a small box of memory, and it was very quiet. No scary monsters appeared, nor did that woman appear. Did I fall into a black hole? Heiss thought so funny, and walked forward aimlessly for a while. Only then did he see an extremely strange and abrupt light within the visible range, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. It was light again. Heiss did not hesitate, and immediately approached the light. Passing through the light, my eyes lit up. In a superficial sense, the original darkness and light seemed like illusions that did not exist. Now it was a hot day, and the sun made my whole body hot. Under my feet, I felt the ground as if I was standing firmly on the ground. This is the human world, or to be more precise, this is the Earth. Another Earth? Heiss felt a slight headache. Many memories that had accumulated at the bottom suddenly came to his mind, and he suddenly gained many memories that he did not have before. He remembered something. This is another Earth, an Earth that has been destroyed in essence and only retains its surface form, and he is the last uncontaminated Earthling, a female voice said, as if peeping into his psychological activities. Heiss turned around, and a high school girl with black hair, slightly curved phoenix eyes, and a small mole under her eye stood behind him gently and charmingly. Heiss, Tommy Kawakami, the other person's name. The smile never left Tommy's face. Long time no see, from the time you were sent away from this world, until I could feel your breath again and had enough strength to bring you back. Tommy said, let me think, has it been 100 years? Not necessarily, but I have been lonely for a long time. I don't dislike you, although you have been contaminated a little. Do you feel the power? Do you feel the benefits of being contaminated? It would be great if you could. Tommy opened her arms gently. Child, look, I welcome your return. Come back to my arms. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Come Back to My Arms. Tommy opened her arms, her eyes slightly curved. She was indeed a very beautiful woman, so no matter what she did, she had a kind of natural charm. When such a beautiful woman opened her fragile arms to people, with a gentle smile and a slightly frowned brow, she gave people a maternal glow. Because under her arms, what was exposed to the people in front of her was the belly that nurtured life and belonged to women. For every child, this is the origin of life and the safest place. But Hashes looked at Tommy's arms and felt sad. Tommy was still very gentle. Don't come back, child. Tommy's eyes were sincere, and her soft body revealed her harmlessness. I am your mother. Mother, such a warm word. Hashes was almost moved by her, but he didn't, because his father's reminder, the memory that was constantly restored, and even the boundless nostalgia for this land, all these told him to be careful and vigilant. Hashes finally just sighed softly and shook his head firmly. This is another world. This is also a place that is different from other worlds, but also similar to other worlds, with the Earth that breeds countless lives. Somewhere on Earth, a female student who is about to graduate is ecstatic about her belly. Great, said Kawakami. Tommy, this must be the teacher's child. There is no mistake. She said this because, to put it bluntly, Tommy is a woman who likes to roam the love field. She has ambiguous relationships with many men she can get in touch with, especially those men with higher status. She may not like those men very much, but she likes the way others admire her and the way she is pursued by others. To put it more literary, she makes a living by devouring the love of others. And the fetus that has been discovered is the child that appeared in her belly not long after she and her high school teacher got together. Tommy is not mainly happy because of the appearance of the child. She just feels that the appearance of such a fetus can make her relationship with the teacher go further. She always feels that the relationship between her and the teacher is still a little short, but she can't explain it clearly. So she thought that this child would definitely be a bridge of transition, and make the teacher fall in love with her completely. As for the love and pity for the fetus, maybe there was some in her heart, but it was temporarily buried under the great passion of love. Let the teacher go crazy for me, with such a thought. During the physical education class, she and the teacher quietly left the crowd and came to the grove on the hanging slope. When they sat there and talked about love, she told the teacher about this matter. This is your child. After saying this, she only cared about the various emotions that flashed across the teacher's face, but she didn't care about the classmate who had been in love with her. Standing behind her, showing a sad and angry expression. Love overwhelmed the male classmate's mind, and so did anger. After a quarrel, Tommy was pushed by the out-of-control male student and fell off the hanging slope. With the air passing quickly, she hit the ground heavily. The classmates who were still playing heard the noise and surrounded her in surprise. They saw Tommy lying on the ground, not making a sound, so they felt her pulse, listened to her heartbeat, and felt her breath under her nose. When they could not feel any of these, they thought that Kawakami Tommy was indeed dead. The male student and the teacher rushed down. The male student began to panic at this time, and he wanted to turn himself in, but the teacher stopped him. "Let's deal with her," the teacher said to the students. "She deserves it, and it's too troublesome to tell the police." He was afraid that the police would do an autopsy and find the fetus, and then dismiss him from his position. Classmates. It was hard to tell which of the usual jealousy and resentment touched them, and the students acquiesced, including the male student. So they all took off their clothes, found the farm tool axe, and tried to scatter Tommy's body. But another terrifying thing happened. After the axe went down, Tommy actually woke up slowly, and she began to scream in fear at a group of classmates holding axes. There was no way out. Maybe Tommy was not dead, but just fainted on the verge of death. But she saw such a crime scene, and she had to die here anyway. The teacher raised the axe and killed the woman he once loved with his own hands. Compared to love, this adult seemed to value his precarious interests more. Classmates. They acquiesced in indifference. Tommy Kawakami will disappear today. This has become a reality recognized by everyone. After ending her life, the classmates cut Tommy's body into nearly 50 pieces, and the teacher asked each person to take one piece back to dispose of it. In this way, the police won't find it. The teacher reminded them, "You know, all of us are accomplices." This group of murderers scattered with the fragments. The teacher stayed at the end and dealt with some of the remaining traces. He also left a body part, so after dealing with the traces, he carefully threw the body part package into the river. Facing the package that disappeared in the flowing water, the teacher finally felt relieved. So, he couldn't help but think leisurely, "Where is the child that Tommy Kawakami said? Why didn't I find some traces in the stomach? Could it be that it is still in the embryonic state? That would be harmless." For a highly educated male, like him, it is really harmless to lack an embryo that could be his own child. He suddenly felt relaxed and began to daydream about the new female teacher. Tommy was indeed too beautiful, but since it had become a bloody incident in his life, it was inconvenient to think about it anymore. The male teacher left the river. He was thinking about whether to buy a bunch of flowers and give it to the beautiful female colleague tomorrow, or to a female student from another class. When he turned to leave, he didn't think about going into the water to take a look. He didn't, because he couldn't imagine that under the flowing water, the cloth wrapped around Tommy's body parts was washed away by the water, leaving only the body parts stuck in the cracks of the rocks. Swaying and growing, received unspeakable favor. Tommy regained a new life. Since then, Kawakami Tommy is no longer an ordinary beautiful human, but a Tommy, who has unlimited reproductive and survival abilities, can seduce everyone, and is committed to dragging all mankind into the depths of darkness. Everything has a price. After gaining supernatural powers and completely freeing herself from her human identity, Tommy, who returned to the teacher's house amid the horror of her teachers and classmates, has been contaminated by unspeakable darkness. She has become the embodiment of all negative energy, darkness, and filth in this world. Kawakami's soul drifted away with the water, and it was unknown whether there was any remnant. Even if there was, it was replaced by a new creature, made of filth, becoming the planner of all the evil. Kawakami was never seen again, but when she drifted away with the water, and prayed to the unspeakable God to live, she subtly had an idea. She asked the world for help with her child's life. Not every woman has maternal love for her children. Facing children born by accident, facing children born out of pain. Even if women pity the weak, they also have their own awkward emotions, because they are still people, not carriers. The same is true for Tommy. She considers herself a collection of beauty, and the child is just a bargaining chip for the teacher, and her own life is more important. Therefore, She has always acted as if she doesn't care much about the child. But before her consciousness is about to be completely polluted, or before it completely dissipates, she still made a prayer for the child. Let him live. Perhaps even Tommy herself could not tell whether her thoughts at this time were from the remaining maternal love and sense of responsibility, or the sadness of being of the same kind, or a little pity for the unborn young life, or just a sudden impulse when she thought of this. But in short, she did it. No matter what her starting point was, her wish was soon realized. Unspeakable pollution put filth and consciousness on Tommy, transforming her into the incarnation of darkness, and world consciousness rescued the child from nowhere while driving away the unspeakable, allowing him to grow up under the power of nature. When rescuing the child, world consciousness asked Kawakami Tommy to give the child a name. In the end, everyone has an English name now. Kawakami Tommy said indifferently, "Then I will give him an English name. Heis, that's it." World consciousness was silent for a while, finally agreed, and told the growing child that your name is Heis. When telling this, Heis was already growing up. The world has completely changed. Unspeakable pollution appeared in the world, and the carrier was his mother, Tommy, who used irresistible charm to seduce everyone, causing countries that were already prone to war to kill each other. Even in multiple countries, there were different split bodies instructing their followers to kill other Tommy. The world was in flames. Countless split bodies, countless fights. Tommy, who was reborn from the filth, envied all the same positions and hoped that she was the only supreme and beautiful in the world. As for the former Kawakami, what he left to the world was probably only this child and the name he gave to the child. Even affected by the last pollution, Kawakami knew his own demise and physical changes in the future, and the name he gave to the child was full of irony. Heather. Heather means heather. This flower is quite famous because the smell of its resin is very similar to the smell of male reproductive fluid. So in secular comments, men tease and women hate it, and it has a bad meaning. This is also the reason why few people call it this name. Kawakami chose this word, and it is not difficult to imagine her ironic evaluation of the fact that she was killed by a man and a woman in the past, and her meaning of mocking the future, deceiving people and endangering the world's prospects. Therefore, her choice of this word seems to be a bit of a mockery of inheriting her mother's career. Do you want this name? The world consciousness asked the child. The world consciousness of this world is a very knowledgeable, but also very gentle consciousness. Even though it has always been fighting against the filth carried by Tommy, even though the world is almost completely eroded by Tommy, it has not taken its anger out on Kawakami's child, and has taken care of the child peacefully. Even in naming, it is keenly aware of the bad meaning of this name for the public. After consideration, ask the child's opinion. The child listened to the world consciousness's point of view. He sat between the grass and flowers and thought for a long time. He inherited his mother's beauty and the gentleness of the world consciousness. He quietly looked at the flowers in front of him for a long time, stretched out his fingers, and carefully touched the delicate flowers in front of him. Even though its smell is not very pleasant, it is small in size and does not bloom very lushly. The child then said, "Let's call it this name." "I'll call it this name," the world consciousness confirmed. "Do you mind?" Heather looked at the flower. Maybe mother meant that Heather is cute and beautiful. Heather said, "I haven't seen her, and this, Tommy, is no longer Kawakami, but I think maybe Kawakami's mother would think so. Who knows?" The breeze blew over Heather's head, as if the world consciousness was caressing his head. Heather still looked at the flower for a long time, and slowly said, "Well, it sounds nice, and Heather is also very beautiful." The world consciousness gently, "I think so too, then. It won't be too long, when Heather is still some time away from adulthood." The unspeakable turbidity took the opportunity to invade and fought several rounds with the world consciousness. After several years of causing great suffering to the Earth's creatures, this tenacious and fragile world could no longer hold on and was on the verge of silence. With the demise of the last Earthling invaded by the turbidity, the world consciousness will also fall into a permanent sleep. He can no longer fight against the unspeakable, but he still can't rest assured. Even in the confrontation, he used the remaining strength to barely protect Heis well. allowing Heist to avoid all kinds of direct confrontations and murderous intentions with Tommy. He believed that everyone on Earth was his child, and Heist was the child he raised. The person on Earth is no longer Kawakami, but the filthy aggregate Tommy. They are not Heist's biological mothers, and they like to kill each other, so they will naturally not show mercy to Heist. Instead, they will want to devour him, and Heist is still very weak. When he was sleeping, he thought, after I fall asleep, who will protect this last child? He was worried, so he simply advanced the time of sleeping, converted time into power, wrapped the child, and sent it outside the world, to another world bubble. The world consciousness of this new world bubble was born tens of thousands of years after the destruction of the Earth and this world. It is very friendly to the world consciousness that is about to grow old and sleep, and is willing to accept the arrival of Heist with a mentality of grief for the death of the rabbit. This new world consciousness is very young, and it has given itself a name, asking the world consciousnesses that come to it to call it customer service. Customer service said, "This cub you sent seems to have some of your energy. Will he become a new world consciousness in the future?" Customer service was very excited. "This is the first time I have seen a world consciousness cub. I can reluctantly give number 1 to him. How about this? I will call him Customer Service 02 from now on." Heist's world consciousness was silent for a while. "I don't want him to become a world consciousness, and he may not become one," Customer Service 02 said. "That's good too, Customer Service 02. After all, the survival of our world consciousness is related to this group of fragile humans. I have so few humans, and maybe one day I will die with them." Alas, Customer Service 02 was still a little melancholy. Heist's world consciousness looked at Heist, who was forced to fall into a deep sleep in the package, and said to Customer Service 02, "Maybe he can help you, maybe." Customer Service 02 laughed. "No matter what, leave it to me." Customer Service 02 took Heist, and the two world consciousnesses said goodbye. They all knew that this would be the last time they met. Heist would grow up in another world, and the world consciousness would perish in the inaccessible darkness, which was equivalent to eternal sleep. After all, they would never wake up again after they fell asleep. It's still a bit regrettable. The last moment before falling asleep, it was like a revolving lantern of human beings at the moment of death. He also remembered the small wooden house he built for Heist. It was just placed casually, but the child cleaned and arranged flowers every day, and told him that he liked it the most because it had the taste of home. "After all, I am not a human being, I can't give good care and care. He likes the smell of home so much, he must like a warm family." So with regret and hope, he sent blessings belonging to the world consciousness to the children far away in other worlds. If Heist can wake up, not be sad because of him, and find a good family, it would be better to be happy every day. He then slept in the endless night. Chapter 90. You return to this land, you return to my arms. Even though he has fallen into a permanent sleep and will never wake up to say anything to Heist, but when he stepped on the land of this world, he still felt that he was welcomed. After all, the world consciousness does not need a physical body. In past memories, the world consciousness often nurtured him and communicated with him in an inhuman manner. Every breeze, every trembling of branches and leaves, and even every big tree silently sheltered Heist on rainy days. All of them are ways for the world consciousness to communicate with him, and the drizzle is silent. This feeling has continued to this day, and it still exists when Heist steps on a land where the gods sleep. Even the scorched land and dry leaves make him feel particularly kind. "This is welcoming me." This kind of silent tenderness is the tenderness that Heist likes most, instead of the tenderness that Tommy is obviously pretending to be in front of him at this moment, like a poisonous snake that is not released, trying to confuse the psychological defense line of its prey with its patterns. "Why don't you speak?" Tommy still asked him warmly. Tommy still smiled beautifully, always opening her arms to him. Her arms were thin and delicate, but she could keep them in the air without any pain in her shoulders. Her posture was extremely natural. Her physical strength alone was enough to surpass many people who lacked exercise. It was not surprising. Looking around, there was only a flat land with quicksand. The smell of gunpowder and blood had long gone, but from such a situation, it could actually give people the illusion of smelling it. When Heist left this earth, there were no Earthlings who were not polluted by the unspeakable. Even the total number of people left was destroyed by the terrible and continuous wars. I guess after I left, in the long years when the world consciousness fell asleep, these divided Tommy fought each other endlessly until only the final winner was left, and then they regained their energy, and could find him. I just don't think it's necessary to keep silent. I said seriously, you don't need to pretend in front of me. I'm not the kind of person who pities the weak Japanese man, nor am I the kind of person who doesn't know the details about you. Although you're just Tommy, not Kawakami, Heist, but no matter what, your body is my biological mother. I have always tried to understand you, Island Man. Although she has already lost count of the Japanese man who has caused trouble, she still has some impression of the Japanese man who was brought up in this occasion and described in that way. Tommy, really? You still remember that guy? That guy, refers to a Japanese man that one of Tommy's split bodies met. The man was the youngest son in the family, ugly and short, with low IQ and EQ. He was an ordinary person that Tommy would look down on, but when the eldest sons in the family were blinded by greed, admired Tommy and fought for her. This man was particularly sober and broke away from this atmosphere, looking at Tommy with a vigilant look. Tommy tried to seduce him. Aren't you moved by me? I don't love them. Maybe I only love you, the man said firmly. No. So he was locked up in the basement by his brothers who were instigated by Tommy, and lived an inhuman life for several days. But even so, the other party never gave in to Tommy, who came to seduce gently, and sat in the corner with his arms folded indifferently. Even when he was forced to help his brothers deal with Tommy's body and had to go into the deep mountains and forests to stay with the three Tommys split by fingers, he was not attracted by beauty, but just stubbornly stayed in his own world. Tommy thought this was not enough. She was no longer an ordinary Kawakami Tommy, but a collection of chaotic consciousness. Although she imitated many things that Tommy would do, she was indeed more terrifying than anyone else in terms of the degree of danger and hypocrisy. Tommy began to plan. Aren't you self-righteous and self-deprecating? One of the three split bodies began to pretend that his face was difficult to recover, and his limbs grew twice as slowly as others. Every day, he was bullied viciously by the other split bodies, just like the man at home. As expected, the man took the bait. He protected the bullied split body with pity, and did not despise the other's ugly face. When he was dying of starvation, he still couldn't forget the split body. So you like this? Tommy laughed before he died, and said to his wide eyes, it seems that I acted well. No one can escape my charm. The man died in the deep mountains and forests with his eyes open. He carried a camera before his death, and then the people who were discovered got it and played those videos to the world. People only then knew that these increasingly beautiful women actually had such magical powers and such magical acting abilities. Heist, who grew up slowly under protection, also saw the true appearance of his mother for the first time, and outstanding acting skills. The acting skills were directly exposed. Tommy obviously found it boring. The turbid consciousness did not have any special personality, so after obtaining the carrier of Tommy Kawakami, she inherited almost all of Kawakami's bad tempers and became a darker Tommy. She lowered her arms, and the gentleness in her expression gradually faded. In an instant, she transformed from a beautiful and gentle mother to a black mud Tommy with a mocking face. Sometimes, I really don't understand you humans, Tommy said. It's very considerate to pretend. If you indulge yourself and accept the image of your favorite person that I pretend to be, wouldn't the problem be solved better? The long black hair fluttered in the wind, like the tentacles of an octopus, caressing Tommy's face vaguely. The small mole under her eyes was charming, but when she raised her head, she looked down at the child in front of her. Tommy looked at Hishizi in front of her. The red blood stains, the mask that covered her beauty tightly, the eyes that were so clean that they made her feel stupid. Such a child. Is it actually the blood of this body? The characteristics are very similar, but in terms of temperament, this one is indeed very different from the other split individuals, even completely different. But if she eats it, maybe she can achieve great perfection. Split bodies are creatures that need to constantly devour other split bodies in order to grow. Tommy and the others were born from each other's flesh and blood, But because of jealousy and desire for power, they love to fight each other. They are like worms in a goo cave, without any family affection or feelings. Only the winner who is left at the end. She is only one step away from a successful, dirty body, as long as she can devour the last part of the flesh and blood that was split off from the previous body and taken away. That is, the child of this body, Tommy, will return to the original and strongest state. In this way, in the future, when facing other things that she doesn't like, hates, or wants to do, she will be freer, and can even travel freely through time and space to become a hegemon. Therefore, after defeating the other Tommy, when only one head is left in the body in the fight, she will also follow a little induction from the distant world, with the help of people who have traveled between life and death, to try to kill or completely take away Heis. Success is just one step away. Heis has never moved since he came to this world. Tommy feels that she knows the answer. He can't move. The formation that travels through time and space is extremely difficult to set up. Even as an unspeakable carrier, it takes a huge amount of power to contact the humans between life and death. It is even more difficult to let the humans in it transfer the world. Consumption of vitality. This is the most standard answer. Even if it is nurtured by the world consciousness, even if it is Kawakami's son, it is not necessarily that he has a lifespan that exceeds that of gods. The longer you stay here, the more blood and vitality the formation consumes. Just now, if you can still hug me, I will give you a quick death, Tommy said. But now, what if you are stubborn? You can't move anymore. No matter how many drops of blood Shizzy lost for the formation under the mask. At this time, the formation that was lit up continuously absorbed it, making his limbs ache and his heart ache. He was able to support walking from the darkness to this land and insisted on standing for so long. He must have reached his limit long ago. Tommy shook his hands slightly and took out a pair of extremely sharp knives and forks that almost looked like weapons. Their way of devouring each other is bloody and straightforward. They only need to consume all the flesh and blood of the other party to completely obtain the other party's strength. She took a step with a clever smile, and approached the prey in the cage little by little. After a very long time of waiting and accumulation, her strength is about to reach the peak, including the charm that she inherited from Tommy and was proud of, and it will also reach the highest level that she desires very much. At this time, she feels that she has won. She stayed very close to Heis and stood still. Although she could not see Heis's expression at this time, and the other party did not move at all, this was a symbol of victory. Poor child, she was willing to act again at this moment. Tommy raised her sharp knife and fork. Don't be afraid, child. The words seemed very pleasant, but she was worthy of being the same dirty source as the clown. No matter how humorous her words were, she was extremely sharp and ruthless in her actions. The knife fell with a sharp movement. Tommy could almost imagine the slow motion of the action, and from the reverie after the slow motion, she imagined the satisfied posture of blood and flesh splashing. Those would not become the new Heis, but would be directly absorbed by her unified body. The long-cherished wish is in sight. It will be realized soon. Ding! The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Along with the sound, a virtual round shield with flying sparks appeared. It looked transparent, but it had a resistance that could not be underestimated. It could block Tommy's knife and fork. Tommy? She was shocked. You still have strength? Impossible. You are not. Shizzy held the void array as a round shield, and his expression was still firmly covered by the mask, revealing only a pair of extremely sharp eyes at this time. The same small mole under his eyes seemed to echo Tommy. The mask made his words muffled, but the meaning was still expressed fluently. Shizzy, who told you that I can't move? The clown who really couldn't move was still struggling in the church, reaping the fruits of his own labor. He pushed the array outward, pushing away the sharp weapon that was close at hand, and quickly took out a box with one hand, pressed the mechanism, and threw it at Tommy. He then fell into the portal that had opened at some point, broke free from Tommy, and continued to pursue her in time, teleporting to a place far behind Tommy. Tommy, she probably wanted to swear. Her beautiful features wrinkled into a ball, revealing an ugly look of defeat that she shouldn't have normally. She quickly retracted her knife and fork, and pointed at some black things with her fingers, trying to fight back against Hazel in time. but she was too complacent before, and was a step too late. After the switch of the box was pressed, it gently hit Tommy. There was a violent explosion. The flames filled the air, completely engulfing Tommy's struggling figure, including a small tuft of hair that flew out of the box, which was also burned out. Hazel was a little stunned, then sighed, felt a breeze caressing his head, and felt lost, but helplessly relieved. His mood at the moment was really complicated. There was also a little bit of strange funny feeling. In this occasion, he thought of the previous conversation inappropriately. When he learned about the plan, he asked Batman, "How can I deceive her?" Batman calmly said, "Just cover your face." At that time, I wondered if it was really feasible. I was confused and learned several tricks from Doctor Strange, worried that my acting skills would be exposed even when wearing the mask. Now think about it, I really shouldn't worry about whether his father had a doctorate in psychology. Hazel, Dad is the strongest. There was a slight shaking feeling under my feet. The earth was shaking, and a black gas covered the sky. Tommy's body gradually melted in the flames, and there was no possibility of resurrection, but the dark matter extracted from it kept flying out of it, forming a group of black smoke gathering in the sky, gradually forming a human figure, which looked like Tommy. Outside this world, the transparent barrier of the besieged area also disappeared slowly as if it was burned by fire. The people who kept walking back and forth to escape were surprised to find that they had actually walked out of this place that seemed like a ghost wall. Obviously, her power has weakened a lot. At least she can't reach out to other worlds anymore. This world has long been controlled by dark matter, and even the world consciousness has fallen into a deep sleep. What Heights can do with this move is to completely cut off the possibility of Tommy becoming stronger and leaving this world. But it is enough. This world will become the place where Tommy is imprisoned. She can no longer escape, nor can she vent her greed. She can only struggle forever in the source of evil, the barren land. He should leave. Heights quickly looked around and found the light that he had entered before. He had to leave this extremely dangerous place before the dark matter gathered again. Leaving the dangerous place is urgent. He hesitated for almost half a second, and quickly made up his mind. Enduring the severe pain, he grabbed a small piece of dust from the flames that was connected to the land and Tommy's now abandoned body, and stuffed it into his pocket. The fingers were terribly burned, and the few fingers that were inserted seemed to be non-existent. There was no blood, but the degree of burns was alarming in a short time. Fire is indeed their nemesis. Heights took a last breath of the air here. Heights, I'm leaving. Heights, I'm fine now. Heights, good night. He stepped into the light, leaving this world where he started, and returned to the void and darkness where he had arrived before. In his pocket was a handful of a mixture of fine sand from the ground and the ashes of his body. It was difficult to tell the direction in the darkness. The space between the world bubbles was distorted, and the light transmission was not stable. Heiss could hardly tell whether this was the direction he came in from before. It was all black. It was all dark. It was incredibly quiet, giving people a sense of weightlessness and fear like the deep sea. Now, Heiss was not very scared. He touched his pocket intimately. I'm going home. Chapter 91. He succeeded. Doctor Strange looked up at the sky. Although the sky was incredibly dark at this time, it was still something he could see clearly at a glance. So he was looking through the window with a few gaps, watching the thin barrier in the distance dissipate little by little and shatter in the sky. The he in the words was naturally self-evident. It naturally referred to the son of the spiritual leader of the Justice League in front of him, the one with so many timelines that even Doctor Strange couldn't see through. You forgot that he has another identity, Tony said. Doctor Strange had a hunch that when the sky spoke, it would be bad, so he kept silent. Unfortunately, Hazel's father was standing in front of him. His eyes were much more relaxed under the mask, and he echoed Tony's words in a deep voice with interest. I'm all ears. The two of them were both the richest man and the vigilante. Although they usually liked to compete secretly, they were willing to join forces when it came to pitting others. Tony readily agreed. Look, most of the plan requires you to teach the kid magic. Now that the plan is completed, isn't this a master degree? Doctor Strange, obviously I only taught portals and defense. If this counts as a master degree, Then all apprentices in the magic temple can graduate. Tony, you can open a magic crash course. Stephen, do you think Peter has a talent for learning magic? The topic flew too fast, and the war spread too fast. Peter, who was listening to the headphone channel in the distance, was shocked. Finally, he mustered up the courage to interrupt the channel of a group of powerful big men. No need. Tony, to be honest, the magic spider might make me feel more at ease. Doctor Strange, he doesn't have much magic talent. Do you think magic talent is cabbage? If you have to say, his classmates Ned and Hazel are more likely to have it. When he mentioned this, his thoughts drifted a little. Magic talent. This thing sounds strange, and many of the nouns associated with it are also strange and difficult to understand. But as long as you roughly know that this is a necessary condition for learning magic, you can roughly understand it. Doctor Strange was a little surprised that Peter's classmate Ned had a strong talent for magic, but he could accept it normally. After all, there are always a few geniuses in the magic world from time to time, such as the Ancient One, him, and Ned. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe Ned will become the new generation of Supreme Master in a few decades. After all, that kid's talent is so strong. But this is a matter of the future, and Doctor Strange doesn't plan to think too much about it. At most, he will consider it for the future and teach Ned a little more magic. But Heath is more special. Are you really not going to take Heath as your apprentice? Even you praise that kid's talent for magic, Tony suggested. You teach Ned anyway, so what's wrong with having one more child? He's the kid of the Dark family, so fun. Batman said coldly. I heard it. Tony, so what if you heard it? Maybe after he becomes Stephen's apprentice, he will join the Avengers, which will really piss you off. You think too much, Batman said calmly. First of all, I won't be angry, and secondly, he basically won't join. Tony argued with him. What makes you say that? Don't stop kids from pursuing their dreams, Batman. It's just a simple fact. His figures are Batman and Robin in the first row, and yours is on the second to last layer. It was later that Damian went to buy them for him as a gift. Tony, you're worse than I thought. Dark. Tony's mechanical butler was greeted by the keywords and took the initiative to speak. The voice came from Tony's earphone. Sir, in fact, 60% of fathers will check the relevance of their children's figures to themselves. Tony, I want to modify your program. Do you know that you are my butler and not Dark? Mechanical butler. I'm sorry, sir. Doctor Strange was too lazy to speak. He turned his eyes away boredly and looked at Batman, the tall figure of the new ally who was facing the magic circle and the Joker, and was lost in thought. Obviously, the little argument that just broke out with Tony was not worth mentioning for the father of Batman and Heath. That's right. After all, on the rooftop a few nights ago and in the planning after training, he had already told Batman directly about Heath's current situation. So after a brief relaxation of the quarrel, the father fell into new worries and could not completely let go. Tommy, after obtaining the real name of the dark matter from Jason, Doctor Strange was able to use some magic to infer that this was a dark creature from the outside world that was closely related to Heath. This dark creature, named Tommy Kawakami, has expanded to an extremely terrifying level of power, and may even pass through the barrier between the worlds and interfere in the affairs of other worlds. The strands of hair in Batman's hand came from her, the forces that the Joker contacted came from her, and the abnormal physique of Heath was also inseparable from her. It can be said that Tommy is the key point and starting point of the current series of events. She has bad intentions and is extremely aggressive towards the world. She is also full of extreme desire and murderous intent towards Heath, so even if she is still in a weak state, she has to contact Jason, who is on the verge of life and death, and wants to take action in advance. However, her strength is not necessarily at its peak now. Therefore, she has not taken action for a long time, and has not been able to continue to contact Jason. After decades, she was barely able to reconnect with the Joker. I guess before that, she was in a state of confusion or repair. Her current strength is at its lowest point from now to the future. Doctor Strange observed the world line and judged, this is a very greedy guy. She just recovered some pitiful energy after killing each other, but she could have made progress because she came here because of hunger. Batman: so, now is the best time to deal with her. That's right, Doctor Strange affirmed, and the most suitable person to solve all this is Heath. Batman. The spiritual leader immediately fell silent, although he invited Doctor Strange to come. Even as early as when he decided on the plan, he already knew that all this was closely related to Heath, and Heath might need to sacrifice a lot of safety. But when he really heard such a conclusion from a professional, as a father, he still paused for a moment involuntarily. Doctor Strange can understand Batman. He can see that there is indeed a heartfelt love between Batman and his children, even if most of them have no blood relationship at all. But all of this is necessary. Doctor Strange explained, between the world bubbles, there is an extremely chaotic space. A world is a world bubble. The worlds are not the same, and there are many of them, so they are like bubbles in a basin of soap, stacked and squeezed together, but they will not burst each other. In the world bubble, there are countless planets and galaxies that breed life, which are the foundation for the prosperity of each world bubble. Without life, the world bubble is dead. However, in the gap between the world bubble and other world bubbles, there is no such similar existence, but a dark and chaotic place. Such a place is almost a dead zone. Its space is distorted, time does not pass, and the coverage area is boundless. It is a line of defense to prevent the chaos of the world bubble and prevent the chaotic creatures of other worlds from threatening other world bubbles. Therefore, basically no one can travel between world bubbles, and no one can easily go to other world bubbles. Even Tommy, who destroyed a world, Doctor Strange can't, and many magical creatures he has seen can't. When he fought against the Dark Lord Dormammu, he was able to glimpse the corners of the world bubble, and the shock of disorder in it has affected him to this day. It is conceivable that Tommy, who is committed to crossing such a space and reaching this world, will grow to a terrible extent in the future. But on the other hand, it is also extremely difficult to cross the gap between world bubbles and go to other worlds to extinguish the signs of destruction. I can't do it, and there should be no one in this world who can do it. Of course, if there is, it is probably difficult to find. But Hazel can do it, Doctor Strange repeated again. He is different. Didn't you know it a long time ago? About him not belonging to this world, this matter? He asked the Dark Knight in front of him, but his words were firm. The Dark Knight's back was straight, and his long black cape swept slightly on the ground, casting a dark shadow. The part of the mask that was exposed was tightened, and he whispered, "Indeed." At first, there was only suspicion, and then the suspicion was confirmed step by step, whether it was blood analysis, daily interactions, some changes not long ago, and the recent analysis reports provided by Killer Moth and Scarecrow were all confirming this fact to him. His child, Hazel, is indeed not from this world. In fact, to be more precise, not from this bubble. No one in this world can have so many timelines around without paying too much. No one can be born with such magical power, just because he was injected with the same injection as other experimental subjects. It can be guessed. The reason why Heist was targeted is probably because this child was indeed originally from Tommy's world bubble. He was there before, so he has a special connection with it. Doctor Strange. That's why I say that only he can complete this task. The gaps between world bubbles are disordered and chaotic. After entering, it is basically doomed to die, or you can't find the way back. So there are always guys between life and death who will mistakenly enter. The Joker, Jason and even others are connected to Tommy in this way. Living people cannot enter, and dying people cannot act. Only one type of people can. That is, people who have connections with multiple world bubbles and are born with certain abilities given by world consciousness. Hometown welcomes wanderers. This principle is not only universal in the world, but also universal in world bubbles. The calling effect of a world bubble on people who enter it may not have much power, but people who have connections with multiple world bubbles can almost be said to have hometowns everywhere, and they can naturally shuttle between them. Then it has to be handed over to Heather. The task of saving the world and changing himself is handed over to this guy. For this reason, Doctor Strange tacitly agreed to teach him magic. As he expected, children favored by the world consciousness always learn these magical abilities much faster than many people. Now, He has completed his mission in this world. The power of Tommy gradually dissipated. The police and vigilantes went out to rescue the people in the trapped areas. Of course, under Batman's advance plan, the people inside were actually mainly acting, and they were well prepared, so the casualties were zero. Before Killer Moth was knocked unconscious by Nightwing, he was still screaming, "Impossible! They were obviously trapped in my cocoon fluid for a long time. They should have been completely corroded." Nightwing hit him with a stick. "Do you know that there is something called protective clothing in the world?" Barbara tied him up neatly. She was also wearing a vigilante tights. After her legs and feet recovered, she quickly exercised diligently and basically recovered her previous skills as Batgirl. In this Gotham crisis, she cooperated with Batman's plan. Not only did she come here, but other Batgirls also lurked everywhere to help. "This means it has been resolved," Barbara whispered. "I can't wait to take those girls to see the child. You know, they also want to have another good brother, a good-looking and caring one." In addition to Barbara, Batgirl has successors. Like Robin, there are brave girls wandering around the edge of Gotham as vigilantes. They all have a good personal relationship with the Bat family. From time to time, they will give Heath some small gifts and meet briefly. Even though they are often busy with more things and live in different places, Nightwing replied, "I guess it's about the same." He looked up at the sky and smiled. Doctor Strange stood for a while, still couldn't help asking, "What is your plan?" Although the way through the gap between the world bubbles guides Heath, it is also very dangerous and difficult in such a space. If you are not careful, you will get lost. Doctor Strange originally intended to gather more talented people to strengthen the stability of the passage, but when he was having a headache to gather things, he was stopped by Batman. "You said there is another way. What is it?" Doctor Strange asked curiously. "I can only think of this one." Batman glanced at him. He stared at the magic circle, and occasionally cast a few glances outside the small door of the church. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Whoever is doing something behind the scenes will naturally be the one to deal with it. After all, these things require a lot of resources and manpower for us, but not for this guy." There was some vague meaning in his words. Doctor Strange speculated on his words. "What do you mean by that?" "I don't mean anything else. When players encounter bugs, customer service needs to appease and deal with them," Batman said lightly. "Then when people he cares about encounter crises that he can handle, he will not leave it alone." Doctor Strange felt a little interested and looked outside with interest. Batman continued, "It's just as simple as bringing my child back." "Can't he do it?" HU, customer service 02 sneezed. "Of course, the world consciousness will not sneeze. But as a world consciousness that has infinite interest in the human world, is very young, and can even give itself a name, it is normal to imitate human behavior." When he sneezed, the elderly lady who was remotely controlled also felt itchy in the nose. The young clerk mirror woke up from her daze and hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Nothing. The elderly lady also said, "Nothing." The world consciousness will not catch a cold, so of course it's okay to sneeze. But if he had a back of the neck, he would feel that there was a dark wind behind him that was plotting against him. It felt terrible. Customer service 02 thought guiltily, "It's hard to say that he is not responsible for the current situation of Heathrow. Could it be that the world consciousness is in deep sleep and can scold him, for example, blaming him for not taking good care of the child or something?" The world consciousness doesn't dream. "I think so." As a former guardian, customer service 02 thought about it and still felt it was very subtle. The lady sneezed again. Free flying in the sky. Chapter 92. Customer service 02 still intervened. As the omniscient and omnipotent world consciousness, even if it belongs to another world, it is also omnipotent and transcendent. Therefore, it is very clear, according to human logic, he was calculated on this point. But it doesn't matter, even if the world consciousness is calculated, the world consciousness, as a high-dimensional existence, will not suffer any losses. After all, they can be regarded as having common interests with humans. Unless humans and creatures in various galaxies wipe themselves out, they will be fine. But even so, customer service 02 still watched silently and prepared for his action early. No other reason, just for compatriots, for the existence called High Shizzy. When High Shizzy was first sent to the world of customer service 02, he lay in the package with very weak breathing, and his skin was so pale that people suspected that he would die at any time. It is difficult for the world consciousness to shuttle between the boundaries of the world bubble, not to mention the humans, who only inherited a little power of the world consciousness. Customer Service 02 just took on such a job, so he didn't want to break his promise immediately. He then tried every possible way to find the remaining humans in the world. He actually explained it himself before. There are very few humans in his world, and even the world consciousness itself was born not long ago, after the life in this world was annihilated for a long time. Perhaps by coincidence, the natural environment of the world was restored. The scientists frozen under the ice slowly woke up and became the only remaining life forms in the world. Customer Service 02 searched like this. Even if all the humans in the world were called to surround High Shizzy, the scientists scratched their heads. What is wrapped around this child? Is he also frozen underground? They chattered, rummaged out the scrap metal-like scientific equipment, and fiddled with High Shizzy for a while, and finally successfully restored some color to his face. At least he didn't look like he was going to die at any time. But it's also very dangerous. The scientist was still worried. He is still very fragile. Is he squeezed by the space? If the subsequent business and care can't keep up, he will still be so fragile that he will break at the touch. These words came out. Even he himself was somewhat silent, and looked around. Although the post-apocalyptic world has shown a trend of improvement, several lives that have been frozen to this day have appeared, and there is no shortage of pre-apocalyptic scientific facilities, but such environmental conditions are still too difficult for humans. The scientists were actually in a state of being hungry for several meals, and their heads and eyes were dizzy. In such a harsh environment, how can we provide the best care for a weak patient? Even if they are rescued with great effort, if there are no follow-up conditions, they will die of hunger or infection if they don't die of illness. Wouldn't those two ways of dying be more painful? So, the scientist almost looked at High Shizzy with pity, the kind of eyes that look at the dead with the same fate. Customer Service 02, High Shizzy opened his eyes. Being stared at with such eyes, to be honest, is still very unlucky. Customer Service 02 drove the scientist out and talked to High Shizzy instead. Customer Service 02, you should have heard what he just said. High Shizzy. High Shizzy didn't say anything. Since he woke up, he hadn't said a word, not even a muffled groan came out with the pain, just like a doll that had lost its senses, staring blankly out the window. He inherited his mother's face, and his beauty was reflected vividly on his face, making him look as melancholy as the moonlight even when he acted silly like this. The scientist talked for a long time at first, and then Customer Service 02 asked several questions. But High Shizzy didn't say a word. Sitting on the bed, he looked at the moonlight for a long time with a pale face. Customer Service 02 didn't understand what he was doing, so he just waited quietly for a long time before continuing to talk to him. Later, when Customer Service 02 recalled it, he roughly understood the meaning behind the scene. It's a moment of silence. Since you're here, it's impossible not to understand the fact that the gentle world consciousness has said goodbye to him and left. So, the child who survived the disaster under the protection of his loved ones offered his own deep silence for the departed relatives. After the moment of silence, High Shizzy was willing to speak. Although his brows were still dark and his smile was forced, he at least took the initiative to communicate. At his request, Customer Service 02 explained to him the current situation of the world, and did not hide the current predicament. Of course, he was still somewhat conscious. He skipped Heiss's physical condition. After all, it is not good for a little kid to be repeatedly told that he may not live long. Customer Service 02, anyway, that's it. You have been entrusted to me. Customer Service 02, what do you want to do next? The group of scientists will help you. You are a guest here. Heiss thought for a while. I'll see. After saying this, he put on his coat, supported his crutches, endured the faint pain on his skin, and pushed the door open and walked outside. The weather after the apocalypse is very strange. They are sparsely populated. After thawing themselves out, They simply requisitioned a small shabby house nearby. After all, most of the land and the ocean are now strange ice blocks, with a temperature that is sometimes warm and sometimes hot. It was a heart-wrenching sight to see such a sickly child limping on the ice. Every time he gasped, the viewer felt that he was going to die soon. Customer Service 02. He couldn't bear it. He had clearly promised to let the child live, but now it seemed that he couldn't provide him with an environment to live. The baby he had just got was not even warm enough, so was he going to die in his world? But there's really no way, the scientist replied. There's a lot of work to be done, and all kinds of changes are happening, but we basically don't have many people. Without people, you can't interfere in the affairs of this world, so you can't do anything. The scientist paused. If you can, look at us. Who is willing to let the new life that has been added with great difficulty die? We are still facing the risk of death. Hidden under the cold words was actually the pity and fear that came from being human. Customer Service 02 stopped making things difficult for the scientists. He thought again, and finally contacted the consciousness of another world. The consciousness of that world is very prosperous, but it is located in a remote place, always isolated among the bubbles of other worlds. Only the connection with the gaps between the worlds can tie this lonely bubble. Unfortunately, its internal turmoil is unstable, and it is easy for a world-class war to break out. This makes the already precarious connection of the world even more fragile. Customer Service 02's skills are not needed in this world, so he simply signs an exchange agreement with a rare colleague. He uses more power to help the other party stabilize the connection, while the other party accommodates a person from the outside world to ensure that the other party's life remains alive. The consciousness of that world was a little hesitant at first. I heard that the child is that. Tommy can make the consciousness of the main body world fall into dormancy. Such terrible energy. The world consciousness in this area has more or less noticed and feared it, and this world consciousness is no exception. Customer Service 02, don't worry, that guy can't get out. For now. When Heiss was sent over, a tuft of black hair was also handed over to Customer Service 02. The still dormant world consciousness was still conscious at that time, and carefully arranged everything and took away part of Tommy's power. Customer Service 02, as long as that guy can't get Heiss and the hair in my hand, he will never be able to leave that world intact. Customer Service 02, what's more, this child was raised by the world consciousness, so he is a companion, right? This touched the other party. He then agreed to let Heiss come to his world, and allowed him to use his own power to protect himself. For example, time, a power that every world consciousness has more or less. He would not stop Heiss from using it for self-protection. This is already very tolerant. Customer Service 02 returned to his own world. He wanted to find Heiss and tell him the good news. You don't have to die. I found it. Heiss said, I found a way. Customer Service 02 slowly typed a question mark. And then, Mir asked the lady. They were walking on the border between darkness and the world. The lady, who was coughing as if she was about to die at any time, suddenly became energetic, pulled Mir to chase Heiss, and took him to secretly draw a magic circle at the door of the church to follow Heiss's footsteps. The lady didn't intend to take Mir with her, but Mir looked at the people in the church, cried, and resolutely stepped into the magic circle, forcing himself to keep up with the lady. I just learned the truth of all this, Mir said. No matter what, I still want to see such a magical experience. After all, my mind is in a mess now, and I don't want to stay and face them. The they he was talking about were the people in the church. The sound insulation of the back door of the church was not up to standard, and Mir soon found out that the parents who adopted him were actually the hateful basement planners who made him homeless. This made the child mentally collapsed and had no way out. The lady had no choice but to follow the narration of Customer Service 02 and tell Mir these as stories. This story was obviously very interesting, and the child immediately immersed himself in it, and even asked with relish about the next plot development. Lady, what's next? He looked at the distant darkness, and said with a little nostalgia, next. The child cut open his own flesh and blood, using his blood to nourish the earth, and using his own power and memory to seal the little remaining dark energy in it. so that they would not be evil by nature and only know how to kill. So, it's like Nuwa creating humans. Countless reproductive bodies different from Tommy were born in the world. The world regains its popularity. Customer service O2 was stunned. He had heard about Haish's words that he might be able to help him. But he didn't care much, thinking that it was just a polite remark. However, the facts told him, after such a terrible power was curbed, it turned out to be such an effective ability. He felt that his control over this world was gradually restored, and the scientists looked around in shock. Looking over again, the child had already laid down quietly. His face was as pale as when he had just sent it, and although his brows were relaxed, he had an ignorant and relaxed heart. Customer service O2 understood. It seems that I owe you too much. How to repay? Customer service O2 thought for a long time until he remembered the agreement he had reached with other world consciousnesses, and the dreams that humans loved to weave for their children. You lost your memory. In that case, I will give you a new childhood dream. You can choose to wake up from the dream at any time and enjoy the love of this world for Nuwa. Customer service O2 thought, Heisei would like this gift. In fact, he did like it. He liked it so much that he even abandoned reality and immersed himself in the dream, entering the dream completely. Customer service O2 couldn't figure it out. Isn't it good to be a god between the game and reality? Why bother to enter the game? In order to change the direction of the chessboard, put yourself in the center of the chessboard storm. Mir blinked, as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could find a way to narrate it, he was interrupted by a voice. So you are the world consciousness. Mir looked far away along the other side of the lady. He saw the light of the lady's handheld lantern, illuminating a small corner of the figure in the distance. It was the corner of Heisei's clothes who had stayed in the church. Lady, oh, you are here. Heise smiled. Lady then, how do you say that? What you just said. Is it difficult to understand? Heise stood and watched them laugh, as if he was talking to an old friend. So you are the world consciousness, and I am at least half human. Lady, is that so? So you won't go back with me, right? This is the last chance. The world consciousnesses will not allow too close communication. It is not good for both worlds. The lady who seemed to be aging beside him was particularly powerful for a while. In these few words, she reproduced the majesty and solemnity of the world consciousness. This is your last choice. Heise, stay in the human world and become a human, or return to my world and become a god admired by everyone. Mir held his breath. Choose between god and human. This rather luxurious choice question is not a difficult problem for Clark, even as the last orphan of Krypton, as the strongest existence on Earth comparable to gods. Clark still did not rely on such terrible energy to do whatever terrible things he wanted, but believed that he was still the simple farmer on the Kansas farm, treating everyone sincerely. Oh, now I should change a little. In addition, he is still a diligent office worker in the Daily Planet. He is too diligent and has been assigned tasks that can circle the Earth 3 times. God knows where Batman found so many jobs. Even if Clark desperately used his super brain, the keyboard could not keep up with the speed of his hands, and he was broken by typing hundreds of them. It took a long time before he came out of the newspaper room. Clark, I admit that I may not be able to ask that question, but these jobs are a bit too much. Can capitalists be like this? This is unreasonable. At this time, he was on a high-rise building in Metropolis, calling Flash, who is also a member of the Justice League. Flash is a core member of the Justice League. He is about the same age as Peter. He is an enthusiastic tenor, just like his code name. He can act as fast as lightning. He admired the 2 leaders of the Justice League very much. When he heard that Superman finally had the news, he immediately called the internal communication of the League to visit. Oh, what's the problem? I'm fine here. I really want to know. Can I go to your place to listen to the gossip? Superman, oh, of course. Wonder Woman interrupted their communication. Hey, don't forget the guard section that Bat assigned to you. Boys, according to Batman, they may face a terrible external attack after tonight, so he discussed with each member and asked them to be alert to whether there are any abnormalities in various places tonight. This is why they stay in different areas and communicate through communication. Superman, I don't usually say this, But this is exploitation. I just finished my work. Flash felt the same. It's exploitation. Capitalists are like this. Alas, I also want to be a capitalist. Superman, right? Superman felt that Flash's thoughts might have been subtly deviated. Out of concern, he was about to discuss this with Flash. At least to correct this child's strange thoughts, he suddenly looked up and saw a huge vortex appearing in the sky. It was fierce, rolling clouds and moon. Extremely impressive. Could it be that an extraordinary guy was about to appear? Superman immediately became alert and rushed into the sky. The red cape fluttered behind him. Superman hoped that his steel body could stop the vortex before it could harm the people on the ground. Superman reported to the communication, "There is an emergency. There is a vortex. I am dealing with it." Flash, vortex. Wonder Woman, vortex. Yes, this vortex is very large. It appeared in the sky. Superman relayed to them, and he looked into the vortex and vaguely saw a human figure. It fell out of the vortex at a high speed, almost plunging to the ground without any protection. That must be a human. Superman, don't worry about the vortex in the sky. Batman finally spoke, his voice cold. The Batfighter has arrived. You get out of the way. He said this too late. Superman was already approaching the figure at a very fast speed, accompanied by the cold wind in the sky, wearing a red cape like fire, and embraced the figure. Superman held the headset with one hand. Batfighter? So fast. What happened? Where is it? He heard the sound flow and looked down quickly. He saw a Batfighter parked below them. The kid from the Bat family, Damian, held the cabin door with one hand, looked up at them, with a very stinky face, almost pulling out a gun and shooting at him, and said in a very unhappy voice, "You get out of the way, Superman." Superman turned his head very friendly. "What's the matter? Is this someone you know?" "I'll put the person on the plane right now. Get on." Superman choked. Superman looked at the black-haired child sitting on his arm and winking at him. "It's Superman." The person on his arm shook his legs, his black eyes and extremely outstanding face shining in the moonlight, as if covered with a moon veil of God. "It's Clark too, right?" This is probably a question, but it is also very likely not. But no matter what, Superman can't answer this question. He stopped in the air. It crashed. "Hey!" Damian clung to the hatch. "Bring the people over here." "What are you daydreaming about, Superman?" "Move." Chapter 93. Heisha spoke the guy next to him. The other person's eyes were fixed, and he didn't react for a while. He was like a silly big dog that was suddenly broken by a big bone and fell into a wave of ecstasy and confusion. So he had to hold the bone in his mouth and stood there in a daze. He didn't know where to hold the bone, nor did he know where to hide it. He was very cramped and looked a little pitiful and cute. He was obviously a big guy, over 1.9 meters tall. His muscles were also very well proportioned. Every inch of muscle curve on the tights showed the power of a mature man. He could kill people with his fists. His facial contours were also like those of a Greek god carved with a knife and an axe, handsome and with deep eye sockets. But he was just such a big guy, a god on earth. At this time, he was flying in the sky with a cloak on his head, holding Heisha's with one arm. The confusion in his blue eyes that was hit by a lot of information looked very pitiful. He held Heisha's and didn't move. Heisha's? Very subtly, he thought of Peter, when the other party first met him and held him in his arms and shuttled over the Gotham skyscrapers. He also looked so silly. It took a long time for him to cool down the overheated CPU that was almost exploding, and he took him to the destination without saying a word. With red ears. Should we say that they are worthy of being netizens? Their reactions are surprisingly similar. They also like to stay in the air. Peter didn't know this. He cooperated with the instructions of Batman and Iron Man, and was still far away in Gotham to carry out missions and help capture those villains and gangsters. He did a good job, but he was handsome and cool in the last second, and sneezed in the next second, which also ruined his image. He scratched his head with a face full of question marks. What is he doing? Is he stupid here? Damian shouted a few words, and seeing Superman standing there like a fool, his hands were itching to reach for the gun, but he stopped, first because Superman was an ally, and second because bullets had no effect on Superman. He simply talked to Heath. "Come closer, Heath." I'll pull you over." Heath nodded. Superman did not respond to these words. He was still frozen in the air, his hands were still tight, and he was very careful not to drop Helmut. However, every muscle was stiff, as if he had no reaction. Helmut reached out and poked the guy from head to armpit. The other party looked stunned, even if he gently pulled the small curls hanging from Superman's forehead. The other party just blinked his eyes and did not wake up from his loss of composure. Helmut curiously pulled the small curls that popped out of the hairspray, lowered his head and asked him, "What's wrong with you, Clark?" "Oh no, Superman." He realized that he had said something wrong, and looked around vigilantly to confirm that there was only the bad fighter that would automatically block the signal parked next to him, and there would be no invisible things that would threaten Clark's identity through the several words he said after he fell. "Superman." He still did not respond. Damian once again half-stuck out of the plane cabin door, took the ham prop he had found, assembled it with the hook that covered the sharp part, and prepared to hook Helmut over. It was quite difficult for him to find a grappling hook that would not hurt people, so he spent a little time and barely modified the weapon. Now that the modification was completed, he looked at Superman again. Even Damian was a little skeptical about life, so he turned his head and asked, "Is there kryptonite on the plane?" "It's packed with lead and has never been opened." Jason snorted coldly from the cabin. "Don't doubt it. It's his own problem. Lead can block the harm of kryptonite to Kryptonians, and it can also block the perspective of Kryptonians. Kryptonite is a product of the explosion of Krypton. It has a natural restraining effect on Kryptonians and is the only weakness of Kryptonians." Damian, "It's his own problem?" Although Heath is indeed a little better looking, Superman has never been like this before. Jason said coldly, "Then when can you face him directly and say those words that you said to me, and then say this to me again?" Damian choked. He really wanted to refute something impolitely, but he really couldn't defend his weakness. He could only glare at Jason fiercely, signaling him to have a fight at the training ground or during the night patrol tonight. Jason sat in the driver's seat, not even looking at Damian. "TSK, just kidding." Damian stopped the boring argument. Hazel, hold on tight. The plane rose slightly, approaching them, but there was a short distance between them because of the rotor blades. Damian threw out the lasso and easily tied Hazel. He pulled himself off the fuselage and reached out with one hand, ready to pull him onto the plane and then safely into the interior of the plane. This was not a difficult task for him who had been trained for a long time. Hazel grabbed the rope tightly, felt the force at the other end, and obediently moved over. Damian pulled it easily. Can't pull it." Damian? He never doubted his strength, so he immediately looked at the other side of the rope. The rope at the other end was taut, almost breaking straight, but the position did not move at all. That was because a pair of big hands firmly grasped the other end of the rope, holding the rope and not pulling Hayes towards Damian. "Damian." He tried to pull again. Superman's expression was still confused, but his hands were still holding the rope. Without equipment, how could a human's strength compare with the god of the world? Damian gritted his teeth. "Superman, what are you doing?" Superman didn't say anything. The red cape fluttered violently along the airflow of the plane, and the veins on the hand holding the rope were taut. At this moment, Superman was like a big dog who vowed to protect his beloved little dessert. Although he didn't understand the situation and his whole body was frozen, his body instinctively was very honest and blocked all the props heading towards Hayes. Damian's eyes gradually became serious. He looked from Superman's arm to Hayes's uncovered face, and a terrible guess emerged in his mind. Is he controlled by you? Will he be the same as those guys? He knew Hayes's magical physique, but because everyone in his family had some resistance to magic, even if he would only unconsciously relax his attitude, he didn't pay much attention to the fellow superheroes, but was only alert to the possibility of mutation of ordinary people. Now think about it. Superman is the strongest in the world, and almost nothing can pierce his body, but in contrast, his resistance to magic is surprisingly weak. Will this result in Superman not being able to resist a certain charm mentally like other vigilantes, but being completely broken through? Damian thought carefully. He thought it was very likely. That would be too bad. Level 1 alert. Damian did not loosen his grip, stepped back slightly, and secretly made a posture to prepare for battle. Jason turned on the aircraft hovering mode at some point, stood behind him holding the door, opened a gray metal box, and took out a gun of the same color from it. Damian looked back. His pupils slightly contracted. "This is Jason. Get out of the way, kid." He pushed Damian to the back and raised his gun coldly. "Let him go, Superman." The silver glowing gun body contained terrifying kryptonite. Just one shot could penetrate the body of the Kryptonian, making him lose the power of the god on Earth, and his body would ache as if broken. Superman was unmoved and did not even respond. Jason's eyes instantly turned cold, and his finger touched the trigger, as if he was going to shoot Superman. Damian did not loosen the rope, ready to pull Hazel over at any time. Jason's final announcement, "I'm going to shoot." The threat in it was almost overflowing. Superman, wait. Hazel stretched out his hand desperately to block the direction where Jason's gun was pointing. He could not fly, so he could only barely stabilize on Superman's arm, but Superman faced Jason and the others, revealing his other side that was unprotected. This requires him to try very hard to reach out his hand, trying to block the bullets and the murderous intentions of his brothers. "Heath, don't be so nervous. Clark is just in a daze," Damian warned him. "Heath, Superman's magic resistance is too low. Even if you control him, you can't control his power. He is likely to hide you in the solar system. And humans can hardly stop Superman in a violent state, which will usher in a greater crisis." Heath subconsciously looked down at Clark. He didn't wear glasses to block his eyes. His blue eyes and face were exposed in the moonlight, looking very sincere and handsome. I forgot." Heath patted his head and Clark's head, and accidentally rubbed the handsome curly hair of the god of the world. He immediately helped the curly hair back with guilt. Now it's okay." Damian was confused. Now, he stood behind Jason in kryptonite, and looked at Superman's changes. Heath's pat was like a kiss that lifted the spell of Rapunzel. Damian saw Superman, who had been stunned for a long time. The stupidity in his blue eyes gradually disappeared, and his expression became lively again, gradually changing from stiff to lively. He slowly widened his eyes, as if thinking of something. This should be. The super brain was working rapidly. Superman felt that his arm, which was holding up the man, was burning with heat, because of his emotions. Hazel said happily. "It's me." He couldn't help but grin a little, and responded subconsciously, "Great. What are you doing?" "Wait." Jason didn't know when to put away the gun, folded his arms and looked at them. Damian took the rope and pulled it twice, and when he didn't pull it, he looked at Superman with anger again. Superman's ears immediately turned red. He let go of his hand embarrassedly and sent the man into the cabin. He stood in the cabin without moving, wanting to say something to Hazel, but couldn't say it. He scratched his head for a long time, but the hairspray was not strong enough, so the little curly hair began to fall all over again. At this time, even though he was wearing the uniform of the god of the earth, he did not have the almighty and omnipotent power of a god. Instead, he was like a fool who had just made a fool of himself, hesitating for a long time and could not say a word. But his feet seemed to be glued to the ground, and he refused to move a step. Jason glanced at them, stuffed his gun into his straps, sat back in the driver's seat, and looked like he was watching a good show. He also turned on the hover mode, closed the hatch, and flew to Gotham. "We are going back to Gotham," Damian said. Superman was still scratching his head in confusion. "Oh, okay, I'll go to Gotham too." "Damian, huh? Are you sure the old bat welcomes you to Gotham?" Superman, "Of course he is not happy, but, I'm here to discuss the Justice League, you know, some serious matters. I won't interfere with his night patrol." Damian, he couldn't think of any response for a while. Hazel was quite happy. "Clark, you are going to Gotham to play too. Peter is here too. You can sleep in the guest room next to him. Today, the three of us are going to play games all night." Superman finally stopped scratching his head and said actively, "Okay, I am really good at air combat games, although I have only been playing for a short time." After that pat on the head, Superman would not freeze suddenly even if he faced Hazel's face, but he was a little embarrassed and hesitated when speaking. At this time, He looked at Hazel coming over and talking to him about the Star Wars game. His ears were under his hair, and he blushed again. "It's as if I just met you not long ago." Superman sighed softly. "You are really good looking. I thought Hazel was very good before we met, and now we meet." "Hazel? Meet now?" "Superman, I think I can forgive Peter for coming to me in the middle of the night to send me a message a few days ago. I can understand his feelings now." "Hazel." Damian heard it clearly. "Why don't you fly back by yourself?" Superman. Chapter 94. When internet social networking just started to become popular, many people have said that either you don't fall in love online or you don't meet in person. This sounds illogical and unfounded, but it actually has its own reasons. The internet can shield both parties from factors that affect their appearance in real life, such as appearance, so that both parties wear masks to hide their height and communicate with each other only through words and ways of getting along. This feature makes it easy for people to get along with each other, and it is also easy to imagine each other's appearance in further interactions. If the netizen is arrogant, he will be imagined as a beautiful woman with a beautiful face. If the netizen is good in both character and learning, he will still be imagined as a beautiful woman wearing a school uniform and studying hard. Because of the good impression and filter, it is instinctive to hope that the person you have never met is the most beautiful image in your heart. This is reasonable. But once both parties are not satisfied with the distant and tedious chats on the internet, and get to know each other more deeply in reality, then they must take off the illusory shell and bring various factors that are indispensable in reality to get to know each other. But if in this offline interaction, which is referred to as face-to-face meeting, the image of the other party imagined by netizens is too different from the real one, which is difficult to accept, or if they invest more emotions in the other party's imaginary image than they think it should be, many people are very awkward when chatting online. In the end, it is also common that they can't even be friends. Clark actually knew this saying a long time ago. Although he understood the meaning, he couldn't quite agree with the connotation. After all, in the eyes of Kryptonians, even if it is an online interaction, as long as both parties are truly sincere, they will get an equivalent sincerity in return. So even if the offline meeting is different from the imagination, they have actually been in contact with each other and their true selves. In this case, what does appearance have to do? He has been getting along with Heiss and Peter for several years with this mentality, not to mention that they are not online lovers, but just friends. Therefore, Clark likes Heiss's personality very much, but does not imagine Heiss's appearance too casually. He thinks this is a bit disrespectful to this kid. But even so, he didn't have much illusion about his appearance, but suddenly appeared, and he didn't make any psychological preparation. With a snap, it fell on his arm. With moonlight and sparkling eyes, it poked him happily. He was actually stupid. Clark, no, that's not right. Clark reflected on himself with some guilt. Am I really a person who pays attention to appearance? The reaction is so immature. Batman, I'll say it one last time. Batman, this is Hess's skill, not entirely your problem. If you must be entangled in right and wrong, try to improve your magic resistance. Clark was in the Batcave when he was thinking about these things. Batman was still wearing armor, and his long cape dragged on the ground, making his already tall figure more majestic. His eyes glanced at Clark coldly through the holes in the mask. When Batman spoke, he didn't even raise the corners of his mouth, and stood there with his arms folded, looking unwelcome. That being said, Clark was still thinking, and his sharp excitativeness as a reporter was damn useful here. But this is really bad for the first meeting, Batman said coldly. Then you can choose to talk about it next time. Superman, if it's not urgent, just leave Gotham. This means to drive the guest away. It is particularly obvious, and there is no intention to cover it up. They talked about the topic of the vortex before, and confirmed that it was a power related to Heath. After that, Clark had nothing to talk about. His relationship with Batman was already very delicate, between an ally and a vigilant figure. Batman naturally would not welcome him to stay. He and Damian are worthy of being biological father and son. And even the words of seeing him off are 80% similar. You can fly back by yourself, so I won't see you off. Clark, He often feels that the fact that he can fly is like a fully automatic takeaway tool in the minds of the Bat Cubs. Use him when he comes, and urge him to fly away when he uses it. What a new century worker. In normal times, he would leave and not care about Batman's thoughts. He could also take advantage of the daybreak to take a few more turns in Metropolis to prevent Luthor from brewing any strange plans again. But this time was different. Clark glanced upstairs at the Batcave, and suddenly he seemed unable to fly again. His feet stuck to the ground, and he said shyly, "Bat, look, Peter is here, and so is Hazel." Batman looked at him. "So, Clark, I made an appointment with them for an air combat game. You see." Swish. Batman waved his hand, and somewhere above the Batcave suddenly shrank, revealing a small opening connecting to the outdoors, through which the moon outside could be seen, and this wave was like a signal. At the same time, the large screen in front of him emitted a bright light, and the picture quickly changed, and the image showed a scene somewhere in Metropolis. Several mechanical creations appeared in the picture, faintly revealing a green glow. Clark was familiar with this scene. This is Luthor's warehouse. Lex Luthor, a famous rich man in Metropolis, is extremely intelligent and has hatred for Superman and other alien creatures. He is committed to killing the most famous alien on Earth, Superman, and is Superman's old rival. Once you see Luthor's warehouse full of these things that are threatening to Superman, then the meaning is very clear. Luthor is about to launch a new campaign to defeat Superman and prove to the world that he is better than Superman, even at the cost of hurting the citizens. Clark's eyes suddenly became serious. He didn't mind Luthor's targeting, but he couldn't tolerate Luthor using these large-scale lethal weapons to threaten innocent Metropolis citizens again. "Look." Batman's expression was hidden behind the lead mask, but Clark could still guess that this guy was raising his eyebrows based on the subtle changes in some of his facial features. "Your air battle, Superman. There are also people waiting for you." Clark subconsciously wanted to nod and thank him and walk out, but he also sensed something. "You talk strangely today, Bat." Batman asked back, "How kind do you want me to be to you?" Clark, "No, there's no need to be kind. But I have a hunch that you and Damian seem to be secretly mocking me." "Batman, if you think so." He said this very frankly, as if Clark really felt wrong. Clark looked at him suspiciously, but facing Batman's immovable figure and clenched chin, he could only see some of the feelings he just said, but he didn't know whether this feeling was correct, so he had to scratch his head in confusion. He kicked his feet and flew out along the Batcave, towards Metropolis. He flew to a short distance across the Batcave, and after going out from the other direction of the cave, he could see the general picture of Wayne Manor from high above. No matter how many times he saw it, Clark did feel that this was a manor that looked particularly luxurious, alienated and quaint on the surface, just like the first impression of the Bats. Wait, with his excellent Kryptonian vision, he could clearly see that there was a familiar figure standing at the rooftop of Wayne Manor. With that height and figure, it could only be Heather. Clark's heart skipped a beat, although he had just lost face when he met his friend in person not long ago, staring at his friend's face in a daze. But he really liked Heather as a friend. This friend could always pay attention to his emotions keenly and gently when he was frustrated, just like the yellow sun that would silently heal him when the Kryptonian was injured. It was because of this friendship that he was so proactive in wanting to help and meet Heather, because Clark believed that they would definitely become good friends for life, and he was eager to have a better relationship. Although Heather's outstanding and stunning face did surprise him not long ago, but it must be said, who can refuse a beauty, especially for a guy with a beautiful heart and appearance? Everyone is always willing to give more tolerance and tolerance. Clark also secretly liked Heather as a friend. Thinking of this, he saw Heath open his arms and waved at him. Clark paused in the air for a moment. He also stretched out his arms to Heath and waved gently. From a distance, the alien's excellent vision also allowed him to clearly see a little smile on Heath's handsome face. Although it was a darker night with heavy dew, the smile was a little warm. So strange. Clark felt like he was next to the yellow sun and took a big breath of warm healing energy. Does Heath also have healing abilities? Is there? I haven't heard Bats say that. Clark looked at him and suddenly wanted to turn around and say a few words to Heath, But he still remembered Luther, who was ready to go in Metropolis, and the citizens of Metropolis who were still immersed in late-night entertainment. So he stopped for a few seconds and turned around and left. There was a vibration from his trouser pocket for an incoming call. Clark took out his mobile phone while rushing on the road and opened it to check. It was a reminder from the private chat window. Heather, I saw the whole picture. The uniform is so handsome. Heather, is Superman going to save the world? Heather, come on. Duck.jpg. The cute duck raised a small flag and cheered him up. The Q version sloppy style looked very warm on this little yellow. Clark couldn't help laughing. Clark, I will do my best. Clark, when I'm done, I'll take you to Metropolis, okay? It's beautiful and lively here. I'm very familiar with it. Or Kansas. My mother has always wanted to meet my friends. In the Batcave, he confirmed with a bat. Heathers can now go further. After hearing this, he didn't say anything else, but discussed other topics with the bat. But in fact, his mood had quietly become excited. Clark didn't forget the promise he had made with Heathers. After adulthood, I will accompany Heathers to see more places in the world. The card he gave to Heathers on his birthday was still well kept by the other party. This also proves that his promise is well cherished by the other party. Clark knows that Heath rarely sees the vast world. Before, he didn't understand the reason. He only knew that Heath was not convenient to go out, so he took the initiative to help take pictures of various places. Every time at this time, Heath would always praise him for taking good photos and happily accept every photo sent to him. Now, he knows the reason. It turns out that Heath can hardly go to any place outside Gotham in person due to physical reasons and moral constraints. It is no wonder that the other party is always full of praise for the photos he sent. The praise comes from the heart. Because this world is beautiful, this earth is also beautiful. Although he is a Kryptonian, Clark still deeply loves the planet that raised him, so he is willing to gather his powerful power and become an ordinary social animal reporter, running around everywhere. That vortex is where Heath existed before he was adopted. He is not an Earthling, just like himself. But it doesn't matter. It is precisely because he is not from this earth that he is full of expectations and reverie about more places in the world. Clark empathizes with Heath, and he feels that he understands Heath a little better. As he expected, Heather quickly gave him a positive answer. Heather, okay. Chapter 95. You have gained a new life. It was like a voice coming from a distant and familiar place, gently replaying in his mind. After regaining his memory, Heath felt that he was more sensitive to the changes around him. Every breeze and the touch of every green leaf were paid keen attention by him, and he associated it with that person. It's human nature, Jason said to him. It's normal to miss the smell of your mother or father. When he said this, they were standing in the cemetery, surrounded by square tombstones. The smell of flowers and grass was the most familiar smell in this place where the dead stayed. This is a cemetery on the outskirts of Gotham. As the richest man in Gotham and a long-standing family, the Wayne family has its own family cemetery, but they still came to a cemetery in the suburbs where they didn't even need to write too clear information on the tombstone, because Jason's adoptive mother was buried here. Although the old bat mentioned relocation before, I refused. She doesn't want to go to the Wayne family cemetery. This is a dispute between me and the old thing. She only wants to be buried in the suburbs like ordinary people. That's enough. Jason looked at the tombstone of his former adoptive mother, with some calmness in his eyes. As if he was talking about an old friend, he slowly said to Hazel, "This is where my adoptive mother is buried for a long time. She died of illness. She was a very good mother, even if I am not her biological child." At this point, he paused and looked to the side. The remains of his mother were collected here, and because of his father's relationship with Two-Face, although Jason punished Two-Face later, he could not find too many remains. But he still erected a tombstone next to his adoptive mother and let his father's tombstone stand here for remembrance and company. These things were when he was still Robin. This time is different from that time. He has become an independent anti-hero, Red Hood. However, standing in front of the graves of relatives with Heath in the daytime, calmly recalling those years, it seemed like several centuries had passed, blurred and memorable. Everything was beautiful as if it had been filtered. The photo of Jason's adoptive mother was a single photo of her youth, in which the curly-haired woman had a bright smile, which made people feel kind. In addition to the tombstone of his father on one side, there was a small area on the other side that seemed to have been excavated, and the soil was softer than other places. Jason took Heist and stood still, and dug a deep pit at the edge of the open space. Heist followed with understanding, and put a small wooden box in the deep pit that Jason helped pry open. The wooden box looked ordinary on the surface. At most the wood was special and expensive, and it was square. But what it contained was not simple. It was the ashes of Heist's mother's. "Are you sure you want to be buried next to my mother?" Jason asked before he shoveled the dirt all over. "Is it right here?" "Heath, right here." Jason nodded, and with one shovel, the thick dirt covered the small box. "It's not appropriate to say mothers. After all, Tommy is not the real Kawakami, and the world consciousness does not distinguish between genders. It's also not appropriate to say ashes, because this is just a handful of Tommy's ashes and the soil on the surface of the planet that Heath rescued from the flames." But such an adjective is the best description of this wooden box that Heath could think of. After everything calmed down, he took out the dirt in his pocket and put it in the box. Among the places recommended by his family, he chose the place where Jason's mother had always been buried. "This is a good place. Although it is rarely visited, the air is fresh, the grass and trees are lush, and it is close to nature. The cemetery management staff have always been very timely in clearing the weeds." He thought about it and still felt that this place was the best. With one shovel, the last random thoughts were completely buried under the earth's soil. The turmoil and war in the distant parallel world were completely isolated from the world. The last orphan of the world gave up the right to live in other worlds, and finally chose to be an ordinary person quietly in a place where his family was. Hula! Suddenly, it rained heavily. The specialness of this cemetery is here. The other Bat Cubs felt that they had not followed. Jason, the only one who was with them, shook the handle of the umbrella and held up the big umbrella to separate the two heads from the rain. Jason held the umbrella and looked at his younger brother who was a head shorter than him, with a softer look. "Did I tell you these before?" Heist was stunned. "Which ones?" "My adoptive mother's matter." Jason knocked on Heist's head. "And this place, have I brought you here before?" He didn't mean to ask, but used a completely affirmative tone. Heist blinked nervously. Of course, such a special place would not be casually visited. If Jason took the initiative to bring him here, it was probably only after the funeral incident, when he first read the file. In order to find out the cause of Jason's death, he tried every means to understand the relevant things about his past years, so they finally came to the tombstone. But that was a read. Although he thought that when he used the power of another world, there would be some errors after being interfered by Tommy across the world. But could this error be Jason's memory during the read? Obviously, he was just on the timeline, carrying out a single-person activity, trying to reverse the direction of the main line of the world. It shouldn't be clearly perceived. Is there? Heist hesitated and changed the subject. I haven't finished my homework yet." Jason looked at him. Heist lowered his head, looked away, and tried not to look guilty. Jason snorted coldly. "Are you pretending not to know now? I haven't been bothering you since I came back. Reflect on yourself. What kind of behavior is it to break your own leg? Is it stupid?" He was talking about a certain flashback. In order to stop Jason, Heather broke his own leg. If these dark histories were to be brought up, it would be endless. Heather's eyes went dark, as if he had seen himself being taught a lesson about his dark history by several birds in turn, and then writing several thick stacks of self-reviews. Awful like the way young people stayed together, and he would probably just smile and watch the joke, and wait until he was too tired to do anything, and then give him cookies. It was terrible to think about it. Heather shuddered and said righteously, "What leg? I've never heard of it." "Don't admit it." "Absolutely can't admit it." Jason squinted his eyes and looked at him for a while. Obviously he didn't believe it, but it was obviously a bit embarrassing for him to say too many harsh words to Heather. So after thinking for a while about how to teach this naughty brother a lesson, he simply sneered and let Heist free without pursuing the matter any further. This was not a very good thing. Heist looked over with some vigilance, feeling that Jason was obviously saying something else. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "You're lying. You are definitely brewing some bad ideas. You've grown up, right? Jason smiled and grabbed Heiss's face. Bad idea? Isn't it a good idea for you? Doing homework or something. You'll know when you go back. Heiss didn't understand. He didn't chew on the meaning of this sentence. But no matter how much he asked, Jason kept his mouth shut and refused to reveal any more information to him. So until he stepped into the house and stood in front of Bruce and Alfred in their casual clothes, he really understood the implication of this sentence. You've grown up now, Bruce said. Heiss? The richest man's casual clothes are still cool, even if he always conforms to the so-called playboy's external persona. Many details still reveal his favorite dark colors and hard outlines, allowing the clothes to perfectly show his broad chest as a fighting master. Therefore, when he combs his hair with gel, crosses his hands and speaks with a smile in his eyes, the deterrent and heavy feeling also continuously emanates from this mature man. This should actually be said on your adult birthday, Bruce added, but I think it's more appropriate to say it now. Heiss was inexplicably a little nervous. He was a little fidgety on the sofa, staring at the small stack of documents pushed by Bruce and the summary paper with the most condensed and direct information. Heiss picked it up and looked at it. This is a transfer notice from New York Midtown High School. It is written in black and white that Heiss will transfer to the senior grade of this high school. When Heiss looked at the name of the high school, he felt familiar with it and soon remembered that Peter seemed to be studying in this high school. He breathed faster unconsciously, anticipating the special meaning of this piece of paper to him, so he read it over and over again. Bruce did not interrupt him. He sat opposite him quietly and with a little satisfaction, waiting for him to finish reading before continuing with the next words. After the evaluation, you can control your own power, Bruce said. Then the age is appropriate, and the new test time has been set, so I decided to let you go to school. Are you willing? Of course, it is impossible to refuse. This is clearly a fresh, youthful and ordinary school life that he has never experienced before. There will be social life with peers that he has never experienced before, and the school life that people most yearn for. This is the most attractive place for Heiss. I want to go. Heiss immediately agreed, cheering. I want to be a schoolmate with Peter. Bruce, very good, then you will go to school, Alfu. These words are brewing a storm. Alfred came out from behind him, holding several large exercise books and textbooks, and placed them on the table in front of Heath and Bruce, almost like he was going to build a wall between the two. Heath had a bad feeling. Alfred, what is this? Through the books, he saw Bruce raise his eyebrows in amusement, and Alfred explained to him tolerantly and gently, Master Heath, because I didn't consider the school's progress and the exam progress, my teaching speed is not as fast as the school, so considering the upcoming study life and the university entrance examination in the near future, Alfred patted the books and said kindly, this will be the homework before admission. His eyes went dark. It turned out that Jason had something else in his words, and he was ambushing here. Heath's eyes went dark, and he felt that his wonderful social life had instantly turned into an endless hell where Alfred and Bruce gave him questions to tutor him. He suddenly spoke very weakly. All, Alfred said kindly, all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Tim took a sip of coffee. He then concentrated on the document for a while, made comments on it, and put it beside him. Then he looked at the thick stack of documents on the table. Bruce is actually very good at business, but he is not interested in it. It is enough for him to develop Wayne Enterprises into a financial source that can provide him with all his thoughts and ideas in his spare time. So the famous Batman likes to be a hands-off boss in the process of handling certain business affairs. But after Tim took over this job, he could not be a hands-off boss. He has always been a very serious person. This is the case with Robin's work, his own study and life, and the business that was handed over to him. Therefore, even if he is not very interested in work and coffee, he will still bite the bullet and stay up late to finish the coffee conscientiously. Even if the bad brothers around him don't understand his hard work at all, they still tamper with his coffee machine, especially Damien. The stinky brother is indeed the stinky brother. He stabbed Wayne in the back when he first came into the Wayne family, and added chili powder to his coffee machine after living there for a long time. Tim took another sip of coffee to make sure it was not contaminated by chili powder, and then he began to think, when did this successor of the Assassin's League become so childish? Although he didn't come to poke him in the back, he was very grateful, but the operation of adding chili powder was too heartbreaking and speechless. From which elementary school kid did he learn this from? Wait. Tim's expression became weird, and he thought of a possibility, such as the fact that he had another stinky brother. With a bang, the door was pushed open forcefully. Tim looked over and saw a teenager in a shirt suddenly appearing in front of his door, holding the door handle and panting. Then, after seeing Tim's figure reflected in the other's pupils, he immediately cried like a puppy, "Tim, it's too difficult, Tim." Tim rubbed his eyebrows, put the file aside, and motioned the other person to come over. "Which question is it again?" As soon as he allowed it, Hazel naturally ran over like a puppy who was allowed to eat, put the homework book in front of Tim, and pointed to a question on it. "This one." "Let me see." Tim turned the pen in his hand and read the question carefully. After reading it, he understood again why this guy came to him several times. And it was exactly the same as before. Originally, Hazel only needed to make up for the progress of school learning, and the high school courses would not be that difficult. Even if there were many subjects to make up, it would not be so torturous. But Alfred and Bruce obviously did not intend to make the courses before entering school so simple. The two of them turned the difficult questions in the homework book upside down to test people, and mixed in some complicated and obscure knowledge that would be tested in some university entrance exams, and they almost took this book to take the competition. Although Heath is not stupid now, he is still far behind those people in the Wayne family who hold several doctoral degrees. It is understandable that he can't do it. Poor little thing, tortured by knowledge. Tim sighed and resigned himself to circling each question for Heath. "This question is like this." Heath listened carefully. His eyes followed the direction of his pen, and he thought hard on the question. Tim took the time to look at his appearance. He is an adult teenager, strictly speaking. He can even be said to be a young man. His body is tall, his limbs are in a thin state after development, and his already delicate facial features are more prominent in the absence of fat. The beauty is as gorgeous as a treasure. Obviously, his mother is an Oriental, but because his facial features are too three-dimensional, no one can tell that he is an Asian. Even he and Damien, who came later, only guessed that Heath is a mixed race. Now think about it, it's probably just because the beauty is too beautiful, so the blood is not obvious. However, judging from the experience during this period, the child's growth is not only due to his mother's genes, but also natural factors. Is that so? When he was a little dazed, Heiss had already written out the questions and showed them to him with great interest. Well, Tim glanced at it. That's the idea, and it's the same for the following questions. Heiss, okay. He picked up the homework book, recovered from the bent posture of reading the questions, and stood up again. He has indeed grown taller. Every physical change after adulthood is particularly obvious to people around him. When Heiss asked him a question for the first time, Tim still remembered that he was very short. Just a little carrot compared to Bruce. He was just a carrot who liked to wander around on a moonlit night. Things that happened so far away. When I think about it now, it's like a layer of fog between us. A few years have passed, and now Jason is back, and this child is going to school too. Alfred said that as long as I can finish this last book well, the problem was roughly solved, and Heath was no longer anxious. He shared with him, "Next Monday, Dad will take me to New York's Midtown High School, and we will come back to Gotham on weekends." "Really?" Tim said. "You must study hard, make more friends, and be careful not to be bullied. You still remember the boxing and kicking you learned?" He still couldn't help but remind him of those cliches like a male mother. Heath waved his hand. "Peter is here." "Tim, forget about you and your friend. You are just two soft-hearted guys. If you have any problems, just tell us, okay? Dick is on secondment in New York by the police station recently, and he will go there to take care of you." He commented scathingly, "Although Dick's cooking is not very good, it is at least edible. If it doesn't work, you can use the black card Bruce gave you, and don't follow Dick to eat a fixed salary." Indeed, in the eyes of the young president of Wayne Enterprises, Dick's police station does not earn much. At least compared with the living standard of the Wayne family, it is a bit shabby, which makes people worry about the quality of life of Heath after living with Dick. Thinking of this, Tim frowned, rummaged aside again, took out a stack of cards, and stuffed them into Hazel's hand. "If it's not enough, tell me." "Hazel." "Tim, why, not enough?" Hazel supported his cheek with one hand, and held a workbook and several cards in the other hand, like a student suddenly called by the president, and said slowly, "Tim, you are so domineering now. Tim, you should read less messy things." "My friend is transferring here." Peter rubbed his hands and said to Aunt May happily. Aunt May was wearing an apron and washing her hands in the kitchen. She was a little surprised to hear such good news. "Oh, is it the kid named Hazel?" Peter nodded desperately. "Yes." Aunt May smiled. "That's great. Let's ask him to come to our house to play in a few days. By the way, is the child's illness completely cured? Does he need me to nourish him?" Aunt May rubbed her hands, shook off the water droplets on her hands, picked up the spatula, and said like a chef, "I learned some Oriental food tonic not long ago." Peter was immediately in pain. His guardian Aunt May's cooking is not bad, but studying the recipes of other countries, the taste is easy to be strange. He was afraid that once this dish was cooked, it would not be as simple as a simple celebration, and he might have to go to the bathroom for a meeting. "Just make something normal." Peter changed the subject. "The small cake you tried last time was delicious. Do you have more?" Aunt May thought for a moment. "Maybe not. I have to look for it." "Do you want to eat it now, or do you want to give it to your classmates tomorrow?" "I can prepare some for you tomorrow morning." Peter stood there, thought for a while, and took out his phone to confirm. "When I asked just now, Hazel said he would definitely come back to school tomorrow, and asked me what things I should bring to New York." Aunt May said, "That means he is still in Gotham, is that right?" Aunt May felt less anxious and turned to cut vegetables. "So prepare some more cakes for him as a gift tomorrow. By the way, where will this child live when he comes to study in the new city?" "Peter, I haven't asked yet, but their family is very rich, so they should choose to live in a high-end community." Before he finished speaking, Peter's ears keenly heard a burst of mechanical humming and the sound of wind and air, which appeared unusually in this neighborhood and at this time. This made him swallow what he was about to say, and he walked out vigilantly, pushing open the door and looking in the direction of the sound. As he opened the door, the sound became clearer, and even tended to get closer and louder. With excellent eyesight, he quickly caught the source of the sound and saw a small black dot in the distant sky. A helicopter suddenly appeared in his sight. Peter was relieved. It turned out to be the sound of a helicopter. "Peter, wait. How could it be a helicopter? How could there be a helicopter in Queens?" Peter's pupils trembled, and he confirmed again and again that the helicopter was not Mr. Stark's plane, but an ordinary style, black Loki private helicopter. The helicopter drove very steadily, but not slowly. It stopped steadily on the helipad above a villa in the next community in just a moment, then it closed the open-air device on the roof, and nothing else could be seen. Peter thought back to the plane and a guess came to his mind. Although this plane was not as cool as the Batfighter, and it was not obviously modified, it still gave Peter, who had been on the Batfighter, a sense of déjà vu. A sense of déjà vu belonging to the Wayne family. "No way." The phone in his hand shook for a moment, and Peter subconsciously picked it up to check. "Heather, New York is so beautiful. It has a different style from Gotham." This premonition became stronger. Peter thought carefully and tapped the keyboard carefully. "Is it really beautiful?" "Heather, it is beautiful." "Peter, so which direction are you looking from?" "Heather, above." "Okay. It can be roughly verified." Sure enough, the plane just now belongs to the Wayne family. Peter remembered again that the newly built house in the next community. He went in because of his part-time job. Indeed, when he thought about it carefully, the decoration style is very similar to Wayne Manor. The requirements for the construction of the apron also have the flavor of the Wayne family. So cool. Peter silently swallowed his envy and went back to say to Aunt May, "Do you have any other small desserts?" "No cakes, just the ones that are usually placed will do. I will take them to visit my friends." Aunt May was shocked. "Didn't you say tomorrow?" Clark tapped the keyboard and saved the newly written file. He went home with a large stack of documents, ready to quickly solve these tasks at home. The super brain is fearless. No matter how much work Batman tries to give him, as long as he tries to finish it all at once and becomes the master, the other party will not be able to find him something to write all at once. In this way, he can free up a lot of time to find Heath. Since they are allowed to meet after many years, they certainly can't just say a few words and then part in a hurry. They should continue to communicate online. Clark set a minimum assumption for himself. He must go out to play esports with Heath like Peter. For this idea, he bought several keyboards and blasted several of them in a row. Finally, he solved most of the small tasks for this month, leaving only some work. This is how workers are. Moreover, it feels that if he continues to work against Batman like this, he may be promoted from a social animal to a boss. Clark looked at himself working too hard during this period, getting promoted several times in a row, and changing several work badges. He was silent and felt very sad. He didn't actually want to be promoted. During the break at work, he glanced at the chat room and saw Peter sending messages. "Peter, capitalists are so good. I want to be a capitalist too." Peter, ducklingsoul.jpg. This really hits the nail on the head. Clark feels the same way. Capitalists, Heather. Then I want to be a capitalist too. What kind of capitalist are you? In his new home in New York, Dick boredly looked at the chat interface of Heather's, and sighed at the pile of cards in Heather's card wallet. "Aren't you already a capitalist, calculated by property?" Dick counted in the bag and found that in addition to the handful of cards that Tim stuffed in, Bruce and Alfred also stuffed the cards with the largest amount as expected, and even Jason and Damian didn't know when they put cards in. Dick took out his card wallet, thought about the salary card for a while, and turned to Heather's. "I feel that I can't lose. I'll give you this card of mine too. I really have enough." Heather's pushed his hand back helplessly. "Don't have a weird competitive mentality." Chapter 97, Midtown High School, a high school in New York with a good enrollment rate. Although it is not very famous, it is also the best high school in this area of Queens. Nearby residents will try their best to get their children into this high school. After all, the academic atmosphere is excellent and the facilities are not bad. Even the children of the president of the well-known Osborne Group in New York are studying here. "It's still a little different," said Harry Osborn. He secretly looked at the people over there with a shocked look, and poked Peter from time to time. "That's the one from Wayne Enterprises." Peter sighed, put his hands behind his back to push Harry's clapping hands away, his eyes still focused on the screen in front of him, listening to the teacher's explanation with his ears erect, and didn't pay attention to what Harry said to him at all. After all, he didn't need to listen to it, and he knew what Harry wanted to share with him repeatedly. In comparison, Peter is about to graduate from high school, and he hopes to work hard to get into his dream of MIT. After all, his dream since a long time ago was to become a person with outstanding achievements in science like his idol Iron Man. "Harry, this is incredible." "Harry, Peter, hey, Peter." After shouting several times and having his hand pushed away several times, Harry looked at Peter's focused study and reluctantly took his hand back, stopping the action of sharing his surprise. But he was full of emotions and couldn't speak them out without hesitation. To be honest, it was quite uncomfortable to hold them in. Fortunately, in addition to Peter, Ned, a classmate he met through Peter, was also sitting next to them. He was watching with great interest for a long time and listening to them with relish. Obviously, he was also very curious about these things. Harry thought about it and said that it was not far from the truth. He simply waved his hand and signaled that he could come over to listen. Ned immediately moved his seat quietly and went over to listen to the gossip. He raised his eyes and looked at the transfer student sitting quietly in the diagonal direction. It was really beautiful. Ned couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kind of sigh appeared every time he looked at the transfer student named Hazel after he entered their class. This made him look at him several more times. Ned was very sure that he was more interested in girls at the moment, and he had a good relationship with his girlfriend, so it was obviously not his sexual orientation that was wrong. It was simply because this transfer student was too good-looking. Therefore, when he found out that Peter and Hazel knew each other, and Harry seemed to know Hazel very well, he couldn't wait until the get-out of class was over to ask Peter, and came to listen to the gossip. "Who is that person?" Ned asked in a low voice. "Wayne Enterprises. Is it the Wayne Enterprises I was thinking of?" "The one in Gotham." Harry nodded. Ned couldn't help but show a shocked expression. As Spider-Man's information logistics staff, Ned was very sensitive to all kinds of news on the internet and in the real world, and knew a lot of things, including this Wayne Enterprises. In the eyes of the public, Wayne Enterprises is just an ordinary world-class enterprise, and it is also an enterprise whose president has the leisure to invest in the national animation duck. But anyone who is an insider would know that Wayne Enterprises is not only involved in the animation industry, but also has a strong influence in many aspects such as military industry, public services, and even medical and economic fields. This influence has even continued to expand after Tim, the young president of Wayne, took office. Although Harry's Osborn Enterprises is also a giant enterprise in New York, it still has a certain gap with Stark Enterprises, the richest man in New York, not to mention Wayne Enterprises, which is almost on par with Stark Enterprises. Therefore, in the eyes of Harry, the young master of the Osborn family, it is a very shocking thing that the child of Wayne entrepreneurs who has almost never appeared suddenly transferred to the ordinary Midtown High School. Harry gestured. "Can you believe it? That Wayne president, Bruce Wayne, actually came to the school from Gotham this morning to help with the procedures and met the principal. He has never done this before." Ned nodded, and he felt that he seemed to understand. This shows that he cares about this child very much, and he would come here in person. Ned said, "It is really surprising that a child that such a big shot cares about is not studying in Gotham, but coming here." Harry thought about it for a while, and denied it. "I am not surprised because of this. It should be normal for a child not to study in Gotham. Many wealthy people in Gotham do not choose to send their children to school locally. After all, you know, although Gotham has gradually improved in the past decade, there are too many local supervillains." Harry shrugged. "Those guys also like to make trouble in public places, such as schools. So sending children to study abroad is actually the right choice." Ned agreed with his idea and asked, "Then what have you been surprised about?" Harry smacked his lips, and he and Ned looked over there together. Their glances were too blatant, and before the teacher turned around to notice, they were caught by the person they were looking at. The transfer student named Hazel turned his head and met their eyes. He was a little confused, blinked, leaned on the table and held the pen, leaned forward slightly, turned to them and slightly curved his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth. He looked like a gentle and easy-to-talk beauty. "Harry." "Ned, how could a mere boys' high school bear this?" He immediately withdrew his gaze awkwardly, and didn't even have the embarrassment to return the smile. The two of them lowered their heads together and made self-examinations. "Why are you like me, Osborn?" Ned said. "You, the young master, have seen a lot of beauties in the world, and there are a group of people around you in the school. You are so restrained, and you are a bit like me." Bumping your head. Harry was still trying hard to lower his head. "Do you know that beauty also has levels? Isn't it strange that you haven't seen this level of beauty?" So they were silent together. After a long time, there was only a dead silence between the two of them, the sound of the teacher's lecture and the whispers of the students around them. But the gossip between the two sides came to an abrupt end. Finally, "I don't know who said first, I'm so envious. Yeah, I thought Peter was just a nerd, but he ended up meeting a rich and beautiful woman secretly, and he didn't even share it with us, his good friends. What a winner in life. That's abominable." Hey, I heard it." Peter turned back helplessly. Harry complained, "You finally listened to us. That's all you wanted to say. It's class time now." Peter scratched his head helplessly, and said, "Okay, stop complaining about me. Wait until lunchtime. Hazel said he wants to meet you too." The meaning of these words was extraordinary. The two were stunned again and looked at the protagonist of the conversation. They saw Hazel, who had looked at them before, was still turning the pen and smiling at them, as if he found it very funny. His fine black hair was slightly long and hung softly on his forehead, making his skin look even whiter. The two were silent again, their ears turned red, and they looked at the blackboard, not pestering Peter to argue. Peter also found it funny. The phone screen in the desk cabinet lit up again, showing their private chat screen. Heather, your friends look very enthusiastic. Peter, they are all very good people, but they are very curious. Heather, it's fun. Heather, school life and so on. Peter's eyebrows relaxed slightly. Then you have to experience it well. Heather, I am experiencing it seriously. Heather, study.jpg. Beauty is not necessarily the first productive force, but it must be the best configuration to attract the public's favor. Since Shizzy entered the class, during the break, other people have never stopped chatting with him. The boys and girls all blushed and talked to him. Once they looked at Shizzy, they spoke intermittently, and were slapped on the head by others to remind them. Adolescents are really at the most excited, enthusiastic, and curious age. This resulted in Shizzy's desk being always full of people after class, and he was always surrounded by layers of people. After all, teenagers rarely have those messy thoughts of adults. Their eyes are pure appreciation and love. Even if some of them have some messy thoughts, they are intentionally separated by the high school students. So it was not until lunchtime that Hazel took the initiative to follow Peter's team, and they had time to talk. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Hazel's eyes sparkled. It's the first time to meet so many people of the same age. It's really fun. Peter smiled. Just adapt to it. When he said this, he quietly nudged his two good friends next to him with his elbow, indicating that they could talk. But these two people were discussing very enthusiastically in the class. But when they saw people, they immediately fell silent. Even Harry, who is usually the most sociable, kept his mouth shut and looked absent-minded. Yes, it is very similar. It's similar to when you were hitting the wall at the beginning, Hazel whispered. It's worthy of being your friends. It's better not to say it. When Peter mentioned his dark history and looked at the two useless guys beside him, he felt like his face was about to burn. He sighed repeatedly. Help, stop talking about it. They arrived at the cafeteria together. The cafeteria fee here is included in the tuition fee and is linked to the school's universal card. Peter and his friends only need to swipe the universal card before eating to get it for free. However, Shiz has not completed the whole set of procedures, and the universal card has not even been activated, so he has to pay to enter like the school staff. Did you bring your card? Peter asked with concern. If not, use mine first. Shiz stood in front of the card reader and nodded confidently. I brought it. He took out a small card bag from his school bag and opened it to look at it for a while. Peter waited for a while. What's going on? He tilted his head and accidentally glanced at the card bag in Shiz's hand with his peripheral vision. Then he saw a large stack of cards, including some noble black cards, lying crowded in the card bag. It was full of the breath of a capitalist. It was so aggressive that Peter almost coughed in fear. He quickly pressed down Heath's hand and asked him to cover the card bag. Why did you bring so many cards? Peter said nervously. One is enough. He was worried that others would see it and have bad thoughts. Although the security in Queens is not bad, robberies happen from time to time. Heath closed his eyes. I did only put one card in. It's just that. He put one card in for everyone. After all, it was the first time to be so far away from home. Although the family members were all sullen and didn't like to express their feelings verbally, they were all very concerned about Heath's rare study life abroad. This morning, I just planned to randomly pick a card to bring with me, but before I left the house, several people bombarded me with messages one after another. Jason, remember to bring the card. Tim, there is no limit on the amount on the card. You can use it as you like, understand? Damien, bring mine, bring mine, bring mine. Remember to throw Tim's card out. Even Dick, who went to the police station to hand over the card in the morning, didn't forget to get involved and sent him a message. Dick, I put my salary card in there too. Don't listen to what those people at home say. I will take you to a place where you can't eat. What a bunch of brats. Bruce came from Gotham this morning to help with the transfer procedures, and left only after he was done. He stood beside Hazel, not saying anything, raised his eyebrows and looked at him with his blue eyes. The implication was clear in his eyes, and calmly put his card into Hazel's hand. Hazel, a bunch of childish ghosts. So in the end, I still took one card from everyone and took it away. Peter finished listening. Ah, he now wants to study hard and work hard to become a capitalist. Hazel stared at the card bag for a while, and simply closed his eyes again, randomly took a card and swiped it, followed Peter and a group of people to pack their food, and sat down in the cafeteria. The four of them sat at a table. It was mealtime, and there were several tables of students sitting around, and the sound of eating and talking was crowded together, which was very lively. Although the food in the cafeteria was not as good as that made by Alfu, it was not bad at all. Heather ordered several dishes that sounded exotic, and began to taste them with great interest. After a few bites, the phone began to vibrate. Heather took a glance and found that it was a message from Damien. Damien, I saw the transfer record. You used Tim's card. Damien, use mine. Don't use that guy's. Mine is definitely enough. Tim, ignore that guy. Heather, although I know that Tim and Damien have always been competitive, I didn't expect that when I went to school outside, they would secretly compare the number of cards used. It's really more childish than I thought. Heather, be more mature. Damien, TSK, don't. Chapter 98. He opened his phone. He saw the sharing interface of his friends, and new active status appeared. There were several pictures that were like records of his life, and he took several group photos and environmental photos. Clark clicked in to enlarge them, and saw Hi Shizzy and Peter, and a few unfamiliar children together, smiling brightly and lively, crowded together, and it looked very lively. Hi Shizzy was wearing daily clothes. Although he had not activated his special physique, he was still in the photo. His eyebrows and eyes were extremely attractive, and his eyes seemed to be filled with sunshine, shining brightly. The other two new friends were a little close, with red cheeks, and looked a little embarrassed. Behind them were the school trees and teaching buildings, and people were moving around, full of youthful vitality. Many people secretly cast their eyes at Hi Shizzy in front of them, with a little throbbing and admiration in their eyes. Clark pressed the screen for a long time to save the photo. He felt very relieved and very happy for Hi Shizzy. It was his first time to live in a school so far away from Wayne Manor. It seemed that Heather was quite adapted. He was not excluded and made new friends with the help of Peter. The peers around him seemed to like Heather very much. That's right, as a professional reporter, Clark has traveled to many places and seen many things. He certainly understands better how adolescent boys and girls' yearning and love for beauty are fully displayed at this most passionate age. Judging from this photo, it is estimated that in the near future, those adolescent boys and girls who have developed a crush on Heather may take some actions, such as writing love letters, giving gifts, or even confessing. After all, it is the age of youth. At that time, Heather, with such a gentle temper, will be at a loss when he encounters a situation of being pursued by his peers for the first time, and may even ask for help from the people around him. Thinking about it this way, it feels very cute and funny. This made Clark raise the corners of his mouth a little. His facial expression relaxed, and some smiles appeared in his eyes. But, although he smiled like this, his finger on the photo never moved away, and even the hand holding the phone body was tightening. Fortunately, the bird that suddenly flew away outside the window startled the branches, which woke him up from his thoughts and controlled his strength in time to prevent himself from breaking the phone. Clark looked at the photo again. In his thoughts, he found that in addition to those joyful emotions, the reason why he felt it difficult to relax completely was that he had a melancholy mood. This was a bit sensitive and a bit subtle. Clark dragged the interface with his fingers to enlarge the photo, and then carefully looked at every part of the photo, including the various details that he had paid attention to before. After looking at it repeatedly, he confirmed the source of his melancholy. It was the close expressions from his peers. They were all young, lively, and enthusiastic. Every look had the unique atmosphere of teenagers. The fresh breath and impulsive desires were fully reflected in them. This is one of the groups that reporters like to observe the most, because in them, many extroverted characteristics that people should show can be seen. Looking at them, and thinking back to the time when I was their age, I felt a little distant. Then I realized that I had grown into an adult who was different from them and no longer had these characteristics. Those years in my memory were just dreams, illusory, and seemed to be far away from now. In fact, I was only a few years away from these children, but it felt like decades when I thought about it. When we were together, when we were online, Clark said to himself, I didn't seem to feel these differences in thoughts, I just felt like older or younger friends. But now, after actually getting in touch and starting to see each other's real lives, I felt that my life with Peter and Hi Shizzy seemed to be abruptly separated by a small river. Even if we are still friends and can still cross the river, we are always stained with the splashes brought by age. Obviously, we have known each other from online to offline, and our relationship should be better. But now, because of this river and the splashes of each other, I feel that I am a little further away from Hi Shizzy. At least I can't get close to him as easily as Peter, my peer. I'm actually feeling melancholy about this, Clark said to himself. Oh, I'm really not like an adult. Although this is human nature, it still feels regretful. After all, as long as you are a person, as long as you have a friend who is full of affection for you, you will always have some thoughts of comparison, hoping that your best friend can also be the closest to you psychologically. After all, from the past to the present, Heather is indeed Clark's best friend. About a few years ago, Clark once told the other party in a private chat, Alien, you can't tell them your age, gender, etc. Alien, although you are a friend in the chat room, you still have to be vigilant, you know. After being asked by Peter to pay a little attention to Heather, the founder of the chat room, Clark did take action. He was educated by the simple and kind couple of the farm, and he had a strong desire to protect those who spoke to a childish person, plus the sense of responsibility brought by the promise. This made him pay more attention to Heather's movements. After paying careful attention, he felt that his actions were necessary. Although it is not certain about Heather's real age, from occasional conversations, it can be clearly seen that this is a guy who is not too defensive and is open to everyone. As long as you ask him a question, he will basically answer honestly, and when he asks questions, he has no intention of hiding his personal information, as if he regards the online society as another world, and he can say anything to fake people. His frankness and sincerity have basically attracted the attention of several guys active in the chat room. People have a psychological tendency to bully the weak, although there is no obvious distinction between strong and weak in online social networking. People who speak with masks have a psychological advantage over those who speak openly. In addition, there are guys with bad intentions who occasionally crawl out to test. For this guy who should be young and simple-minded, it is still a difficult social environment. At least Clark can't stand it. When they tease and test some of Heather's serious replies, Clark will come out in time to intercept the topic and continue. Alien, questioning about the real world is not a topic for this group to discuss, right? Alien, I remember I joined a group to resolve my troubles. The group members hesitated. It is to resolve difficulties that we discuss reality. Alien, but isn't it obvious for adults to discuss and inquire? They were speechless, stopped talking in anger, and turned to attack Clark. Huh? You are the only one who understands, and they named it Alien. I'm afraid they are still in fantasy. Little ghosts should not care about the conversation between adults, and they are still speaking with certainty. Someone also dug up the record of Clark's previous words. Obviously, I am also a student who feels sad about being excluded and looked down upon. Why do you say that to adults one by one? The organizers themselves don't mind. Why do you care? Clark ignored these sarcasms, although he gradually awakened the Kryptonian talent and continued to transform from human to god. His experience was no different from that of most Earthlings, and his personality was also taught by the farm couple to be quite patient. This is also the reason why he did not punch those guys out of the solar system after being excluded and looked down upon, but patiently packed up the school equipment they requested. It was just that he was still resentful and uncomfortable in his heart, so he joined this chat group. He did not regret the fact that he spoke out to help and was criticized. It did make him feel better to express his dissatisfaction when he first joined, and helping Heather was just his sense of responsibility and desire to protect. Since he did it, there is nothing to say, as long as he can intercept them from getting information about the child. After all, the child can't disguise himself, and his brain is too stubborn. I guess he doesn't understand why this happened when he encountered such a scene. Heather, I mind. Clark, he didn't expect that the naive guy who always spoke well and liked to use single characters would actually come out and speak at this time. In the past, Heather seemed to have never participated in various disputes among group members. The group members were also surprised. Mind? Heather, what do you mean mind? Heather, I just asked Afu. Heather, I just realized that if I say these things to some NPCs, it will make me feel that the strategy is troublesome. Then I actually mind that this is a mess, and the logic is also very confusing. There are also mixed game terms. Clark thought. Internet addict teenager? The group members are a little impatient. What are you talking about? Don't let that stinky kid lead you astray. Even if I ask you about your age and address, it's just to show my concern for you. Heather suddenly became firm. Heather, it's not the target of the strategy. Heather, it seems unnecessary to say so much seriously. The next second, several group members who followed the conversation were kicked out of the chat room, and it was shown that the organizer asked to leave. The organizer's motivation immediately increased, and sent a private chat request to Clark. Heather, thank you. Clark was stunned for a while. He really didn't understand the series of things that happened in the past few minutes. It felt that his simple intervention seemed to slightly change the other party's thinking logic. But this is a good direction, right? After all, naive people have to grow up, and they always have to learn to reject people. Alien, it's okay. Thinking like this, I feel like I have interfered with the growth trajectory of this child. Although it is a good interference, it always gives people a feeling of intersecting with other people's lives. So I couldn't help but say a few more words, reminding him not to disclose personal information, even to netizens. Heather didn't say anything, as if she was listening honestly. However, when Clark finished his words of admonition, he bubbled up again. Heather, you are a good person, alien. Thank you. Far away in Gotham, Heather held a mouse and thought about the screen for a while. Since it is a strategy game, and since he is here to develop a branch line, he prefers to conquer good people who he likes. Although he has not had much contact with this person, he gives a good impression. Why not treat this alien as a new target for strategy? Heather, I will work hard to improve my favorability. Alien, huh? Are you obsessed with a game recently? But in the end, they still added each other as good friends. They said it was a strategy, and something about improving favorability. As a result, after adding friends, not long after, alien, become a tutor, Clark began to teach Heather many questions. Heather, it's too difficult. Heather, my brain can't keep up. Becoming a tutor was also caused by a series of things that happened not long after becoming friends. Although he was already called Heather's protector in the chat room, but Heather didn't talk to those people casually since the last time. Instead, she only chatted with him and Peter. Cognitive improvement does not completely change a person's surrounding environment. The environment around Heather seems to be surprisingly simple. This led to this guy, who was either thinking about studying or thinking about the complicated relationship between his brothers at home. Clark has always been willing to be a listener, so gradually he heard a lot of monotonous stories around him. Heather, my brother and another brother fought again today. In order not to reveal information, his brother's real name was not mentioned. Alien, fighting? I have to stop the fight. Heather, they said they were learning from each other. Alien, huh? Or, Heather, my brother had a fight with Dad today. Alien? Which brother? No, why did he fight with Dad? Alien, we must stop the fight immediately. Heather, they said they were sparring. Alien, huh? It seems a bit strange. Although Clark was still a male high school student who had not graduated at that time, he was very considerate and caring. He tried to think about the strange life that the other party was still revealing while blocking the real information. There are a bunch of fathers and brothers who fight all day long, a kind housekeeper, the missing mother, The lost school life. It seems that he suffers from a strange disease. It's too pitiful. So once, when Heather thought about the study questions for a long time and couldn't solve them, Clark couldn't help but send a message, "Let me teach you, be your tutor. It's faster this way, Heather." He seemed very surprised. "Heather, Afu is already my tutor, alien." "Then it's not a tutor. It's a condition for a friend to help you. Your progress is too slow. I have to teach you some student thinking, including daily life." "Heather, help me." "Exchange?" Alien: "Yes, Heather, but what can I do for you?" "I don't seem to know anything." Alien: "Anything is fine." Heather: "Let me think about it." It took a long time, until the leaves fluttering in the wind fell to the ground. The cool breeze urged Clark, a high school student who stopped writing, to put away his exercise book quickly, and the moonlight shone into the blue eyes of the Kryptonian. There was movement on the other side again. "Heather, I know what I can do for you." Heather: "Last time, you said that your classmates excluded you and said that you spoke in an old-fashioned way, and I was very angry." Clark's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that his casual words would be remembered by this child, and he still remembers it now. "Heather, I thought about it for a long time and I came up with a way." "Aren't emoticons very popular now?" At that time, the development of the internet was not as prosperous as it is now. Emojis just became popular with pictures and texts, and people began to try to communicate with emoticons, even more than text. "Heather, then I will make a set of emoticons for you, a set of emoticons that only we can have, and you can use them in chats." Heather: "This way you will be the most fashionable person." "Is this how fashion is defined?" Clark subconsciously found it funny, and then he felt his ears getting hot, and even his breathing rate was a little disordered. It seemed to be the first time people other than parents would pay close attention to his inner needs, not laugh at him like the others, not think that he should hold back if he is honest, and feel that every need of his is as worthy of care as that of children on earth. Even if he is a tall guy, he will be warmly taken care of for every feeling that he may not care about. Is this what a true friend is like? Alien: "It is very hard to do this, Heather, but being a tutor is also very hard. If I want to help my friends, I am not afraid of the hard work." This was said in a very adult manner. Clark originally thought that after he came into contact with the chat room, at most he would have another place to complain, or continue to be the guardian of others. But now, he felt mixed emotions. It was as if he was being protected by someone younger than him. If he said this in high school, he would definitely be laughed at again. Heather didn't think as much as he did, and was still asking him what kind of emoji package he wanted. Clark thought about it, and remembered that Heather had occasionally revealed that he seemed to like a duck fur hat, so he casually said, "Duck theme." Finally, after a long time, he really received a whole set of super cute duck emoji packages. "Heather, duck, cheer up. JPG. Heather, I feel like you don't seem to be in a good mood recently, so I made it quickly." Heather: "Did I help you a little?" Clark: He held his phone and looked at the Q version of the duck emoji package with his hands raised again and again. It took a long time before he looked away and turned his eyes to the photo in front of him. The photo showed the kind face of the farm father. It was a black and white photo that was specially given to Clark by the funeral home after everything calmed down a little. It was the same type that would appear on the tombstone, so that his family could keep it as a backup. His father left him suddenly because of illness and meaning. Along with the black and white photos, the key to the Fortress of Solitude left to the orphan Kryptonian by his father was placed side by side. The belongings of his biological father and adoptive father appeared on the table together. Adoptive mother Martha Kent knocked on his door. "Are you ready to leave?" Clark said. Yes. He had been looking at these two objects for a long time, and had been mentally preparing for a long time, ready to find his own Kryptonian heirloom, to truly understand Kryptonians, to get closer to his biological father, and to give an account to his deceased adoptive father. He will grow up. This will not be a simple and easy journey. This is a journey to find answers to questions. Martha asked him, "Are you afraid?" Contacting familiar and unfamiliar things. Clark thought for a while. "I am not now." Because he has confirmed that he is loved and hoped by many people, whether it is his adoptive parents or his biological father who he has never met but has carefully planned. And he also has friends who care about him, who will pay attention to his psychological changes, and will make a whole set of Duck Duck emoticons for him, so that he can use the Duck Duck Cheer Up.jpg emoticon package. With family and friendship, this road will not be really lonely and cold, even if he is a Kryptonian alien. Can aliens also use the Duck Duck emoticon package? Heather: it's made for aliens, my alien friends. Alien, Duck Duck Cheer Up.jpg, alien, thank you. This set of emoticons has helped aliens. Chapter 99, Those Memories from the Past. Now, they feel a bit distant. The duck emoji seems to have been used for many years, and after that, the relationship between him and Heise is no longer a matter of who is the guardian of whom. As they get along, their relationship naturally becomes better. So, during those times, Clark would take the initiative to do something for Heise, because he assumes that this is his best friend, or even his best brother. After all, this child gives people a feeling of needing to be protected, just like a little brother who is missed at home. He is young but not noisy, and will cling to his legs and look at his elder brother expectantly. Heise is a very weak child, but his heart is not very weak. He seems to have encountered many setbacks, and his family is not as harmonious as ordinary people. He seems to have unspeakable illnesses in his body. He stays at home all year round and has not seen and cannot see the beauty of the world. That time, after helping Heise to see several countries such as Lebanon and Ethiopia, Clark once asked, "Clark, do you like those photos?" The other side's answer was very affirmative. "Heather, I like it very much, Heather. Their national costumes are very beautiful. It's as if we were really there and playing games like brothers." "Thank you, Heather." DuckDuckRolling.jpg, I can see it. Although it was just a word from the internet, Clark could also capture Heather's more cheerful mood from his unusual expression. During this period, Heather seemed to be in a bad mood. Clark spent a long time to slowly help him calm down, and then he learned from indirect inquiries that his beloved brother had passed away. It just so happened that Heather hadn't mentioned the fights between his brothers for a long time. It just happened to coincide with the news. In this case, it's no wonder that he has rarely been happy recently. In this period of time, it is really a good deal to use a few photos to cheer up a child immersed in sadness. Clark then thought that he could do something. In the afternoon, after confirming Heather's situation, Clark finished typing the manuscript at a faster speed than usual and ended the day's work. But he did not take a break and drink tea like ordinary people did in the past. Instead, he took the initiative to leave his workstation and found the editor-in-chief in the office in the bustling work environment. "Clark," the editor-in-chief looked up and was surprised to see him coming in. "What's the matter?" Clark stood in front of his desk and said bluntly, "I want to ask if there are any foreign visits recently." When he said this, his back was very straight and his expression was very calm. It gave people the feeling that this was not the usual Clark, the humble little reporter who would bend his back slightly and look less tall. But apart from these unnatural daily behaviors, it actually gave people another feeling, that is, this person should be like this. Foreign assignments, of course there are, and a lot of them. The editor-in-chief heard the implication of his words, slowly sat up straight, looked seriously at Clark's blue eyes under his glasses, and asked him half jokingly and half seriously, "Why, are you going?" Clark nodded. "If it can be arranged for me." The editor-in-chief took off his decorative glasses and looked at Clark carefully. The small TV next to them was still playing the news, reporting a battle somewhere, a car accident somewhere, and it was very noisy. But in the suddenly silent office, the sound was particularly obvious. They didn't say anything. The editor took off his glasses and searched for information. After groping on the table for a long time, he finally found a list. "This place needs someone to do a detailed interview." The editor-in-chief said the name just mentioned on TV, meaningfully. "But you also heard that there is a war going on here. Even if we hire bodyguards, it will be very dangerous." Clark said, "It's okay, I can do this." "Really? Really?" The editor-in-chief took the watch and said, "I don't want to deliberately cheat you. You can go or not go for this assignment. But recently the senior reporters are all in other places, and several junior reporters in charge of the assignment dare not go there. I don't know why you suddenly want to make progress, Clark. After all, you showed before that you just want to sit in a newspaper and be an ordinary editing clerk, the editor-in-chief said a long paragraph, speaking earnestly like an old father. Young people are easily overwhelmed, I understand, but I don't want you to joke about your life without serious thinking. Clark smiled. His expression, which was originally a little cold, was melted by the concern of others. I'm sure that I didn't act on impulse, Clark said slowly. When I chose this career, I actually worked hard to enter the Daily Planet with the hope of exploring the wider universe and understanding more things. Originally, I just wanted to incubate it for a while, learn more, and enjoy the life of an ordinary person before pursuing career advancement at work, the editor-in-chief asked. But now I feel that the two are not in conflict. Clark said naturally, of course I can enjoy the life of an ordinary person, but career advancement and broadening of horizons are also what I should do. I found that this is a good thing for me and the people around me, so I decided to change my mind. The editor-in-chief listened carefully, then smiled. You are worthy of being a civil servant. You speak in a very literary way. He did not block Clark's choice anymore. He sent Clark several documents that needed to be signed before the assignment, and told him to print and stamp them, and then set off in a few days. Be safe. This is a good thing. The editor-in-chief patted Clark on the shoulder. He was very pleased. Such a tall guy. I have long felt that you should work hard on your career. Working outside is actually the fastest way to get promoted in our industry. He made an analogy. Who knows, you may be able to sit in the office when you come back after enough time outside. Clark smiled. That sounds great. Clark, I have finished the interview. Clark, photos of the crossfire zone.jpg. Both sides negotiate.jpg. Heather, this is where the war is going on. I saw it on the news. Clark, yes, and I have finished the interview. I will go to the next assignment in a few days. Clark, little flowers on gravel.jpg. Heather, very tenacious little flowers, very beautiful. There are many children watching around. They are also very cute. Heather, although it is a war zone, you can actually feel the beautiful human nature here. This world is really good. I also want to go there and help do something. Clark, so, what do you want to do? Heather, I want to buy them new clothes and feed them, but in the war zone, these are just a drop in the bucket. Clark, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. Clark, I think the responsibility of journalists is to act as a medium of change, to let more people in the world pay attention to this place, to let people in different war zones have peaceful dialogues, and to let more people have ideas to change. In this way, there will be flowers here next year. Heather, great. Clark. Heather, journalist. Heather, I like the profession of journalist. I can see many places in the world and do something for each place. It's very powerful and very desirable. Heather, I want to be one too. Heather, oh, no, I didn't think so much. I typed it wrong. Clark, is that so? Heather, well, I looked at the art major of Gotham 20 University. It seems pretty good. Hee. Clark was silent for a while. I just wanted to say that I also want to be a journalist. The hand on the keyboard was immediately paused by the thought. After hesitating for a long time, he was unable to type more. Finally, after thinking again and again, he asked after Heather hastily changed the subject. Is the condition still not cured? Heather, well, it is difficult to cure after all, but it is not considered a disease. It is just inconvenient to go out. Clark, so that's it. So, I still can't go out. It is even very likely that it will be inconvenient to be a reporter in the next few years, the most youthful decades. Do something. Clark had this idea. It was not just born now. This idea seemed to have been rooted in his heart before he went to Lebanon and went to the editor-in-chief's desk, urging him to do something he wanted to change. It's just that this idea, at this moment, is the strongest in his heart. This made him ponder for a while, and then he carefully pressed the keyboard and typed the characters very seriously. I will go to many places on the earth next, because of work. Heather, Clark, I will go to many places recently. I want to take more photos of places, Will you watch with me, Heather? Heather, it will be very tiring to do these things outside of work. Clark, duck begging.jpg, Heather, don't send emoticons at this time. Duck pounding the table.jpg, tilde after confirming, during those years of overseas work, even after the overseas work ended, he got inspiration from the work, and after the article won the Pulitzer Prize, he even contacted Batman and Wonder Woman as Superman to form the Justice League to fight against alien creatures. Clark did not give up shooting for Heathers. After doing it for a long time, shooting and sending became an instinctive habit. Even when he went out to work with the Justice League, he would think about the more beautiful attractions nearby after the battle, and then take out the camera to shoot. When Flash saw him take out his camera, he started to yell, "Superman, you have to bring the camera for a battle of that magnitude." Superman smiled friendly, changed direction and began to adjust the camera parameters. Flash was the youngest among the superheroes, and was very interested in these new things. He immediately came over to see them with great interest. Then he was surprised. "Aren't you a civilian? I feel your skills are better than those of photographers." "Superman, it's been several years since you said it." He took a few photos seriously and checked the photos that could be sent out. "There is a scenic spot nearby," a low voice came from behind, which surprised Superman and Flash. It's not that they were surprised that there was a person, but that the person who would talk to them like this was the serious and dull Batman. Superman was confused. "I checked the map, it seems that there is no," Batman said, "that was booked by Lex not long ago. It's normal that you can't find it, but the scenery is very good." If someone with aesthetic taste like Batman says it's good, then it must be good. Superman's eyes lit up immediately and thanked him, then he waved his cape and disappeared. Flash looked at the direction where Superman left. "Wow, this is almost faster than me." Then, Flash remembered again and asked quietly, "How could you? I mean, you are in such a good mood today." You even pointed out the attractions to him. Batman. Hey, even if you can't see his whole face, just looking at his taut chin and a little cold blue eyes, you can tell that he didn't do it in a very good mood. So, obviously he didn't intend to explain it clearly to Flash. He just threw his cape and left, throwing down a sentence in a cold tone, "I'm not doing this for aliens, I'm doing this for another child." The leaders of both sides left, and they couldn't make their words clear. Only Flash was left standing there, confused. It felt like he couldn't eat the whole melon. Chapter 100. The Flash, Barry Allen, felt as if he had missed something. It's not that he had missed any major events of the Justice League, but he felt as if he had missed something subtle and sandwiched between the two leaders, which caused him, a young man who loves to eat melons, to hold the melons and chew them all the time without understanding them. This is very depressing. It's not that he doesn't understand it at all, but he only has a half understanding, just like not long ago, when he was guarding various places to prevent extraterrestrial disasters according to Batman's prediction. Although the Flash knew that this was related to Batman's family affairs, he didn't know what Superman's subtle attitude was after dealing with the vortex. "There must be something I don't know," Barry began to imagine wildly in his spare time from part-time job. Another extraterrestrial visitor? The crisis has not been resolved? Or, beep, the phone in his trouser pocket rang. Barry blinked, took it out, and looked at the sender of the new message. It was Superman, or to be more precise, it was Clark Kent who was contacting him using ordinary social software, not the Justice League's internal software. Apart from the comradeship between the Justice League, the good-tempered and enthusiastic Superman and the Flash have a good personal relationship and often contact each other as ordinary people. Clark occasionally needs to consult Barry about some social skills, and Barry also regards Clark as an idol in private, thinking that this is the adult he aspires to be, powerful but also warm. So when faced with the news from his friend, Barry immediately became energetic and read the content of the letter carefully. Clark, alas, Barry, I feel that my mood is not right recently. Barry nervously, what's wrong? Is someone trying to control you secretly again? Do you want to discuss it with Batman? Superman is at the peak of power, and few things can hurt him. Therefore, Enemies inside and outside the Earth always try to control Superman through magic. Therefore, Clark's mental state is also a big deal. But this time Clark did not come to seek help because he was involved in a conspiracy, so he was a little embarrassed. No, I'm fine. I just feel that there is something wrong with my thinking. Barry. Oh, Barry, is there something wrong with my thinking? What's going on? Clark. Sigh. This simple interjection clearly reveals Clark's depressed mood. Obviously, he is just in a bad mood. But this is also worrying, although it is not because of a conspiracy. After all, Clark himself is a child raised by a farm couple, and with too strong a power, he basically doesn't need to worry too much, and it also allows him to avoid a lot of thinking and worries, and always smiles. Barry immediately cheered up. He felt that he would be of some use to his idol, and by the way, it seemed that he could figure out the source of the recent abnormality. Barry, let me help you. Don't worry, this is too exciting. Clark, it's really not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Although he still has the identity of Superman, Clark has been on Earth for so long, and actually has various thoughts similar to those of Earthlings. Just like now, he actually just feels a little alienated and lost, so he wants to find a friend to relieve his complicated emotions. He used to have a very close relationship with Hayes. They were just good friends who could talk about anything online. They would also talk about real life and would seriously care about what happened around their friends and show their concern. But when they really changed from online to offline, they found some differences between them, and the relationship seemed to become distant. I thought I was still one of Hayes' friends who understood Hayes the most, but in the blink of an eye, I found that more people of the same age seemed to be able to squeeze me out, and I felt a little lost. But for Clark, this kind of emotion is obviously inappropriate. A mature man has such sensitive emotions, which is considered by the world to be too delicate and pretentious. Clark, in addition to Hayes, I actually have other friends, but when I feel this way about the distance between friends, it seems that I only feel this way when I am facing Hayes. Obviously, the distance between a mature worker and a student is already good. Is it really because I regard the other person as my best friend that I am so picky? Clark, I feel that the things I am thinking about now are really bad. I'm such a bad adult. Barry looked at it carefully and agreed. Such an idea is indeed not very Superman-like. Clark, really? Should I go to meditate or something? Barry, oh, no, that's too exaggerated. Do you want to listen to my advice? Of course I have to listen to it, otherwise I wouldn't send a message. Barry, don't think so much. Barry, if you really care about this friend and don't want to be alienated from him, then take the initiative to get closer to him. Barry, don't you want to play with him too? You two have such a good friendship. Why worry about your peers? Barry, be more confident and go find him. The other side was silent for a while, as if thinking. Clark, you're right. What Barry said seemed to really give him very useful inspiration. The depressed mood was swept away, and Clark used his hand speed as a reporter to talk a lot of words, and his mood became better little by little. Clark, even if the bat gives me more work, I will complete it. No, I have already completed it. It's afternoon now. I checked. They will be out of school soon. Clark, I've decided. I'm going to celebrate his first day of school. Clark, I'll get ready now. Clark, thank you so much. Barry, I understand everything now. Barry holds the phone. Understand what? He starts scratching his head in confusion. Didn't he just suggest that you go find a friend and don't think too much? How come it seems like he said a lot of words to match people up, and based on the other person's behavior, he makes a little over-association? Are they really just good friends? Are there really no other thoughts, such as love? But Clark seems to really think that they are just friends. Barry can't say. And why is he still a little confused? Barry, wait, can I ask another question? Barry, what do you mean by bat? Batman has given you a lot of work recently. What happened? Could it be that your friend is related to Batman? Clark, Heather is the child of Batman. Clark, I think he is much better now. Our Batman will introduce him to you soon. He is very good. Clark, no need to say too much. Thank you later. I am going to go shopping first. See you later, Barry. Oh, okay, see you later. Barry calmly closed the private chat window. There was still a little time before the next part-time job started. He could take a break or play games to relieve his tired mood. It was originally like this. Barry, what did he do? What did he know? Barry jumped up instantly and opened his phone quickly. The chat screen remained at the time when they said goodbye to each other just now. It was a very plain picture, but now such a picture has already caused ups and downs in Barry's heart. Heather, Clark's friend, suspected love interest who he has not yet realized, but what is certain is that this is the son Batman has never met. Batman seemed to be intentionally increasing Clark's workload to prevent them from getting closer. So what did Barry do? Barry recalled, I advised Clark that Batman is nothing, and friends should be a Barry. His eyes suddenly lost their spirit, and he wanted to send something to the chat interface again. His fingers trembled in the air for a long time, but he still couldn't change his words to say something else to Clark. Damn, he is really the best friend in the United States. So in the end, he still sighed and called his friends Green Lantern, Cyborg and others with tears in his eyes. If Batman looks for me, just say I'm not here. Green Lantern asked curiously, what did you do? How did you offend Batman? Barry trembled. Maybe I was a Cupid. Green Lantern was silent. Be normal. Afternoon, Midtown High School in Queens, New York. The class for the day was roughly over, and the bell for the end of get out of class had already rang. At this time, students packed their bags and prepared to leave school. But today is different. Many people looked in the direction of Heath, eager to approach him and say something like an invitation, so as to bring the guy they liked into their social circle. Are you having any problems with your studies? Peter asked. But before he could get close enough, Peter got there first and approached Heath to ask him a question. So one by one, they had to put away their books, look back every few steps, and leave in a depressed mood. Peter tilted his head calmly, looking at the reluctant faces of those classmates. Although he had only stayed in Gotham for a short period of time, he gradually got used to this kind of look and action around Heath, this kind of look and action that was hard to tell whether it was love or stickiness. Even though Heath seemed to have improved now, those looks and actions were much more restrained, not as full of desire and danger. But they still instinctively kept a distance between these people and Heath, even if the spider sense did not sense the breath of danger. To avoid some bad events that had happened in the past. No, Heath didn't pay much attention to these, and was still taking credit. I can keep up with all the knowledge points. I also know a lot of extracurricular knowledge. Peter nodded. That's great. He knew Heath's previous learning progress and understood how difficult it was for Heath to do this. But his longtime friend knew it. But the two new friends didn't. Ned admired, as expected of the Wayne family's young master. It seems that people in the Wayne family have high academic qualifications. Harry nodded quickly. I know. Not only does President Wayne have multiple doctoral degrees, but I heard that young President Wayne is already studying for a double degree in college at a young age. Is it true? Although he is also a son of a group, Harry still admires young President Wayne, who is younger than him, and he will excitedly say a lot when he mentions him. According to Harry himself, it was probably, Mr. Wayne is my idol in economics. Hazel thought for a while and said, I haven't paid attention to their degree. If you want to know, I'll call and ask in the evening. Ned reminded. Osborne, don't you want an autograph? Harry, Wayne Enterprises is very busy, and we can't always trouble Hazel. I can ask Tim, Hazel said bluntly. If he agrees, he should send it to you. Most likely. After all, Tim has never been stingy with external signatures. If it is necessary, he will usually give it. In addition, Hazel asked, the signature is easy to get. Harry, he widened his eyes, almost crushed the notebook in his hand, and breathed rapidly on the spot. After a long time, he barely calmed down his excitement and communicated with Hazel excitedly. Ned was watching. Wow, he couldn't help but pat Peter's shoulder and whispered with a sigh, I knew you had an online friend before, but I didn't expect it was Hazel, who has a good temper and a good face. You are so lucky. I think I am lucky too. Peter scratched his head. Even on the internet, It is not so easy to find people of the same age with compatible personalities. Peter glanced at Hazel's back. He remembered that many years ago, when he and Hazel were still little, they would stumble and solve problems in the chat room. Then they grew up together. Growing up with friends is indeed a precious thing for Peter. Speaking of which, Ned suddenly changed the topic and said with interest, "Didn't you say that you have another online friend who you have known for many years? Could it be a beautiful and good-tempered young master like Hazel?" Peter bumped Ned with his elbow and said with a smile, "Do you think young masters are everywhere?" But as soon as they said it, the two felt that this statement seemed to be wrong. Counting Hishes and Harry, there are already 2 young masters around them. Ned couldn't help but look at them with a suspicious look. "What are you doubting about?" Peter held his forehead. "Didn't the other Nedison tell you about it a long time ago?" Ned couldn't remember clearly. Did he? Yes. Peter didn't mean to be biased. Although he was closer to Hishes, who was his age and the first person he met, he really regarded Clark as a friend. Usually, because Clark's identity was easy to introduce, he actually mentioned it to Ned and Harry. "The other one is the one I mentioned before, an older reporter," Peter tried to explain, trying to awaken Ned's memory through description. "He is tall man, but not a young master, but was born on a farm and works in a metropolis. I showed you his photo, black hair, blue eyes." "Ned," oh Peter expectedly. "Do you remember it?" Ned was silent for a moment strangely, and glanced to the side. "I don't remember it completely, but I remember it roughly." Ned glanced in another direction, and said faintly, "But it seems that there is no need to remember it. After all, he seems to be standing there." Peter was confused for a moment, and turned his head in the direction Ned was looking. He saw a tall black-haired, blue-eyed man walking not far from Heath. He was wearing Kryptonian glasses and dressed in a shirt and tie like an ordinary office worker. He walked like the wind, his arms and wrists were strong and powerful, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. He was mature but with a hint of shyness. This made him not like an ordinary office worker or a timid social phobia. Instead, he was like a passionate but nervous big golden retriever, tentatively shaking his golden long hair, wanting to see if the human he liked was willing to touch his soft fur and show him his love. Ned confirmed, "That's it." Peter watched Clark approaching Heath with bright eyes, touching his head and nodding. "That's it." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.